welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. In the stillness of midnight, the grandfather clock resonated through the old house, its deep chimes casting a soothing spell over the quiet corridors. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I sat nestled in my favorite armchair, bathed in the soft glow of a reading lamp. Outside, the winter wind murmured a lullaby, rustling through the window frames and adding a gentle cadence to the night. This nightly ritual of reading before bed had become a treasured sanctuary, a moment of solace amidst the long, dark winter nights. As I turned the pages of my book, a sense of tranquility enveloped me, the house settling into its familiar symphony of subtle creaks and sighs. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention, a whisper of change weaving through the silence. It was a shift imperceptible to the eye, but palpable to the senses, like the hush before a snowfall. Drawn by an unseen force, I lifted my gaze from the pages, allowing my awareness to expand beyond the circle of warm light cast by the lamp. The atmosphere had altered, a delicate chill lingering in the air, though the night sky outside remained clear. My eyes were inevitably drawn to the partially open hallway door, a sliver of darkness beckoning beyond its frame, where shadows danced in enigmatic patterns. The darkness seemed to possess a life of its own, a tangible presence that defied the norms of mere absence of light. It pulsed with an energy, a depth that hinted at hidden mysteries swirling within. The radiator hummed softly, yet the warmth it exuded avoided that particular corner, as if respecting the sanctity of the shadow's domain. Mesmerized, I set aside my book, the leather chair creaking softly as I leaned forward, not in fear but in fascination. The shadow behind the door shifted, undulating like a silken veil stirred by an unseen hand, a dance of darkness that captivated my senses. The room remained still, yet within that shadowy enclave, a subtle ballet unfolded, synchronized with the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock. Breathing in harmony with the shadow's movements, I felt a sense of calm wash over me, a tranquil rhythm that transcended words. The shadow swayed with a grace that defied explanation, its form shifting and evolving like a silent conversation in a language known only to the depths of the night. In the intimate space between light and shadow, time seemed to bend and stretch, each moment elongated like a thread of spun silk. Details emerged within the darkness, intricate patterns and shapes that defied logic, hinting at a world beyond the physical realm. As the clock struck 1, a subtle shift rippled through the air, signaling the shadow's gradual retreat. Like a wisp of smoke dissipating in the wind, it merged back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway, leaving behind a sense of profound serenity. The room, though unchanged, now held a weight of significance, as if touched by a presence from the shadows. Picking up my book once more, I sat in the gentle glow of the lamp, savoring the peace that lingered in the air. Sleep beckoned, its tendrils weaving through my thoughts, promising dreams infused with the memory of that enigmatic visitor from the realm of shadows. And so, each night, I leave the door ajar, inviting that same sense of mystery into my sanctuary. In the quiet hours, I catch glimpses of the familiar darkness stirring behind the door, a silent companion that I welcome with a knowing smile. Together, we share a timeless hour of tranquility, where shadows speak in whispers and darkness dances like a friend. Story 2. The soft patter of rain against the window pane enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a comforting lullaby. My task was to sift through the layers of time stored in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both a weight of apprehension and a strange serenity. Each creak of the wooden steps as I ascended released hints of aged cedar and forgotten tales into the air. The attic was bathed in a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small, circular window. Dust motes danced lazily in the faint beam, creating ethereal patterns that lingered in the air. The space seemed to whisper secrets of bygone days, with every box and trunk holding remnants of lives long past. As I wandered through the attic, my fingers brushing against weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's melody provided a perfect backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, half hidden behind a stack of weathered photo albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, its surface dulled by time, sat atop a faded pink blanket. What intrigued me was not its appearance or placement, but the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as if someone had just wound it up moments before. The slight movement, barely noticeable, felt amplified in the stillness of the attic. Approaching it, the temperature seemed to drop slightly, sending a shiver down my spine. The music box's lid was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by years of touch. This particular piece had never been mentioned by my grandmother, a curious omission considering her fondness for sharing stories about her cherished belongings. When I gingerly lifted it, I was surprised to feel a warmth emanating from the box, contrary to the attic's usual chill. The key continued its silent rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, expecting to hear a familiar lullaby. Instead, a different sound filled the air. The soft, distant giggle of a child, ethereal and haunting, like a memory long forgotten. The sound carried a deep sense of loneliness and longing, stirring something profound within me. Beneath the music box lay a tiny porcelain doll, its painted face displaying a serene expression, one glass eye slightly askew, giving it an eerie, knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once white, now bore the hue of aged ivory, its delicate lace trim resembling spider silk. What struck me most were the tiny hands, outstretched as if waiting to be held. As I gazed at the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to shift, becoming more deliberate, like footsteps echoing across the attic floor. Dust motes swirled in peculiar patterns, almost forming shapes resembling small handprints before dissolving back into chaos. The air grew cooler, but not unpleasantly so, more akin to a gentle breeze on a summer evening. Memories not my own began to surface, like faded watercolors depicting a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter reverberating through the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These scenes held a sense of truth, though I couldn't explain how I knew them with such certainty. The music box's key finally ceased its motion, and the ghostly giggle faded into silence. Holding both objects in my hands, an overwhelming urge to bring them downstairs tugged at me, to grant them new life in the warmth below. Yet, a mysterious force held me back. The doll's misaligned eye now seemed to gaze past me, fixated on something unseen. Carefully, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, like a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its gentle cadence, and the dust settled back into its lazy dance in the sunbeam. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon me. Some toys were not meant to be forgotten, even when they seemed lost to time. They existed in a realm between memory and reality, between past and present, frolicking with phantom children in the silent hours when no eyes watched. That evening, as I readied to depart, a faint melody of a music box seemed to drift down from the attic, mingling with the sound of tiny feet dancing on creaking floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas were destined to remain unsolved, dwelling in the tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable became possible, and memories danced eternally in the aging attic's dust-filled light. Perhaps this was why my grandmother had never spoken of the music box. Some treasures were meant to be stumbled upon rather than bestowed, their magic unveiled only to those who discovered them at the precise juncture when the rain fell softly, and the world hushed enough to hear the whispers of the past. Story 3. The gentle cadence of raindrops against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet followed a shimmering path down the glass, weaving a tapestry of liquid light that shifted with the whims of the storm. In the cozy embrace of my room, bathed in the soft amber glow of my desk lamp, I found solace in the dance of shadows and rain. It was a night like any other, or so I thought. As I gazed at the watery trails, my mind drifted into a realm of imagination, seeking stories within the intricate patterns of nature's artistry. But on this particular night, the rain seemed to possess a mysterious quality, a subtle shift in its rhythm that captured my attention. The droplets moved with an elegance that defied randomness, as if guided by an unseen force. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the weary mind, letting the lullaby of rain almost lull me into slumber. Yet, the more I observed, the more apparent it became that there was something extraordinary unfolding before me. Intrigued, I leaned in closer to the window, and that's when I noticed it. The raindrops avoided certain areas of the glass, creating dry patches that gradually formed the silhouette of a figure. My heart skipped a beat as I beheld the surreal sight. Not only did I see the rain's reflection, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. And there, in the mirrored world of glass and water, I saw a peculiar distortion in my own reflection. It moved out of sync with my gestures, a fraction delayed, as if dancing to a tune only it could hear. The rain's whisper grew louder, a symphony of nature's secrets, serenading my senses. Mesmerized, I watched as my reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, mirroring a gesture I had not made. The movement was fluid, graceful, as if choreographed by a master unseen. A warmth, alien yet comforting, spread across my skin, contrasting the coolness of the night. The features of my reflection began to shift, morphing into an enigmatic visage that felt simultaneously known and unknown. Its eyes held a wisdom beyond time, a gaze that beckoned me into realms uncharted. Frozen in awe, I witnessed the metamorphosis unfold before me. The face blurred the lines of gender and age, embodying a timeless essence that transcended mortal boundaries. The rain, now swirling in perfect circles around the figure, defied gravity in a mesmerizing display of nature's magic. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness, I sensed a presence beside me, tender and reassuring, like a mother's caress. When the light steadied, my reflection returned to its mimicry, mirroring my every move with uncanny precision. But the rain persisted in its circular dance, a tangible reminder of the extraordinary encounter that had transpired. Hours passed as I sat by the window, pondering the mysteries unveiled in the midnight rain. The ethereal presence lingered, a gentle echo of a forgotten melody, neither ominous nor obtrusive. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, the rain gradually subsided, leaving behind a window adorned with mundane droplet trails. Yet, on subsequent rainy nights, I found myself drawn to that window, the allure of the unknown beckoning me closer. Sometimes, under the perfect alignment of elements, when the rainfall mirrored a flawless reflection, I glimpsed that other self peering back at me through the looking glass. A silent understanding passed between us, my reflection and I, acknowledging the enigma that bound us. Some mysteries we knew were not meant to be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic beauty. The rain continued its gentle descent, each drop a bearer of potential encounters with the otherworldly. And in those fleeting moments of mutual observation, I pondered the existence of a parallel self, sitting by their own window, yearning to catch a glimpse of my world through the silver veil of rain. Story 4. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate shroud of mist that morning as I gathered the fallen leaves. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the earthy fragrance of damp soil and the chrysanthemums I had lovingly planted weeks ago. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the soft rustle of dry leaves underfoot and the sporadic melody of an early bird's song. Amidst my task near the weathered stone bench, a faint glimmer amidst the leaves caught my eye. A subtle silvery gleam beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sliver of sunlight. I knelt down slowly, brushing aside the damp foliage to reveal an antique necklace. The intricate craftsmanship of the oval pendant, adorned with delicate floral motifs and a mesmerizing blue stone at its core, captivated me. The necklace exuded a weightless elegance, its icy touch sending a shiver down my spine. Certain that it belonged to none I knew, I pondered its mysterious origin. Having dwelled in solitude within my abode for over 2 decades, I could not recall any neighbor donning such exquisite jewelry. The azure gem continued to radiate with a unique luminosity, almost as if it held a light of its own. That evening, after meticulously cleansing the necklace, I placed it upon the nightstand beside my bed. Enthralled by the moon's gentle glow filtering through the window, I drifted into slumber, entranced by the dancing shadows cast upon the walls. Throughout the night I awoke intermittently, a distant melody lingering in my ears, a haunting tune akin to a music box echoing through the house, vanishing whenever I sought its source. Come morning, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as though it had been moved in the night. In the daylight, the blue stone appeared dimmer, yet upon touching it, a subtle warmth emanated from the metal, a departure from the chill of the previous day. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its enigmatic past. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations within the house caught my attention. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morning, as if scrutinized during the night. The family portraits adorning the hallway wall appeared askew daily. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer and more recognizable, yet remained elusive in its origin. One evening, while engrossed in a tome in my armchair, the necklace resting nearby, I distinctly heard faint footsteps ascending the stairs, delicate and cautious, akin to a child's tiptoeing gait. Rising slowly, I ascended the stairs noiselessly, only to find emptiness. Yet in the guest room repurposed as a storage space, I stumbled upon an unfamiliar wooden box, intricately adorned with floral patterns akin to the necklace. Within the box, nestled upon a faded velvet cushion, lay a time-aged photograph. It depicted a young woman adorned with an identical necklace, alongside a date inscribed in faded ink and a poignant message, to remember the happy days in the garden. Following that night, the music box melody grew more frequent, no longer unsettling, but comforting, as if the very essence of the house harmonized into a soothing lullaby, serenading the quietest hours of the night. Occasionally, amidst autumn evenings in the garden, a vague figure seemed to flit among the trees, a semblance of a memory yearning to materialize. The identity of the woman in the photograph remained elusive, as did the necklace's origin within my garden. I embraced the enigma that wove itself into my life, akin to the changing seasons and the relentless passage of time. The necklace still adorns my nightstand, and on tranquil nights when the moon shines bright and the wind whispers through the leaves, echoes of laughter intertwine with the music box melody, a fleeting glimpse of joyous days lost to time. Story 5. The hush of the night was broken by a distant, delicate melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my knees, and a cup of chamomile tea, now cold, resting on the side table beside me, I lifted my gaze from the book in my hands. The notes drifted through the air like whispers, almost imperceptible yet undeniably present. It was a piano, I was certain, playing a tune that eluded recognition but felt oddly familiar, like a fragment of a forgotten dream. The house was cloaked in shadows, with only a small lamp by the armchair casting a circle of soft light around me. Shadows pirouetted on the walls, mirroring the enigmatic rhythm of the music. I rose slowly, the blanket slipping to the floor with a gentle rustle. Each step on the wooden floor whispered a tale as I drew closer to the living room window. Beyond, the night lay tranquil and mute. The full moon bathed the garden in its silvery glow, outlining the swaying trees in the gentle night breeze. The neighboring houses slumbered in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the music persisted, seeming to emanate from all directions, and none simultaneously. I wandered through the house, room by room, chasing the elusive origin of the melody that shifted subtly with my movements. In the kitchen, it beckoned from the living room. In the living room, it seemed to echo from the stairs. On the stairs, it descended from the upper floor. It was a mesmerizing play of echoes and whispers that led me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my abode. Upon reaching my bedroom upstairs, I noticed the door ajar, though I distinctly remembered leaving it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the gossamer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music grew clearer, more defined, as if I was nearing its wellspring. I paused at the threshold, studying the room intently. My ancient music box, a keepsake from my grandmother that had gathered dust on the bedside table, gleamed faintly in the dimness. I had never dared to open it, convinced it was broken beyond repair. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, its diminutive ballerina pirouetted slowly, casting her ethereal shadow on the wall. The melody it spun was a mirror image of the one that had beckoned me, but amplified, as if the entire house had transformed into a resonant chamber. Approaching with measured steps, I sensed my heart synchronizing with the music. The music box seemed to radiate a peculiar warmth, almost alive. As I extended my hand to touch it, I realized the surface was tepid, nearly warm. The ballerina continued her dance, but her visage, once a simple porcelain oval, now bore distinct features. Features I knew well. It was my grandmother's countenance, flawlessly replicated in miniature, her familiar smile from my childhood etched upon her face. For an instant, the tiny figure's eyes met mine, and the melody subtly shifted, evolving into a lullaby she had crooned to me in my youth. I stood transfixed, enveloped by the music like a long-lost embrace. No fear lingered, only a profound sense of serenity and yearning. The notes swathed the room until, gradually, they ebbed like the tide receding from the shore. As the music faded into silence, the music box closed softly with a faint click. Peace descended upon the house, a silence pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair downstairs, I retrieved the fallen blanket, cocooning myself once more in its warmth. The book lay open, forgotten on the page I had been perusing, my thoughts consumed by the music box and the memory of my grandmother. I pondered how many melodies lay trapped within those silent gears all these years, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that night, sporadically, when the house lies particularly still and the full moon bathes the garden, a sweet, familiar melody wafts through the rooms. I no longer seek its origin. Instead, I close my eyes and listen, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be comprehended. Story 6. The hush of night wrapped around the narrow streets of the quaint hillside village like a velvety shroud. It was an autumn evening, painted with the scent of crackling firewood and damp earth, while a misty veil slinked through the cobblestone alleys like a stealthy phantom. Peering from my perch on the third floor, I gazed at the glowing windows of the neighboring houses, each radiating a soft, amber hue. It struck me as odd to see so many lights aglow at such a late hour, yet not a soul stirred behind the foggy panes. The ancient church bell chimed 10 times, its toll echoing with an eerie emptiness, as if the peals were swathed in a cloak of cotton. Though I had only recently relocated to this town 3 weeks prior, I had never witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a lone figure would amble with their faithful hound, or the jovial chatter of young folks from the nearby tavern would drift through the night, punctuated by the glow of a street lamp. Seated in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea between my palms, I noted even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill was conspicuously absent. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, pirouetting through the air, their fleeting forms dissolving into the darkness of the room. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows upon the cream-colored walls, I found myself startled by a sudden rustling. The sound emanated from the corridor leading to the bedroom, a soft, rhythmic whisper akin to the gentle drag of parchment across a floor. Intrigued rather than fearful, I rose from my seat, gingerly setting the cup on the wooden side table beside the armchair. As I made my way toward the hallway, a chill seemed to settle in the air, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient sanctuary. The floorboards murmured beneath my cautious steps, a familiar creak that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, and from the gap spilled a soft, bluish light unlike any in the house. Pushing the door open with a gentle squeak, I observed that the window was shut, yet the curtain fluttered as if stirred by a faint breath. Beneath the window, a single sheet of paper lay on the floor. Approaching, I discovered it to be a weathered newspaper page dated October 15th, 1954, its headline arresting my attention: "Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove." The article recounted a night when the townsfolk had remained sequestered in their homes, as though bound by an unspoken pact of forgotten origin. As I perused the text, a movement outside the window snagged my gaze. Across the street, the lights flickered out one by one like candles extinguished by an unseen hand. Yet, within the dim interiors, motionless silhouettes appeared to gaze towards the deserted thoroughfare. A buzz from my robe's pocket heralded a message from the building's WhatsApp group. "Tonight, stay indoors. It's crucial." Glancing out once more, I noted that all lights had now dimmed, save for mine. Amidst the deepening silence, I discerned the measured cadence of my own heartbeat, as though harmonizing with some ancient, enigmatic force. Perching on the bed's edge, clutching the newspaper sheet, I marveled at its extraordinary softness, as if it had been handled by countless hands. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, ensconcing the street lamps in a milky embrace. From my vantage, the entire main street lay deserted, a tableau of solitude. Recalling the article's accounts, the morning after had left the townsfolk with no recollection of the enigmatic night. Life had resumed as usual, yet sporadically, the phenomenon repeated itself. Rising slowly, I made my way to the light switch. Before extinguishing it, I cast a final glance outside. The mist now swirled in sinuous, almost dance-like patterns, within which fleeting figures seemed to cavort, like specters adrift in a sea of milk. Plunged into darkness, I settled onto the bed, still clothed. Silence enveloped me, broken solely by the measured tick-tock of the nightstand clock. As slumber beckoned, I pondered whether the morrow would unveil memories of this night, or if, like the other residents, I would remain oblivious to the cyclical mystery woven into our lives. The final echo that resonated in my mind before succumbing to sleep was the distant toll of midnight bells, their chimes oddly muted, as if drifting from a realm where silence reigned as the universal tongue of its denizens. Story 7. The antique store exuded a unique allure as dusk settled in. Strolling along its narrow passages, I found solace in the soft creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm glow filtering through lace curtains from a bygone era. A fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of old leather-bound books, polished wood, and memories entwined in forsaken treasures. It was then, amidst this atmospheric calm, that I caught a faint, delicate melody wafting through the shelves like a whispered secret. The notes, clear yet distant, carried echoes of a time when music was etched onto vinyl and released into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal tune, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though I couldn't quite place it. At the far end of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood an elegant mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn curved gracefully upwards, catching the fading light. The turntable spun leisurely, though no record adorned its surface. As I drew closer, the music neither intensified nor faded, maintaining its ghostly quality. Beside me materialized the shop owner, a gentle-faced elderly woman with silver hair and eyes that held a world of stories. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she whispered, her voice as soft as the phantom melody. "It arrived just last week as part of an estate collection. Odd thing is, we've never wound it up." I examined the intricate mechanism more closely. The winding key remained motionless, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic dance. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, wrapped around me like silk threads, pulling me deeper into its enigmatic embrace. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a knowing glint that stirred a sense of intrigue within me. "Some objects choose their keepers, you know, and this one seems quite taken with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in moonlight beside the window. I devoted hours to exploring every detail, the ornate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark smoothed by age, the perfectly poised arm awaiting a needle's touch. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, akin to a whisper from a distant age. Some nights it played classical melodies, other times jazz tunes that might have filled ballrooms long ago. Each composition seemed to carry emotions within its notes: joy, yearning, sorrow, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the essence of all who had ever listened to it. Subtle changes began to unfold in my home. Books would shift ever so slightly, as if someone had perused them while I slumbered. Curtains would sway on quiet nights. At times, a faint aroma of lavender and vanilla perfume would linger in the air, though I dwelled alone. One tranquil evening, rain tapping gently against the panes, the music altered its tone. Instead of its usual ethereal quality, it grew more distinct, more present. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though it played in a manner unfamiliar to my ears. The notes painted images in the air, moonbeams on water, foliage swaying in a midnight breeze, lovers strolling through gaslit streets. Drifting into the music's embrace, I felt a gentle weight beside me, as if a companion had settled nearby to share in the melody. The scent of perfume intensified, and the air thickened like the hush before snowfall. Upon opening my eyes, the sensation lingered, though only shadows greeted my gaze. The music softened, returning to its ethereal murmur, yet something had shifted. The gramophone was no longer a mere relic. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of untold tales yearning to be heard. Now, each night, I sit in my study as darkness envelops the world. Sometimes I read, sometimes I merely listen. The gramophone spins its enigmatic melodies, and at times I sense that gentle presence beside me. I've never sought to capture the music on any recording, for some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The shop owner's words rang true. Some objects do select their companions. And in choosing me, the gramophone has bestowed a precious gift. The realization that music, memory, and magic intertwine in ways beyond our grasp. As another melody unfurls into the air, I smile, knowing that within those notes lies a profound truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the bounds of language and logic. Story 8. Snow drifted down in hushed whispers that evening within my quaint antique store. The delicate flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the gentle glow of vintage lamps, crafting an aura of tranquility and warmth. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly as they swayed, in harmony with the leisurely cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. A blend of scents lingered in the air, a blend of musty old books and sweet beeswax, a fragrance unique to objects steeped in history. As I arranged the volumes, the doorbell rang with a crystalline timbre, breaking the stillness. A rush of icy air slipped into the shop, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved upon the wooden floor. Turning to greet the visitor, I was momentarily struck by confusion. Standing in the doorway was a tall, enigmatic figure, draped in a dark coat that seemed to swallow the light around it. A broad-brimmed hat shielded their upper features, while a gray wool scarf concealed the lower half of their face. "Good evening," I murmured, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor, though a subtle unease crept along my spine. The visitor offered no response, but glided gracefully amidst the shelves, their gloved hands skimming delicately over the displayed artifacts. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, a rhythm known only to them. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting how the light seemed to warp and bend around their form. Shadows deepened and thickened in their wake, possessing a life of their own. Coming to a halt before an antique mirror dating back to the 18th century, which I had recently acquired, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the golden frame with deliberate precision. A heavy silence enveloped the shop, punctuated solely by the measured ticking of the clock, each second stretching languidly. I attempted to catch their reflection in the mirror, only to find that the surface merely reflected the shelf behind them, as though they were but a specter. Approaching cautiously, my steps echoing on the creaking floorboards, I inquired, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice barely above a whisper. Slowly, the visitor turned towards me, their face obscured by shadows beneath the hat. With a fluid motion, they produced a yellowed piece of paper from their coat pocket, unfolding it meticulously on the counter beside the register. The paper bore a list inscribed in elegant, archaic script, detailing peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. Reading through the list, I sensed a drop in temperature within the shop. My breath materialized in wisps of vapor, and the objects on the shelves seemed to hum imperceptibly, as though recognizing a kindred presence in the visitor. "I regret to inform you," I murmured, "that I do not possess these particular objects." The visitor remained motionless for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the paper, they tucked it away with the same grace with which they had revealed it. Making their way towards the door, the visitor paused before their departure. They turned slightly, and from beneath the scarf emerged a sound, more akin to a thought than a spoken word. "You will." It wasn't a question, but a statement of certainty. The bell chimed as they exited, its tone different this time, deeper, resonating from a distance. Outside, the snow fell unabated, yet for an instant it seemed suspended in time, as if caught in a moment of pause. Later that night, after locking up the shop, I inspected the antique mirror. Its reflective surface appeared to conceal something within its silvery depths, hinting at hidden secrets. The pendulum clock, a steadfast timekeeper, had halted precisely at the instant of the visitor's arrival. Since that peculiar encounter, each evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I found myself drawn to the door, anticipating the familiar chime of the bell. Every object within the shop seemed attuned, as if awaiting the return of the mysterious visitor. For in an antique store, every item harbors a tale to recount, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects are yet to embark on their own narrative. Story 9. The soft tapping of raindrops on my bedroom window had been a soothing melody throughout the night. I lay in bed, drifting between consciousness and slumber, when a gentle, persistent hum cut through the tranquil rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as the distant hum of a passing car on the nearby road. But as time ebbed onward, the sound remained constant, an idling car engine, its presence lingering close by. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a subtle red hue across the room, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued by the unexplained sound, I rose from my bed and gravitated towards the window. Peering through the rain-kissed glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights lay dormant, yet a faint bluish light glowed from within, blending with wisps of exhaust spiraling into the misty night air. A sense of eerie stillness enveloped the scene before me. No movement stirred from inside the vehicle, no silhouette visible through the rain-smeared windows. Yet the engine's purr persisted, a familiar yet unsettling presence in the silence of the night. The raindrops cascading under the street lamp's glow cast ever-shifting patterns on the car's sleek exterior, rendering it almost fluid in the shroud of darkness. My breath misted the window as I observed, creating a hazy frame around the mysterious sedan. I found myself captivated by the details, almost as if in a dreamlike state. The way water droplets clung to its surface, the dance of exhaust mingling with mist, forming transient, ethereal shapes that dissolved into the night. As minutes slipped by, a cascade of questions flooded my mind. Who would abandon their vehicle, running at such a late hour? Why here, on this nondescript street? As if in response to my thoughts, the engine's tone subtly shifted, resonating at a lower frequency. The vibration permeated the air, a sensation more felt than heard. Noticing the car's completely fogged windows, obscuring any glimpse of its interior, I sensed a presence rather than emptiness behind the opaque panes. Contemplating whether to alert someone, perhaps the authorities, my rational mind grappled with plausible explanations. Yet the strangeness of the scene defied logical reasoning, casting a peculiar weight upon the night's stillness. Time appeared to bend as I stood by the window. The rain's gentle cadence persisted, and the car held its silent vigil. I witnessed subtle transformations, condensation patterns morphing, exhaust clouds reshaping, but the essence of the vehicle remained immutable, akin to a photograph momentarily brought to life. As drowsiness crept over me, I reluctantly tore my gaze from the window and retreated to my bed. Yet, an inexplicable force compelled me to cast one final glance towards the sedan. There it remained, engine humming, and this time, a flicker of movement behind the fogged windows caught my eye. A fleeting shadow, a mere trick of light amidst the rain's veil. Nestling under the covers, the hum of the engine now amplified, seeping through walls and glass. Drifting towards slumber, the sound melded with the rain's melody, weaving a hypnotic lullaby. My last conscious musing fixated on those misted windows and the enigma they concealed, a silent observer in the nocturnal realm. At daybreak, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be deserted, the night's events dismissed as mere phantoms. Yet in the pale light of dawn, I beheld distinct tire tracks etched in the damp pavement, marking the sedan's presence. Beside them, a small puddle lingered, catching the morning sun's rays. A glimmering pool, radiant with iridescence, perhaps transmission fluid, its beauty oddly striking in the early light. The car never reappeared, but on quiet, rainy nights, when the world hushed to a whisper, a faint echo of an idling engine sometimes drifts from afar. And I ponder, as I lie awake, how many others listen intently, peering through rain-dappled windows, yearning to unveil the mysteries veiled beyond those foggy panes. Story 10. The soft glow of dusk seeped through the sheer curtains, enveloping my study in a warm embrace. This room, adorned with time-worn books and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary, but on this particular evening, a subtle shift hung in the air. The stillness was palpable, the autumn light lingering as if reluctant to bid farewell, casting a golden hue over everything it touched. My gaze wandered to the newest addition to my study, a portrait acquired recently and hung above my antique writing desk. It was a peculiar piece, a Victorian-era painting of a woman in a rich burgundy gown, her countenance veiled in an inscrutable expression. The elderly dealer who sold it to me had spun tales of its intriguing past, though my mind was preoccupied with its hefty price tag to heed his words. Settling into my leather armchair with a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards, I noticed a peculiar detail about the portrait. The woman's eyes, previously fixed slightly to the left, now seemed to pierce directly into mine. I brushed off the notion, chalking it up to shifting light and the fatigue of a long day spent writing. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed softly, a familiar sound that usually brought solace. Yet that night, each tick seemed to draw my focus back to those painted eyes. I found myself stealing glances at the portrait amidst my writing, each time convinced that a subtle alteration had taken place. A tilt of the head, a hint of a smile, a shift in the gaze. As darkness descended and I illuminated the aged brass lamp on my desk, the portrait transformed before me. Shadows danced across its surface, breathing life into the painted fabric of her dress. The background, once a simple drawing room, now stretched into an abyss of darkness. The warm glow of the lamp caught the gilded frame, casting flickering reflections that almost seemed to animate the painting itself. Small anomalies began to surface in my study. Books I knew I had closed were found open to pages detailing tales of vanishing artwork and enigmatic disappearances. My pen would roll across the desk, defying gravity. The room's temperature fluctuated inexplicably, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself. One hushed evening, on the brink of leaving my study, a peculiar detail seized my attention. In the painting's background, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. Drawing closer, squinting in the dim light, the secondary painting depicted a study remarkably similar to my own. My heart quickened as I leaned in, scrutinizing the tiny desk, the leather armchair, and a figure seated at the desk. With each passing moment, the scene grew more familiar until the realization struck. The figure was unmistakably me, captured in intricate detail, engrossed in scrutinizing a painting. Recoiling, a shiver ran down my spine. The woman's expression had shifted, knowing, almost playful. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, forsaking the guise of a static image. A faint smile tugged at her lips, and a whisper of laughter, like the rustle of aged parchment, lingered in the air. That night, I firmly shut the door to my study, yet I sensed her gaze trailing me through the house. Lying in bed, I pondered the previous owners of the portrait, their narratives, their encounters. Had they too observed these subtle changes? Had they also felt the weight of those watchful eyes? Come morning, my study appeared untouched, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script foreign to my hand. Art is never static, dear observer, the words read. At times, the boundary between spectator and spectacle blurs, wouldn't you agree? The portrait remained fixed on my wall, a silent enigma. Perhaps I should have removed it, but curiosity held sway over me. Now, as I pen this tale in my study, her gaze frequently finds me, that enigmatic smile lingering on her lips. And in the quiet of the night, when the light is just so, and the house falls silent, I discern changes in the painting within the painting, new elements surfacing, the scene subtly shifting. The portrait remains a mystery, one that I've come to welcome. For who's to say which of us truly watches and which is watched? In the tranquil ambience of my study, as the grandfather clock ticks on and the evening shadows dance, I've come to realize that perhaps we are both, the observer and the observed, intertwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 11. The autumn rain whispered softly, weaving a delicate tapestry that blurred the boundaries of perception. It was the late hours, and my workday had overstayed its welcome. Each step I took on the damp pavement harmonized with the gentle symphony of raindrops caressing the metal skin of parked cars. The air bore the unmistakable fragrance born only in the embrace of rain, a medley of damp soil, decaying leaves, and the enigmatic crispness that lingers after a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a lone figure caught my eye. Nestled on the bench beneath the translucent shelter, they remained motionless. clad in a shadowy coat that seemed to meld with the night. A wide-brimmed hat veiled their features. What arrested my gaze was the surreal sight of their dry attire in the midst of a downpour. I halted a few paces away, a silent observer of this enigma. The feeble glow of the street lamp cast eerie shadows around the figure, momentarily blurring their contours, as if seen through frosted glass. The rain's melody hushed in their presence, cocooning us in an unnatural quietude. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, I drew nearer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The stranger remained oblivious to my presence, ensconced in their mysterious solitude. Seating myself at a distance, a disquieting revelation unfolded. Despite sharing the same refuge, raindrops near them swerved off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence altered as it approached, emitting a faint, sibilant whisper. Time crept by languidly. Attempting to distract myself with my phone, I found my focus inexorably drawn back to the enigmatic figure. Peripheral glimpses hinted at subtle movements, as if they beheld a distant specter visible only to them. A gust of wind caused the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the stranger pivoted slightly towards me. Beneath the brim of their hat, where eyes should have been, two ethereal orbs gleamed like moonlight on tranquil waters. My heart drummed a steady, urgent beat in my chest. Curiosity eclipsed fear, anchoring me to my seat despite the urge to flee. With a deliberate motion, the stranger shifted back to their original pose, the moment slipping away like a receding tide. In the distance, the bus's familiar approach, heralded by its rumbling engine, shattered the silence. Headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the slick pavement. As the bus slowed to a halt, I rose swiftly. Casting a final glance towards the bench, the stranger had vanished. No rustle of movement, no echo of footsteps, simply gone. With legs slightly unsteady, I boarded the bus, opting for a seat near the driver. Peering out the fogged window as the bus pulled away, the shelter stood vacant. Yet, for an instant, a phantom figure seemed to dissolve into the rain, a wisp carried away on the breath of the wind. In the days that ensued, whenever I ventured to the bus stop on rainy nights, an uncanny aura enveloped the scene. The street lamp's glow dimmed. The rain's chorus resonated with a haunting melody, as if the very atmosphere retained the echo of that elusive presence. The stranger never reappeared, but on rainy evenings since that fateful night, I've caught glimpses of raindrops deviating from their expected descent, dancing to a silent, cryptic tune. Story 12. The moonlight seeped through the sheer curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the worn wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, enveloped by the hush of the night, my attention was drawn to the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. It had been a fixture in this house since my grandmother's time, yet its contents remained a mystery to me, untouched and unexplored. The polished surface of the box faintly shimmered under the moon's gentle caress, its intricate carvings appearing to shift ever so subtly in the darkness. I could not recall a time when the box had been opened, not even during my grandmother's presence. It simply existed as a silent sentinel, blending into the background like a forgotten piece of art. But on this particular night, an ineffable shift stirred in the air. Perhaps it was the way the moonlight played upon the delicate inlays, or maybe it was the profound stillness that enveloped the room like a comforting shroud. Slowly rising from my seat, the wool of my sweater brushed against the armchair in a soft murmur of fabric. Each step I took toward the mantelpiece echoed faintly on the creaking wooden floor. The atmosphere thickened as I drew closer to the box, a subtle mist seeming to swirl around it, unseen but palpable. My fingertips grazed the warm mahogany surface, its lively warmth almost pulsating beneath my touch, as if it held a secret vitality. The intricate patterns etched on the box depicted intertwining leaves and branches, so delicately crafted that they almost appeared to sway in an imperceptible breeze. And there, at the center of the lid, nestled amidst the carvings, was a minuscule eye that had eluded my notice until now. As I peered closer, a faint, age-old fragrance permeated the air, a scent reminiscent of sandalwood, but bearing a mysterious undertone that defied identification. Closing my eyes, I allowed the scent to stir dormant memories, vague recollections of a woman with a gentle smile, her hushed words lost to time as she placed something within the box. The present intruded with the sound of the wind against the window panes, snapping me back from the depths of reverie. Tremors quivered through my hands as I traced the edges of the box, a box that seemed to hold a history intertwined with my own. Though lacking a visible lock, I knew instinctively that the box had remained unopened. Or had it? Childhood memories of this house swirled in a disorienting whirl, as if someone had jumbled the chronicles of my past. Seating myself on the couch, I brought the box into my lap. Surprisingly light, it almost felt empty, yet a subtle movement within hinted at a hidden presence, intangible, elusive, like a fleeting shadow. The warmth emanating from the box intensified in my palms, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the tiny eye carved into the lid was observing me in return. A shiver of recognition, not fear, coursed through me, akin to recognizing a familiar face in a dream. Echoes of my grandmother's enigmatic words resurfaced, her cryptic message lingering in the air. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. Sitting in the nocturnal stillness, cradling the enigmatic box, I began to grasp the essence of her wisdom. Shadows elongated and swirled around the room, mirroring the box's intricate designs as the scent grew more potent, weaving a hypnotic spell. Generations had passed through this house, their gazes falling upon the box without unlocking its secrets. Was it truly necessary to reveal what lay within? Gently placing the box back on the mantelpiece, the carved eye now seemed to bestow a faint smile, as if acknowledging my choice. Returning to my armchair, a peculiar tranquility settled over me, a peace born of understanding that some mysteries are meant not to be deciphered, but safeguarded. The moon's gentle glow bathed the room in a soft luminescence, infusing the night's silence with a profound significance. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the lingering aroma of the box, allowing its soothing fragrance to guide me towards slumber. In that hushed threshold between consciousness and dreams, a faint sound emanated from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a whisper, or perhaps just the wind teasing the curtains. The box remained, a silent custodian of its enigmas, a fragment of a puzzle that yearned not for unraveling. And in that realization, a newfound serenity enveloped me, a tranquility that transcended the need for answers, embracing the beauty of the unknown. Story 13. The night held its own breath, a gentle symphony of whispers blending harmoniously with the rhythmic cadence of raindrops tapping on the rooftop. Stirring from slumber in the quiet hours, a familiar yet unfamiliar sight greeted me. On the nightstand, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight seeping through the curtains, lay an ancient brass key, its intricate designs captivating my gaze. It possessed a weightiness that belied its small form, and the aged patina spoke of a history veiled in mystery. Without recollection of ever encountering this key before, a sense of belonging emanated from it, as if it had quietly awaited my discovery. As I ran my fingers along its cool surface, a subtle tremor coursed through me, drawing me into its enigmatic allure. This key, unlike any other, bore smooth contours devoid of modern serrations or antique grooves. Its surface hinted at eons of handling, yet the intricate floral motifs and cryptic symbols etched upon it remained sharp and distinct. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed, the key clutched in my hand like a talisman of forgotten realms. The house, cloaked in shadows, seemed to shift and transform under the veil of night, beckoning me to explore its hidden depths. Guided by the faint, ethereal glow of the key, I wandered through familiar corridors and rooms, each step resonating with the hushed echoes of a bygone era. Approaching each wooden door, I instinctively drew the key near, the very essence of it reacting to the unseen forces that pulsed within the ancient walls. Though the key did not fit any lock, a subtle vibration hummed through my fingertips whenever it neared a wooden surface, as if seeking a connection long forgotten. It was within the confines of my study that the key's true purpose began to unfurl. The antique bookcase, a relic passed down through generations, hummed in silent recognition as I approached, the key's luminosity intensifying in response. Tracing the key along the edges of the bookcase, a melodic resonance reverberated through the room, stirring the shadows and illuminating hidden truths etched in the grain of the wood. A moment of profound stillness enveloped me as I pressed the key against the heart of the bookcase, where no visible lock resided. A deep, resonant sigh seemed to echo through the room as the wood quivered beneath the key's touch, revealing glimpses of a world long forgotten, reflected in its polished surface like ripples on a tranquil pond. With the arrival of dawn, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clasped tightly in my hand. The light of day dispelled the nocturnal mysteries, yet the lingering echoes of that transformative night lingered within me. The bookcase stood stoically, unchanged in appearance, yet a subtle shift had occurred, unseen to all but those who dared to listen. In the days that followed, the key retained its weighty presence, though its ephemeral glow had faded. On silent nights, a faint vibration seemed to murmur from the depths of the bookcase, a siren song calling out to the key that now rested in quiet repose within my desk drawer, swathed in velvet darkness. As the night whispers its secrets, I ponder the enigma of the key that found me, a silent guardian of untold mysteries. Some doors, I've come to realize, are best left unopened, even when the key beckons. For within its unassuming form lies the power to unlock not just physical barriers, but the deepest recesses of the soul. And so the key remains, a silent sentinel to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces between dreams and reality. Story 14. The gentle glow of my reading lamp bathed my private library in a soft, comforting light, casting delicate shadows upon the mahogany shelves that held my treasured collection of books. Outside, the rain tapped against the window panes in a steady, rhythmic cadence, creating a soothing melody that had become a nightly companion to my quiet moments of solitude. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I breathed in the familiar scent of aged paper and polished wood that enveloped the room, a scent that whispered of countless stories and ventures waiting to be discovered. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something different, something out of place, though its nature eluded my immediate grasp. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each one a testament to my unwavering dedication to organization. The leather-bound books stood proudly, their gold-leaf titles catching occasional glimmers of light, creating a mesmerizing dance of shadows and reflections. It was then that I noticed it, a gap between two books where none should have existed, a void that seemed to beckon me closer with its silent mystery. Standing up from my chair, the leather protesting softly under my weight, I made my way to the peculiar gap. As I ran a finger along the dust-free space, a faint chill crept up my spine, sending a shiver of unease through me. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, my prized collection of supernatural literature from the 19th century, except for the absence of a rare edition I had acquired only a month prior. The realization struck me with a peculiar sense of disquiet. I lived alone, and my library was a sanctuary kept under lock and key, its secrets known only to me. I vividly recalled seeing the missing volume that very morning during my routine inspection, yet now it was nowhere to be found. And stranger still, the adjacent books appeared untouched by time, while a fine layer of dust enveloped the surrounding volumes, as if time itself had chosen to skip over that particular spot. Drawing closer, I detected a subtle sweet fragrance wafting from the empty space, a blend of old parchment and elusive notes that danced on the edge of my senses, teasing me with their elusive familiarity. Was it vanilla, or perhaps the scent of well-worn leather, intertwined with a hint of something floral, all merging into a symphony of mystery that defied explanation? Intrigued, I reached for one of the neighboring books, half expecting to discover the missing volume tucked away behind its cover, yet my fingers met only the solid resistance of the wooden back. As I placed the book back in its rightful spot, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shimmer of light that seemed to dance within the gap, like moonbeams reflected on a tranquil pond. But how could light penetrate a wall that held no windows? Compelled by an unseen force, I extended my hand into the empty space, and to my astonishment, warmth greeted my touch, a gentle energy that pulsed beneath my fingertips, as if the very air held a secret life of its own. The rain outside continued its murmuring serenade, now taking on a melodic quality, as though whispers of forgotten tales brushed against my ears in a language lost to time. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to that enigmatic void, my gaze fixated on its depths as if waiting for a revelation that hovered just beyond my grasp. The lamplight seemed to caress the empty space, casting ethereal patterns that danced at the periphery of my vision, inviting me to lose myself in their hypnotic allure. As the evening wore on, I found my attention drawn back to that empty space time and again, each glance revealing a subtle alteration, a shift in perception that defied logic. Sometimes the void seemed to stretch impossibly deep, a portal to realms unknown, while other times faint motes of light drifted outwards, only to vanish when I tried to focus on their elusive forms. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I sat in contemplation, torn between the comfort of my books and the tantalizing mystery that lay before me. The rain outside had softened to a gentle mist, and the night had deepened its embrace, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility as I straddled the boundary between reality and imagination. With heavy eyelids and a mind adrift in a sea of wonder, I finally decided to retire for the night, a sense of anticipation mingling with a touch of apprehension as I bid farewell to my sanctuary. But as I moved to extinguish the reading lamp, a pause seized me in its grip. There, within the gap between the books, a single page materialized, its ancient parchment glowing softly in the dim light, beckoning me to decipher its cryptic message. Before my eyes could trace the elegant script that adorned the page, the words dissolved into wisps of ephemeral mist, leaving behind only blank, age-worn paper that crumbled into nothingness, a fleeting glimpse of a story untold. Since that night, the missing volume has eluded my search, a ghostly presence that lingers in the spaces between my cherished books, a reminder of mysteries unsolved and tales untold. In the quiet moments when the rain returns and shadows cloak the room in their embrace, I find myself drawn back to that empty space, where whispers of unseen narratives linger like echoes of a forgotten melody. The scent of that strange perfume still drifts through my library on occasion, a haunting reminder of the enigmatic void that defies my attempts at resolution. The gap remains stubbornly empty, rejecting any book I place within its confines, as if waiting for the return of its rightful occupant, a phantom tale that refuses to be contained within the boundaries of my orderly world. Embracing this enduring enigma, I have come to cherish the presence of the unknown in my meticulously curated collection. For perhaps some stories are meant to wander beyond the confines of our understanding, carrying with them the essence of possibility and the allure of uncharted realms. And so, I sit in my library, a silent guardian of forgotten tales, watching the shadows dance and listening for the whispers of mysteries that dwell in the spaces between what we know and what we dare to imagine. Story 15. In the quiet of the night, a blanket of fog enveloped the world outside, turning streetlights into faint, twinkling stars. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I watched idly as shadows swirled and danced across the walls of my study, painted by the flickering flame of a solitary candle on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a comforting scent of history, a scent only found in homes that have stood the test of time. The gentle ticking of the pendulum clock provided a soothing background to my thoughts. Amidst this serene setting, a peculiar sight caught my attention. Among the familiar shadows cast by the candle's light, one moved with a different rhythm, while the others swayed harmoniously with the flame's dance. This particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, exploring the wall's surface with purpose. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of my fatigued mind, a byproduct of my late-night work sessions. But as the shadow persisted in its unusual behavior, curiosity stirred within me. Setting aside my book, I rose from my chair to investigate. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, hesitated before retreating to a corner of the room. I approached the wall, studying the textured surface intently. While the natural irregularities did cast minor shadows, the one that had captivated me appeared denser, more tangible, almost like a substance in itself. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had lingered. The spot felt noticeably colder, chilling my fingertips. In the following days, I observed more peculiarities. The shadow appeared sporadically, always in moments of solitude and dim light. Sometimes it manifested in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, displaying a curious and almost shy demeanor. One evening, as I sat at my desk writing, a subtle presence behind me drew my awareness. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected on the closed door of my study. Unlike before, it remained still, seemingly studying me in return. It was then that a realization dawned upon me. The shadow lacked a source. Unlike conventional shadows that are cast by objects or beings, this shadow existed independently, a mysterious entity unto itself. Engaging in a silent dialogue of gestures and movements, I communicated with the shadow, and it responded in kind, shaping fleeting symbols on the wall. Sometimes these forms hinted at a message, while other times they wove intricate patterns that eluded comprehension. As days turned into nights, the shadow became a familiar presence, a silent companion in the nocturnal hours. During restless moments, I sought its ethereal company, anticipating its unique movements among the ordinary shadows. It became a sentinel of the night, a guardian of mysteries unsolved. Despite my inquiries and consultations with experts, the shadow's origin remained elusive, defying logical explanation. Now, as I sit in my armchair penning these words, the shadow moves gracefully in my peripheral vision. It has integrated into the tapestry of my daily existence, an enigma embraced without full understanding. I ponder if, from its intangible perspective, I too am a puzzle to unravel. The candle on the side table flickers, its light waning, signaling the shadow's imminent retreat into darkness. I await its return, ready for our silent communion to resume when a new light births its presence once more. And so, the enigmatic dance persists, a timeless dialogue between a man and a bodiless shadow. Story 16. The night held a unique essence, a blend of autumn seeping into your very being, whispering of the promise of lengthening nights. Seated in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the gentle touch of the wind outside, its caress on the leaves creating a soothing natural symphony. Amidst the tranquility, a noise stirred from the depths of the basement, a soft rustling akin to old paper whispering secrets. Initially dismissing it as the house settling, I rose from my seat, more intrigued than alarmed. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. The wooden steps murmured under my weight, as if sharing ancient tales. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying hints of damp earth and forgotten stories. In the basement, shadows waltzed with the flickering light bulb, casting a mesmerizing display on the walls. Familiar boxes and shrouded furniture filled the space like slumbering spirits. Yet that night, a subtle shift was palpable. Nestled in the far corner, barely touched by light, stood a door. Simple in its design, crafted from dark wood with no embellishments, it caught my gaze unexpectedly. Despite countless hours spent organizing in the basement, I couldn't recall ever seeing it before. The brass handle gleamed as if newly polished, drawing me closer. The floor seemed to pulse beneath my steps, a living entity of its own. Upon nearing the door, a chill enveloped me, the air around it carrying a frigid breath. My fingertips grazed the weathered wood, sensing its age-old texture. The door seemed to quiver under my touch, almost sentient in its response. The basement's silence deepened, broken only by the echo of my own heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle, its warmth a stark contrast to the surrounding coldness. With a smooth turn, the door swung open soundlessly, revealing a wondrous sight. Not a wall or another room, but a delicate silvery mist swaying gently, as if guided by unseen hands. Emitting a soft, hypnotic glow, the mist beckoned with an alluring familiarity like a fading dream upon waking. A distant melody, ethereal and captivating, drifted from within, accompanied by the sweet scents of spring flowers and fresh tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I beheld the mist's elusive shapes that materialized and dissolved before my eyes. Faces familiar yet distant, landscapes unexplored yet recognizable, flickered like mirages. It felt like peering through a veil separating reality from a realm shrouded in mystery. Stepping back, I closed the door gently, the click of the lock stirring the room from its enchantment. The house's familiar sounds returned, the clock's rhythmic ticking, the wind's gentle whispers, a distant dog's bark. Ascending the stairs slowly, I carried with me the sense of having unearthed something extraordinary. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement, but the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet, on the quietest nights, when the world teeters between wakefulness and slumber, I still sense that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers somewhere, awaiting another seeker. Some doors only yield at specific times, when dimensions intertwine beyond comprehension. Perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved, their allure enduring like fleeting dreams that dissolve into the silver mist of memory. Story 17. The moment of discovery came to me on a tranquil autumn evening. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar shift in the natural light caught my attention. The daylight filtering through the window began to wane in an unfamiliar manner. Raising my gaze, I beheld a sight beyond belief. The sky above my dwelling slowly dimming, while the surrounding landscape basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. A subtle yet undeniable contrast unfolded before my eyes. It seemed as though an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely above the roof of my abode. The air carried hints of earthy dampness and fallen leaves, while a gentle breeze set the lace curtains adorning the windows aflutter. Their delicate rustling wove a hypnotic melody that seemed to harmonize with this enigmatic natural display. In the days that followed, the phenomenon repeated itself without fail. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent towards the horizon, that specific slice of sky above my home would adopt deeper hues compared to the rest of the heavens. It appeared as if a painter had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue upon a square of the firmament, creating a surreal contrast against the brilliant blue expanse surrounding it. I found myself captivated by this spectacle, often seated in the aged velvet armchair by the window. The wooden floor murmured softly under my shifting weight as I tracked the progression of this celestial anomaly. The room's atmosphere would chill, and a delicate film of condensation would veil the window panes, giving rise to abstract patterns that seemed to dance alongside the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a new revelation unfolded before me. Within that shaded expanse, tiny pinpricks of light emerged and vanished in a mesmerizing display, akin to stars that chose to twinkle solely for my eyes. Their movements lacked any discernible pattern, yet held a hypnotic quality, almost melodic in nature. The house's silence served to amplify their presence, while the pendulum clocks ticking in the hallway seemed to harmonize with their dance. As weeks drifted by, I began to discern subtle reactions from the objects within my dwelling to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a gentler, more embracing light. Shadows elongated in peculiar ways, forming shapes reminiscent of ancient symbols. The plants adorning the windowsill flourished with renewed vigor during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from that unique twilight. One evening, as I sat in my study, a fleeting touch grazed my shoulder, akin to a caress borne on the breeze. Startled, I turned, yet found no one in sight. The fragrance of aged books and weathered wood that pervaded the room seemed to intensify, and for a fleeting instant, time itself appeared to halt. The clock's hands continued their march, though their ticking now sounded distant, almost ethereal. I began documenting these occurrences in a journal, meticulously recording every subtle shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with intricate depictions of the evolving light, the dancing shadows, and the air's imperceptible yet tangible vibration. During these moments, my script adopted a more graceful and flowing quality, as if guided by a gentle and enigmatic force. On the stillest of nights, a melody seemed to echo from that darkened patch of sky. It defied verbal description, existing more as a sensation reverberating within me. It felt as though that darkness harbored an ancient symphony, a cosmic lullaby audible solely to my abode. With time, I learned to embrace this mystery rather than fear it. My dwelling had transformed into a conduit between the mundane realm and something grander, something profound. While the world outside continued its daily rhythm, I found myself enveloped in the embrace of these gentle shadows, in a ballet of light and darkness tailored exclusively for me. Night after night, I remained entranced by the sky that dimmed solely above my residence, cognizant that some enigmas need not be unraveled, but rather savored through experience. My abode had blossomed into a sanctuary of marvel, a realm where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the extraordinary, a perpetual waltz of light and shadow, of the known and the unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 18. The autumn mist enveloped the park like a gentle shroud of gray silk, as leaves twirled lazily in the moist evening breeze. I strolled along the gravel path, relishing the aroma of damp earth and the hushed crunch of my own steps. The street lamps cast soft, diffused glows through the fog, barely lighting the way ahead. And there, amidst the mist, I spied a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench. No soul lingered in the park at that late hour, and the coat appeared to have been placed with meticulous precision, as if by purposeful hands. Intrigued, I drew nearer, watching as the woolen fabric absorbed the mist's droplets. It was a garment of elegance, crafted with care, adorned with mother-of-pearl buttons that faintly shimmered in the twilight. The material still held warmth, as if recently shed by its wearer. This detail stirred not fear but curiosity within me. I ventured to explore the pockets, hoping for a clue to the owner's identity, only to find them empty, save for a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed suspended as I examined this relic from the past. The ticket, aged yet immaculate, as if shielded from the passage of years. Seating myself beside the coat, I let my mind drift while the fog thickened around me. A subtle fragrance of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the coat, evoking memories of bygone days, reminiscent of old photographs in monochrome. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM, delicately embroidered inside in golden thread. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, antique music akin to a gramophone's tune, floating like a distant memory on the mist-laden air. Rising from the bench to trace the music's origin, I found it elusive, seeming to emanate from all directions and none at once. Upon returning my gaze to the coat, I noticed a slight shift in its position, as if moved while I was entranced by the music. The fold was no longer pristine, and a button caught the light differently. Yet, I remained certain of my solitude in the park. Time crept by at an eerie pace, the fog enveloping all in its embrace. Shadows cast by the street lamps danced gently on the fallen leaves, while the music waned, growing fainter. Lost in contemplation of JM's identity and the coat's enigmatic presence, I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder, like a whisper of wind. Swiveling around, I found only the mist swirling around me. The coat now appeared older, as if time had accelerated for it alone, weathering the fabric and fading its hue further. Respecting the mystery, I chose to leave the coat undisturbed. As I departed, the music momentarily crescendoed, unveiling the notes of an unfamiliar waltz that stirred a sense of déjà vu. The following morning, driven by curiosity, I returned to the park to find the bench vacant, yet bearing the faint impression of where the coat had rested. Beside it lay a fresh bus ticket, dated the present day. Even now, when I pass by on foggy evenings, I catch a whisper of that distant melody and the hint of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, as the streetlights play with the mist, I almost glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling away in the park, only to see it dissolve into the swirling leaves carried by the evening breeze. Story 19. The night lay hushed, draped in a wispy fog that swirled delicately like a phantom's dance. Nestled in my cherished armchair, the deep burgundy velvet one beside the grand antique mirror, I leaf through a book under the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock echoed through the room, weaving a hypnotic spell, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace cocooned me in its tender embrace. It was amidst this perfect serenity that a peculiar sensation caught my attention. At first, it fluttered on the edge of my awareness, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in one's peripheral vision. Lifting my gaze from the book, I peered at my reflection in the aged mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. As I studied my mirrored self, a subtle chill trickled down my spine. Something felt amiss, imperceptibly askew. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflection's movements, as if it sought to mimic me rather than mirror my actions naturally. I tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue or the playful interplay of shadows cast by the flickering fire. Yet, the longer I gazed, the more unsettling the discrepancy became. When I raised my right hand, the reflection hesitated a fraction of a second before mirroring the motion. A faint smile tugged at my lips, and the reflection's features followed suit with a barely perceptible lag. The crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace now carried an undertone of ominous intent, as though whispering a cryptic message. The air thickened around me, imbued with a subtle tension that urged me to draw breaths at a languid pace. The scent of melting candle wax mingled with an ancient aroma, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories. Rising from the comfort of the armchair, I moved with deliberate slowness, and my reflection mimicked each deliberate step. Yet, its movements flowed unnaturally, as if choreographed rather than spontaneous. The eyes in the reflection seemed to hold depths beyond my own, veiling secrets best left unearthed. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further disquieting nuances. The reflected chamber differed slightly from reality. Books on the shelves stood in a different order, and unfamiliar objects dotted the scene. An aged photograph, depicting a tranquil seascape in my room, morphed into a blurred visage that appeared to watch me from within the reflection. While the pendulum of the clock swung with unwavering cadence, its mirrored counterpart moved sluggishly, as though time itself ebbed at a disparate pace beyond the looking glass. Shadows cast by the flickering fire waltzed upon the walls, shaping forms that hinted at silent watchers. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the icy surface of the mirror, and my reflection mirrored the gesture with an almost beckoning motion. Our fingertips met upon the frigid glass, yet while I perceived the chill of the crystal, the expression on my reflection's face hinted at an entirely different sensation. Stepping back, I watched as the mirrored image hesitated momentarily, as though contemplating whether to shadow my retreat. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly autonomous, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a nearby drawer, I veiled the mirror in a swift motion. A sense of enigmatic amusement flickered across my reflection's visage, a smile alien to my own features. The fabric descended over the reflective surface, concealing that unsettling doppelganger of myself. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror shrouded in mystery. In the quietest hours, whispers of movement seem to emanate from behind the velvet veil, as though a phantom traverses a realm mirroring my own. And in the stillest moments, when the house is enshrouded in profound silence, I ponder whether that reflection lingers still, inhabiting a parallel existence to mine in a realm of silvered glass. The veracity of what I witnessed remains shrouded in uncertainty, whether real or a figment of my imagination. Yet, each time I pass before a looking glass, a flicker of doubt lingers, questioning if the reflection staring back truly mirrors me, or if it is an entity that has mastered the art of imitation to such perfection that reality blurs with reflection. Story 20. The November breeze danced with the dry leaves along the driveway as my eyes fixated on the shadow of the forsaken mansion looming against the dreary sky. It was known as the never-inhabited house, a name shrouded in mystery, for in truth, it had sheltered a resident long ago, though their identity had faded into obscurity. Drawing nearer to the weathered gate, the touch of the cold wrought iron sent a shiver through me. The air carried a scent of moss and damp stone, enveloping me in a cloak of ancient whispers. The garden, overrun by unruly brambles and nettles, crawled up the weathered walls, yet beneath the veil of neglect, the mansion exuded a wistful charm. As a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I treaded the unkempt garden, discovering faint trails amidst the overgrowth, hinting at recent visitors. But who could it be? The neighbors had sworn that no soul dared cross the threshold. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing an interior bathed in a bluish haze filtering through the sealed shutters. The atmosphere was thick with dust and the essence of aged wood, every step on the creaking floor echoing through the stillness. The main salon harbored furniture veiled under yellowed sheets, casting eerie silhouettes in the dim light. Massive mirrors adorned the walls, their clouded glass conjuring illusions of movement in the spectral chamber. Ascending the staircase, my hand trailed along the polished wooden rail, worn smooth by the touch of generations. Along the upper corridor stood a procession of closed doors, each unveiling empty rooms save for a few shrouded remnants. It was in the final chamber that a peculiar sensation gripped me. A bedroom, likely belonging to a woman, bore a thin film of dust disrupted as if by recent intrusion. A silver brush rested on the dresser beside dark, unblemished strands of hair untouched by time. The bed, impeccably made, held a faint indentation, as though a phantom visitor had lingered there. Just as I prepared to depart, a flicker in the mirror caught my eye, a fleeting image of a feminine figure seated on the bed. Whirling around, the room stood empty, yet the spectral presence lingered. Swiftly descending the stairs, I hastened through the salon, the shifting afternoon light casting deeper shadows. The mirrors seemed to follow my every move as I made for the exit. And then, a soft, haunting hum drifted down from above, an ancient melody laced with melancholy. Pausing with my hand on the door, I strained to discern the source, a mere echo of wind through the shutters, or perhaps a trick of the mind. Exiting, I closed the door behind me, the garden now hushed in stillness, the wind a mere whisper. Glancing back as I passed through the gate, a ghostly movement behind an upstairs window caught my eye, a fleeting glow vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. In the ensuing days, I meticulously crafted my report on the property, detailing its state, required renovations, and potential value. Omitting the hair on the dresser and the ethereal melody, I penned a cryptic note. The property possesses a unique allure that may captivate a discerning buyer. The mansion lingered on the market, a silent sentinel of forgotten tales. Occasionally I'd pause by the rusty gate, my gaze drawn to the mansion's weathered facade, and each time a spectral figure would flit between the upper chambers, as though awaiting a long-lost companion, or perhaps as though she had never departed. Could it be that the secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its abandonment, but in the timeless presence of a solitary spirit, forever bound to its halls? Story 21. The autumn wind whispered gently through the rustling leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. The GPS had long given up on me, but I felt no sense of alarm. This familiar landscape held secrets I had yet to uncover. The dirt road snaked its way through rolling hills adorned with dormant vineyards, a tranquil backdrop to my solitary journey. A cool breeze swept in through the cracked window, carrying the earthy fragrance of the season's decay. In that suspended moment, time seemed to stretch, allowing me to savor each passing breath. Following a weathered wooden sign, I turned right, only to realize a peculiar anomaly. This road existed beyond the boundaries of my mental map. Pausing to recalibrate my bearings, I watched as elongated shadows danced among the trees, weaving a tapestry of mystery in the fading light. Beneath my tires, the road unfurled flawlessly, a pristine ribbon of asphalt unfurling into the misty dusk. Floating leaves pirouetted lazily in the tranquil air, as if the very essence of time had slowed in this enchanted place. Proceeding cautiously, my curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar surroundings, I observed the ancient, gnarled trees lining the path, their twisted branches forming a canopy overhead. As twilight deepened, distant lights flickered like misplaced stars, flitting between the looming trunks in a mesmerizing ballet. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the soft hum of my engine and the whisper of leaves stirred by unseen hands. The road itself seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, its edges blurring into a dreamlike haze, reality melting into a soft-focus painting. A glint of metal caught my eye, leading me to an ornate brass mailbox standing sentinel by the wayside, its polished surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Without a name or address, only a compass rose etched into its frame. It exuded a peculiar warmth beneath my fingertips, defying the cool evening air. Further along, luminescent milestones cast a faint glow, their inner light pulsing with an otherworldly energy. Above me, the sky swirled in an indescribable hue, a color born of this forgotten realm alone. Stars winked into existence, foreign constellations painting the heavens with an alien beauty. Time blurred as I ascended a crest, emerging into a circular clearing paved with ancient stones, where a vintage lamppost bathed the scene in a soft, welcoming glow. Stepping out into the hushed air, I beheld a city's distant lights, distant and disconnected from this tranquil enclave. The road behind me had metamorphosed into a centuries-old path, worn smooth by the passage of time. Yet mere moments ago, it had been a modern thoroughfare. Consulting my map beneath the lamppost's radiance, I confirmed my suspicions. This road was a phantom, existing solely in the realm of dreams. A sudden gust of wind breathed life into the map, golden lines materializing and tracing a path that shimmered briefly before fading into obscurity. Blinking in disbelief, I lingered in that surreal oasis, absorbing its profound serenity. Reluctantly, I resumed my journey, only to find the lamppost extinguished, the road ahead cloaked in darkness. Instinct guided me homeward, the invisible path illuminated by an inner compass. Glancing back, I glimpsed the lamppost rekindled, its glow diminishing as I distanced myself. A trail of golden light flickered in my wake, a spectral breadcrumb trail marking a road that defied conventional cartography. In the days that followed, I retraced my steps in search of that elusive road, venturing through the countryside in vain pursuit. The solitary lamppost, the glowing stones, all remnants of a fleeting reverie, vanished without a trace. Only a faint, golden imprint on my weathered map bore witness to my enigmatic voyage, a cryptic reminder of a hidden world awaiting rediscovery. Story 22. That evening, a hush descended as snowflakes drifted down from the night sky, adorning the world in a glistening cloak under the soft glow of street lamps. As a night watchman, I roamed the quiet halls of the old museum, embracing the solitude that enveloped me. The ancient wooden floors whispered beneath my feet, harmonizing with the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I marveled at the ballet of snowflakes pirouetting through the air before alighting on the earth below. Amidst this ethereal scene, a peculiar sight captured my attention in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure moved among the skeletal trees, yet it wasn't the presence of the mysterious entity that intrigued me. It was the absence of any trace left upon the fresh snow in its wake. Instinctively, I made my way to the control room to scrutinize the security cameras, their bluish light casting an otherworldly glow across the walls. With a keen eye, I scanned the monitors until I spotted the enigmatic figure on one of the screens displaying the courtyard, its image distorted as if veiled by an unseen force. Driven by curiosity, I ventured downstairs, the silence of the museum deepening as I descended. Each footfall reverberated through the empty corridors, mingling with the energy that often presages the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, the snow fell relentlessly, a serene backdrop to the unfolding mystery. And there, amidst the snowdrifts, the figure materialized once more, an enigmatic silhouette cloaked in darkness, moving with an eerie grace that defied natural laws. With trembling hands, I retrieved my flashlight and aimed its beam towards the figure, only to witness its ethereal form seeming to absorb the light, casting peculiar reflections upon the snow. The figure, its face a blur of nebulous essence, turned towards me, prompting a primal instinct to stir within me. As it glided closer, the air chilled around me, my breath materializing in wisps before me. A frigid frost crept along the glass of the door, a testament to the unnatural cold that accompanied the figure's presence. As the figure halted mere steps away, a palpable sense of familiarity washed over me, though rationality insisted we were strangers. With a gesture that felt more like a greeting than a threat, the figure extended a hand towards the glass, tracing intricate patterns in the frost as though inscribing a message in a forgotten tongue. Attempting to decipher the cryptic symbols, a distant chiming of bells momentarily diverted my attention. And in that brief interlude, the figure vanished, leaving behind only undisturbed snow in the courtyard and melting frost on the glass. In the days that ensued, I revisited the security footage tirelessly, seeking traces of the enigmatic figure in vain. Yet on nights blanketed by snow, when silence draped the museum in a comforting stillness, I found myself drawn to the glass door, yearning for another glimpse of the mysterious being that defied explanation. Sometimes, in the perfect interplay of light and falling snow, I fancied I glimpsed a shapeless form flitting among the flakes, a silent messenger from realms beyond our comprehension, a reminder of the unseen mysteries that dwell amidst the pristine snowfall. Story 23. The rain poured endlessly, crafting a mesmerizing melody that serenaded my journey back home. Each raindrop pirouetted on every surface, mirroring the warm glow of the street lamps that painted the slick road like gentle strokes on a dark masterpiece. The air held a chill, saturated with the earthy perfume of rain-kissed soil seeping in through the cracked window. I traversed the deserted parking lot, a normally mundane space that on this evening crackled with an enigmatic aura. Wisps of mist twirled up from the ground, enveloping the parked cars in a hushed, tender embrace. Pausing momentarily before entering my car, I observed the dancing reflections of light on the puddles, their flickers like fleeting whispers. In that moment, a presence brushed against me, not menacing, but unquestionably out of the ordinary. A vague silhouette lingered a few strides away, barely discernible through the mist's veil. Its features remained shrouded, yet its profound stillness captivated me. I stood transfixed, my breath caught in a silent gasp, while the figure seemed to slowly dissolve, melding into the damp night until it melded seamlessly with the shadows. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as though I bore witness to an ineffable spectacle. Inside my car, I ignited the engine and drove home leisurely. The sensation of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an ethereal presence beyond comprehension, but oddly familiar. The rain persisted, its melody wrapping around me like a timeless lullaby. In the ensuing days, whenever the rain descended, I found myself scanning the night for elusive shapes. Not from dread, but in anticipation of reliving that sense of marvel, that peace that felt like a whisper from another realm. Even within my abode, typically a haven of familiarity, an air of mystery subtly cloaked every corner. Each creak of the floorboards, every gentle breeze that stirred the curtains, seemed to divulge a hidden tale. One dusk, as rain drummed against the window panes, I opted to leave a lamp illuminated in the living room. The dancing flame cast playful shadows on the walls, conjuring a silent ballet of silhouettes that waltzed to the wind's tune. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea cradled in my palms, I observed the movements with a tranquil inquisitiveness. It felt as though I awaited something indefinable, though its nature eluded me. Then, a detail caught my eye, one I'd never before noticed. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie light, as though emanating from an unseen wellspring. Intrigued, I drew nearer and peered into my reflection. Yet it wasn't solely my visage that gazed back at me. Lurking behind me, barely perceptible, a figure materialized from the shadows, hazy like the one in the parking lot. No fear seized me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. I turned slowly, but found nothing but the rain's patter and the faint creak of the timber. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the occurrence. Perhaps a play of light, a mirage birthed by the rain and the capering shadows. Yet deep down, I sensed a deeper truth. Not menacing, not foreboding, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain cascades heavily and the night's hush blankets all, I find myself seeking traces of that presence. I decelerate when I pass by vacant parking lots, observing the gaps between the lampposts where darkness seems to pulse. I've not sighted that figure again unequivocally, but at times, when conditions align perfectly and the silence deepens, I feel a whisper of something stirring. It lacks fear, rather a peculiar solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself or a memory unwilling to fade. And so as the rain drizzles ceaselessly and the world dissolves into a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, aware that certain enigmas need not be untangled, only experienced. Story 24. The gentle night wind whispered secrets of the earth and blooming flowers. Nestled in my cozy armchair, I tuned in to the ancient house's soft breath. The wooden frames murmured faintly, as if harboring age-old tales within their grain. Amidst the serene hush, a mysterious rhythm caught my attention. It echoed from the upstairs corridor, a steady beat like a door knocker swaying in the breeze, yet strangely musical, almost hypnotic. The warm glow of my reading lamp painted playful shadows on the wallpaper, animating them with a life of their own. Setting aside my book, I surrendered to the enchanting sound. Rather than irksome, it held a melodic quality in its unwavering cadence. Rising cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the plush Persian rug, I followed the sound up the creaking stairs, each step a whispered response from the house itself. The rhythmic pulsing persisted, guiding me through the dimly lit hall where moonbeams danced through tall windows. Upstairs, the air carried a faint fragrance of antiquity, a blend of old wood and beeswax. Tracing the sound, I found myself at the closed door of the ancient library. The brass knocker, seemingly alive, continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy wood. No wind stirred the sealed windows, yet the knocker moved with eerie persistence, as if an unseen force orchestrated its gentle taps. Mesmerized, I approached, drawn into the hypnotic rhythm. The sound grew clearer, revealing subtle nuances in its pattern, akin to an enigmatic melody beyond my grasp. Tentatively, I reached for the cold brass handle, its surface worn smooth by countless hands over time. Despite the unlocked door, an unseen resistance halted my attempt to enter. It felt as though something on the other side gently impeded my progress. The knocker, undeterred by my presence, continued its ancient dance, a silent performer in a timeless ritual. Sinking to the floor, I leaned against the wall beside the door, surrendering to the mesmerizing beat. Lost in the wordless tale woven by the pulsating rhythm, my thoughts drifted through misty visions of forgotten tomes and ancient lore. The sound melded with my breath, my heartbeat harmonizing with the nocturnal symphony. When I blinked open my eyes, the hallway bathed in the delicate hues of dawn. The knocker lay still, silent as if the night's reverie had never transpired. Slowly rising, my limbs tingling from the hours spent on the floor, I approached the door once more. This time it yielded without resistance. Inside the library, untouched since the day before, every book stood in its rightful place, dust suspended in the morning light. Yet on the antique desk, bathed in the sun's first rays, lay an open book I did not recall leaving there. Its pages pristine and awaiting a tale untold, the book beckoned as if eager for someone to inscribe its blank canvas. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained still. Yet on quiet evenings, a faint echo of that mysterious rhythm lingers in the air, a haunting reminder of a forgotten melody the house yearns to recall. Story 25. The mist clung to my ankles as I wandered the tangled path behind my grandmother's home. Despite the early hour, darkness clung to this place, defying the usual rhythms of daybreak. The air was heavy with moisture, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and something more, a mysterious essence that eluded my grasp. It had been a mere fortnight since I inherited this estate, and while the house held a familiar warmth, the enigmatic garden at its rear beckoned to me from the outset. Stretching behind the Victorian manor, it was encased by ancient stone walls draped in ivy, so dark it seemed to drink in the light. What struck me most was the way the towering trees encircling the garden leaned inward, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even the brightest sun struggled to penetrate its depths. This garden had been my grandmother's domain for over 6 decades, yet in all my childhood visits, I had never seen her tend to it. I couldn't recall ever witnessing her step foot within its confines. Once I inquired about it, and she simply smiled and uttered, "Some places prefer to care for themselves, my dear." As a child, I brushed off her words as the whimsical notions of an elderly woman. But now, as I traversed the perpetual twilight of this realm, her words carried a gravity I had not comprehended before. My footsteps made no sound on the damp earth, as if the ground itself swallowed all noise. The flora here grew unlike any I had encountered elsewhere. Pale roses, almost ghostly in their appearance, bloomed devoid of any hint of color, their petals seeming to emit a soft glow in the dimness. Ferns cascaded in intricate spirals, their fronds extending like delicate tendrils whenever I drew near. Yet, most mesmerizing were the mushrooms that formed perfect rings throughout the garden, their caps a peculiar hue of blue-gray that pulsed with a gentle luminescence. Delving deeper into the garden, I noticed a peculiar behavior among the plant life. Every flower, leaf, and blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to slowly pivot towards me after I passed by. It wasn't the wind causing this. There was no breeze in this sheltered enclave. The motion felt deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, dry for ages yet untouched by moss or vine. Its basin bore inscriptions I couldn't decipher, curves and lines that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. As I traced one with my finger, the stone emitted a faint warmth despite the cool air. A subtle vibration hummed through my fingertip, and for a fleeting moment, I fancied I heard a distant melody. It was then that I noticed the butterflies. Not the vibrant, commonplace kind found in ordinary gardens, but pure white beings with wings that appeared partially transparent, akin to snowflakes caught in morning light. They flitted amidst the pale blooms, leaving trails of glistening silver dust in their wake. The dust hung in the air, forming patterns reminiscent of constellations. As I observed, transfixed, I realized that the patterns were not random. They were crafting something akin to a script I almost recognized, like words glimpsed in a dream only to fade upon waking. The temperature plummeted, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. It was then that I realized my watch had ceased ticking, though I couldn't pinpoint when it had stopped. The light remained constant, it never altered within this garden, yet an unspoken sense told me that I had been ensconced here for hours. Time flowed differently in this place, akin to honey, viscous and unhurried. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study posthumously, a solitary entry spoke of the garden. It existed long before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not possess it, it possesses us. Some gardens nurture flowers. This one nurtures secrets. Standing there, witnessing the ethereal ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, I grasped the revelation. Other details came to my notice. The absence of birds overhead, the shadows that moved independently of any visible light source, the flowers that bloomed and withered within moments only to bloom anew. The garden pulsed with life in a way that defied natural laws, abiding by its own cryptic rules. As twilight approached, though how I discerned this in the perpetual light I couldn't fathom, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints remained imprinted in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none existed before, their petals clenched tight around enigmas they were not yet ready to reveal. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast one final glance backward. There, by the fountain's side, I glimpsed a figure that might have been my grandmother, tending to plants that defied conventional growth. Yet in the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving behind only the mist, the pallid blooms, and the eternal twilight that seemed to murmur, "You are home." That night, as I readied for slumber, I espied a lone white butterfly perched on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my wall. I drifted into sleep, pondering if the garden had chosen me, as it had chosen my grandmother decades ago. In my dreams, I heard the fountain's elusive melody and comprehended why certain places need not bask in the sun. They possess their own luminescence, born of secrets older than time itself. Story 26. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its resonant tones enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Instead of the expected single chime, the clock's melody drifted on, merging seamlessly into a perpetual symphony that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of the lamp cascaded over my antique desk, casting shadows that danced with the rising steam from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift lingered in the air this night, not menacing, but a delicate alteration, like a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside pressed against the window panes, thicker and more opaque than usual, as if it harbored a secret desire to seep through the glass. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the floorboards murmuring beneath my wool-socked steps. As I neared the window, my reflection gazed back at me, yet there was a peculiar delay in its movements, trailing slightly behind my own actions. Time itself seemed to waver, struggling to maintain its steady pace. A fragrance, sweet and intoxicating, wafted through the room. The scent of night-blooming jasmine, a scent unfamiliar to my home. It held a nostalgic allure, teasing at memories of long-forgotten summer evenings from childhood. The clock's chimes continued, each toll elongated like honey dripping from a spoon, resonating in the stillness of the night. Returning to my desk, I intended to record these peculiar events, but the words in my journal had transformed. Ink flowed across the pages in intricate patterns, weaving sentences of a future I had not yet lived. The room's temperature ebbed and flowed with my breath, a gentle undulation that embraced me in a soothing rhythm. The shadows in the room pulsed in harmony with my heartbeat, a hypnotic sway that lulled me into a tranquil state. My teacup, when touched, offered a curious sensation. Simultaneously warm and cool, its liquid shimmering with reflections of starlit skies. Each sip I took seemed to replenish the cup, defying the laws of consumption. The gentle tick-tock of my wristwatch merged with the grandfather clock's timeless chimes, creating a melody that cradled me in its embrace. I noticed the hands on my watch moving in opposite directions, an anomaly that felt strangely natural, revealing the depths of time's intricacies. Words materialized on the journal's pages, unbidden. Time is not a river, but an ocean. Reading those words, a profound realization washed over me. This night was not infinite because it would never conclude, but because it existed in every moment simultaneously, encompassing past, present, and future in a single breath. The darkness beyond the windows transformed into a serene expanse, beckoning with a gentle allure, a peaceful void that held untold possibilities. Other versions of my study flickered in and out of view, glimpses of alternate realities existing in parallel within the endless night. My reflection in the window moved independently, a silent companion navigating different paths within this timeless realm. In a silent acknowledgement, we shared the space, travelers traversing through the infinite possibilities of this singular night. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The clock's chimes stretched further apart, each toll a universe unto itself, brimming with experiences and revelations. The night cocooned me in its embrace, each moment a perfect gem of existence. I grasped the essence of this eternal night, not a cessation of time, but an expansion of its essence. Always and forever, I reside in this study, witnessing the dance of darkness, attuned to the eternal song of the clock, embracing the present moment that encompasses all moments. Here I remain, in the everlasting night, penning words that have forever existed, savoring tea that never cools, and beholding time's grand unveiling as a waltz of the eternal now. The darkness pulses with infinite potential outside, the clock's chimes echo through the expanse, and I dwell in this timeless moment, serene within the endless night. Story 27. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft gray embrace, casting a mysterious veil over the city's familiar corners. It was one of those nights when time seemed to stretch endlessly, and I found myself driving home through the quiet streets after a long day at work. As I navigated the misty roads, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A pair of headlights glimmering in the fog, trailing behind me with unwavering persistence. There was something uncanny about the way that car mirrored my every move, as if it were a silent companion on a journey known only to us. The hushed hum of its engine echoed like a soothing lullaby, matching the cadence of my own restless thoughts. Whether I slowed down or sped up, The car behind me mirrored my pace with eerie precision, never faltering, never drawing too near. Through the haze, I glimpsed the silhouette of the vehicle, a shadowy presence that seemed to watch me with unblinking eyes. The quiet residential neighborhood slipped by, shrouded in a tranquil stillness that only amplified the sense of unease gnawing at me. Curiosity mingled with apprehension as I made a spontaneous decision to deviate from my usual route, testing the car's unwavering loyalty. To my surprise, the mysterious vehicle followed suit, tracing my path like a phantom in the night. The gentle patter of rain on the windshield added a hypnotic rhythm to our nocturnal dance, a surreal backdrop to the surreal encounter unfolding before me. Each turn I took was matched by the car behind me, a silent partner in a macabre waltz through the slumbering streets. At a red light, a flicker of movement caught my eye through the misted glass. A figure seated in the driver's seat of the pursuing car, unmoving and inscrutable. A shiver ran down my spine, but curiosity outweighed fear as I continued to lead the silent procession through the deserted neighborhood. When I finally arrived home, the car lingered at a distance, a silent sentinel in the night. As the rain whispered its gentle melody on the roof of my car, I watched in silence as the headlights of my mysterious follower blinked out, leaving behind a lingering darkness in their wake. With a cautious resolve, I stepped out into the rain-soaked night, searching for any sign of the enigmatic car that had trailed me through the mist. But the street lay empty, devoid of any trace of the elusive vehicle. Since that enigmatic night, a lingering unease haunts my nighttime drives, a phantom memory that lingers in the corners of my mind. On fog-laden evenings, I find myself stealing glances at the rearview mirror, half expecting to catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance, a silent reminder of a dance unfinished. I wonder if that elusive car still prowls the night streets, seeking out another unwitting partner, or if it waits patiently for the right moment to reappear and resume our nocturnal waltz through the city's shadowed alleyways. Story 28. The sound of raindrops dancing on the roof tiles lulled me into a peaceful state as I readied myself for the night ahead. Each droplet traced a path down the window, casting playful shadows in the corners of my study. The remnants of a fire from the night before lingered in the air, a subtle reminder of warmth and comfort. The gentle glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room, creating a serene atmosphere that seemed to invite tranquility. In the midst of this perfect stillness, a sound pierced the air. It was the unmistakable ringing of a phone, a sound that should have been impossible since the old rotary phone on the shelf had been disconnected for years. Yet, there it was, clear and resonant, drawing me away from my reading. Rising from my chair, I placed the book aside and made my way towards the source of the sound. The Persian rug absorbed the sound of my footsteps as I approached the antique black phone, a relic passed down from my grandmother. Its surface gleamed faintly in the dim light, a stark contrast to the modern world around it. Just as I reached out to touch it, the ringing ceased, leaving behind a haunting silence. The receiver felt cold in my hand, the scent of aged Bakelite triggering memories of a bygone era. I brushed off the strange occurrence as fatigue-induced hallucination and turned away. Yet, the phone rang once more, this time with a sense of urgency that demanded attention. I hesitated, unsure of what to make of this inexplicable phenomenon. With each ring, the receiver seemed to vibrate subtly, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. Counting the rings, I felt a strange compulsion to answer. And on the fifth ring, almost involuntarily, I lifted the receiver. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the steady rhythm of the rain outside. Holding the receiver to my ear, I was met with a void, an absence of sound that sent shivers down my spine. And then, a breath, slow and steady, reached me from the other end of the line, a haunting echo of familiarity. As I listened, memories long forgotten stirred within me, The breath carried a weight of melancholy, yet also a sense of peace that defied explanation. "Hello?" I whispered into the emptiness, the sound barely audible over the rain. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, waiting for a response. Then it transformed into a deep sigh, laden with emotion that tugged at my heartstrings. I stood transfixed, the cold bakelite pressed against my skin, as the breath seemed to sync with the rain's cadence. There was no fear, only a profound sense of connection and nostalgia. It was a moment suspended in time, where words were unnecessary and emotion spoke volumes. The breathing continued, each pause pregnant with unspoken meaning, enveloping me in a cocoon of familiarity. When I finally opened my eyes, the room had shifted. The lamp's light was softer, more comforting, and the air carried a hint of lavender, my grandmother's favorite scent. Slowly, reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, but its presence lingered, a silent messenger of a message delivered. Settling back into the armchair, I gazed at the phone in the soft glow of the lamp. The rain outside continued its gentle serenade, weaving a tapestry of memories and reflections. Since that night, the phone has remained silent, yet on rainy evenings, when the world grows hushed, I sense a distant breath, a familiar sigh that transcends time. In those moments, a smile tugs at my lips, a silent acknowledgement of the enduring bonds that defy the constraints of technology. For some connections, I have learned, cannot be severed by simply unplugging a wire from the wall. Story 29. The winter dusk cast a gentle purple glow over my bedroom walls, as the soft patter of rain against the windows created a soothing lullaby. The flickering candle on my antique vanity, a precious heirloom from my grandmother, cast intricate shadows that seemed to dance across the mirror's surface. The warm fragrance of burning firewood mixed with the sweet scent of melting wax, enveloping the room in a cocoon of comfort and tranquility. In that tranquil moment of solitude, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. As I tidied my hair in front of the mirror, a fleeting image of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, like a ghostly specter moving through the air. Startled, I turned around swiftly, but the room remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I dismissed the apparition as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. Whether it was the polished sheen of a freshly cleaned table, the evening glow captured in the window pane, or even the tiny mirror in my car, they all seemed to hold glimpses of that enigmatic presence. It felt as though a parallel realm existed within these reflections, where a silent observer watched me with gentle curiosity. This ethereal figure, devoid of distinct features, exuded a soft, silvery radiance that hinted at a tranquil presence. Sometimes a faint smile seemed to play upon its formless visage, while other times subtle gestures suggested a desire to communicate. Rather than fear, I felt a profound sense of familiarity, as if this entity had always been a part of my existence, patiently waiting to be acknowledged. One serene evening, while absorbed in a book within my favorite armchair, the figure in the window's reflection appeared with heightened clarity. Unlike before, it did not vanish upon direct scrutiny, but lingered, almost beckoning. In the hushed stillness of the room, a phantom rustle, akin to silk billowing in a breeze, tickled my senses, though no wind disturbed the air. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, mirroring the figure's movement from the other side of the glass. For the first time, I discerned subtle details, the figure adorned in flowing, ethereal garb, moving with a grace that seemed to defy gravity. As it extended a hand towards me, almost instinctively, I reciprocated the gesture. In that shared moment, a profound realization washed over me. Each appearance of the figure brought forth a profound tranquility, softening the edges of reality. Sounds dulled, colors muted, and time itself seemed to elongate, as if bridging the realms of wakefulness and reverie. Seeking out reflections became a meditative pursuit, no longer driven by fear or curiosity, but a quest for that elusive serenity the figure embodied. It manifested most frequently in moments of inner stillness, when worries and distractions faded into the background. It was as though the presence possessed an intuitive awareness of when its calming influence was needed most. With time, the figure within the reflections transformed into a silent companion, a beacon of peace in the ebb and flow of daily life. I refrained from delving into its true nature or purpose, understanding that some enigmas are best left unsolved. The allure of the unknown often holds more value than concrete explanations. Even now, as the sun dips below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the room, I pause to observe the play of light. In those quiet interludes when the world holds its breath, I can still perceive it, a luminous presence gliding among the reflections, carrying with it a profound calmness and a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be embraced, not unraveled. Story 30. Night had draped the ancient countryside abode in a shroud of profound calmness. Seated in my cherished armchair beside the hearth, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a cocoon, while beyond, the autumn breeze tenderly caressed the leaves of the trees. In that fleeting moment of utter serenity, a peculiar sound caught my attention. A crystalline, childlike giggle drifting from the upper story of the house. A laugh akin to silver bells. Intrigued, I paused to listen, allowing the sound to intertwine with the crackling of the fire. It bore no threat. Instead, it exuded joy, almost melodic. Yet, I had dwelled alone in this dwelling for over 2 decades, never playing host to children. Curiosity seeped into me like a tranquil stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overpowered me. With measured movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the moment my feet met the time-worn Persian rug. The floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The glow of the candles flickering in the living room cast a welcoming ambiance, projecting my silhouette on the walls in a silent dance. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler with each step. Not a biting chill, but a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. The giggle echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed imperceptibly, moved by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light distinct from any other illumination in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor artificial lamps. It was a different glow, pulsating softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the aged wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that peculiar luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, reassuring shapes, akin to clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a defined figure, but a play of light and shadows resembling a child. The giggle echoed once more, now emanating clearly from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of wonder. The light child toyed with the beams it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls, as if crafting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature oscillated gently between cool and warm, like waves lapping at the shore. As I approached, I recognized a familiarity in the figure. In its fluid movements, I discerned echoes of the gestures I made as a child, playing alone in my room. A realization washed over me, sweet as a forgotten memory. That crystalline, pure laugh belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to stretch as I beheld that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, punctuated by that melodious laugh that now echoed like a whisper from the past. I refrained from speaking or engaging, fearing to disrupt the spell of peace and nostalgia. Slowly, the silvery light waned, akin to the sun setting on a winter eve. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow lingered. The last laugh I heard was a tender murmur, a soft farewell before dissipating entirely into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enfolded in a serene silence. The draped furniture stilled, and the air resumed its normal temperature. Yet, something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty recollections, now harbored a precious secret. Returning to my armchair by the hearth, the fire smoldering gently, I realized I would never truly unravel the events of that night. Was it a dream? A memory? Or perchance something deeper, a message from the past embodied in a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I pass by the guest room, I pause to listen. Sometimes, on the stillest of nights, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline giggle, akin to a tender lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allow the mystery to endure, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. Story 31. In the deep embrace of night, the old house was veiled in a serene quietude, save for the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of fragrant tea, my gaze drifted absently to the painting hanging opposite me. A legacy from my grandmother, it depicted a tranquil woodland scene bathed in sunset hues. Though not a prized possession, its somber beauty never failed to stir a melancholic calm within me. As the golden light of the lamp cast playful shadows, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The painting appeared askew, a subtle tilt to the right, though I was certain it had always hung straight. Setting down my cup, I rose, the floorboards murmuring beneath my steps as I approached the wall. With gentle hands, I righted the painting, feeling the weathered texture of the antique frame under my fingertips. Resuming my seat, I delved back into my book, the warmth of the tea and the soothing rain outside coaxing me towards a tranquil slumber. Only upon glancing up did I notice the painting now tilted to the left. A shiver danced down my spine, rationalizing it as fatigue or a trick of light. Rising once more, I scrutinized the painting, unveiling a sight unseen before. The colors of sunset seemed to pulse with vitality, the tree shadows elongated, and an inexplicable warmth emanated from the canvas. Tentatively, I reached out, tracing the painted surface with trembling fingers, noting the subtle alteration in how the light caressed the paint. In the days that followed, my attention was drawn to the painting's subtle metamorphosis. Each time I entered the room, it stood at a different angle, its details in a perpetual state of flux. The trees thickened, the sky's clouds shifted shape, and an unnoticed path emerged, disappearing as swiftly as it appeared. Documenting these changes through meticulous photographs, I observed the minuscule but undeniable alterations within the painted realm. Time within the canvas seemed to move at its own pace, a rhythm distinct from our own. One serene evening, ensconced in my armchair, a movement at the periphery of my vision drew my gaze. The painting swayed imperceptibly, as if guided by an unseen hand. Curiosity mingled with a surreal tranquility as I approached, the canvas seeming to hum beneath my touch. In the reflection of the protective glass, a fleeting image materialized, a ghostly semblance of my grandmother, her smile a wistful echo of memory, deftly writing the painting. Since that moment, I've embraced these metamorphoses as the house's enchantment. Each night, I devote a few moments to the painting, unraveling its hidden enigmas. Perhaps it is my grandmother's silent message, a reminder of her watchful presence through this living canvas. Sharing this tale with none, I hold the sweet mystery close. The painting now shifts less frequently, as if striking a delicate balance between revelation and secrecy. And so, every evening finds me ensconced in my armchair, tea in hand, the rain's lullaby serenading a silent communion between myself and the painting that breathes its own quiet life. Story 32. The ocean that night lay tranquil, an unusual calmness blanketing its surface. Wrapped snugly in a wool blanket, I perched on the porch of my wooden abode, captivated by the soft symphony of waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a silver sheen upon the water, crafting a shimmering path that beckoned me to follow it into the unknown expanse. In that moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. A green luminescence, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the waves not far from the coastline. Rising slowly from my weathered rocking chair, I heard it emit a faint creak in protest. The salty breeze tenderly brushed against my face as I descended the aged steps. Despite the lateness of the hour, the sand beneath my bare feet retained a comforting warmth. Drawing nearer to the water's edge, where the gentle tide whispered against the earth, the green glow grew more defined. An antique glass bottle of elegant, elongated form, cradling a yellowed piece of parchment within. Retrieving the bottle delicately, its unexpected weight and salt-encrusted patina lending it an air of mystery. Moonlight filtered through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections upon its surface. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax, bore the cracks of time but remained intact. Peering closer, I noted the glass's subtle opaqueness, as if it held within it tiny crystals that sparkled like miniature stars trapped in a celestial cage. Returning to the shelter of the porch, the soft glow of the oil lamp illuminated my discovery. Placing the bottle upon the worn wooden table, I settled into my cherished armchair. The ocean's song now seemed to grow more pronounced, as if it harbored a message meant solely for me. With deliberate movements, I began to unravel the ancient sealing wax. The seal crumbled beneath my touch like ancient ash, unveiling a remarkably preserved cork stopper. Removing it carefully, a curious fragrance wafted through the air, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an indefinable essence. Within, a paper scroll lay intricately tied with a faded blue silk ribbon. Fingers trembling slightly, I undid the knot. Despite its apparent age, the paper proved resilient to the touch. Unfurling it, the sepia-toned ink rendered parts of the text nearly illegible. The words danced upon the page, seemingly inscribed in a language known to me, yet just beyond my grasp. The script, elegant yet distorted in places, hinted at a sense of urgency in its creation. As my eyes adjusted to the faded text, fragments of phrases emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Amidst the lines, depictions of unfamiliar constellations and lunar phases intertwined with the script. Yet it was a drawing at the page's bottom that held me spellbound. A flawless spiral seemingly in perpetual motion, an illusion that captivated my gaze. As I delved into the message, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows upon the porch that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the waves. The ocean's melody shifted, no longer a gentle lapping, but a rhythmic whisper akin to a forgotten chant. The air thickened around me, time itself appearing to slow to a languid pace. The final paragraphs of the message shone clearest, as though the ink had found a sanctuary within that spot. They spoke of a realm where the boundary between dream and reality blurred like gossamer, where time cascaded fluidly as water through cupped hands. A chilling realization gripped me as the message concluded with a phrase that seized my breath. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look upon the sea tonight. It has transformed beyond recognition. Raising my gaze from the parchment, the moon loomed larger in the sky, its reflection upon the water assuming a geometric form, foreign yet mesmerizing. The bottle on the table exuded the same ethereal green light that had ensnared my attention, pulsing rhythmically, akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Gently rewrapping the message, I returned it to the bottle, abstaining from resealing it with the cork. Casting my gaze toward the horizon, I pondered whether others before me had chanced upon similar enigmatic bottles, whether they too had felt the silent allure of the sea. The night drifted on serenely, yet an indefinable shift had occurred. Perhaps it was the manner in which the stars mirrored upon the water's surface, or perchance it was I who now beheld the world through an altered lens. Remaining upon the porch until the break of dawn, I listened to the ocean's whispered confidences, its ancient secrets lulling me into a tranquil embrace. The bottle lingered upon the table, its emerald luminescence waning with the arrival of daylight. Uncertain if I would ever unravel the full extent of that cryptic missive, I sensed a transformation within me that night. On occasions of the full moon, I catch glimpses of that spectral green glow cavorting amidst the waves, an invitation to unearth mysteries that may be best left entombed within the ocean's depths. Story 33. Winter nights hold a curious sway over me, especially when the fog blankets the world in a hushed stillness. Nestled in my study, cocooned in the soft embrace of a woolen blanket, I gazed out the window to a landscape veiled in silvery mist. The gentle glow of the lamp on my desk painted shadows that danced along the walls adorned with shelves of ancient tomes. In the quiet of that moment, a glint in the glass caught my eye, a sight both unfamiliar and yet strangely known. There sat a small, dark wooden box, its intricate carvings shifting and swirling as if alive. I couldn't recall ever owning such a thing, yet there it rested on the edge of my desk, as if it had always belonged there. The wood seemed to breathe, its grains pulsing faintly in the dim light, whispering of secrets untold. With a soft rustle I stood, the blanket slipping to the floorboards beneath me groaning softly. As I drew closer, the scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring memories long forgotten. My fingers grazed the box's surface, warmth radiating from it, as if it held a hidden warmth within. The carvings seemed to shift, telling tales of moonlit forests, tempestuous seas, and endless starry nights. Seated once more, bathed in the lamplight's golden glow, I scrutinized every detail of this enigmatic object. And then it dawned on me, a realization that sent a shiver down my spine. This box, with its ever-changing carvings, had frequented my dreams in recent weeks, appearing in different guises but always shrouded in the same mystique. In the stillness, the grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a whisper, as if time itself held its breath. Shadows danced along the walls, their forms growing more intricate with each passing moment. I lifted the box, surprised by its weight, its secrets hidden within its unassuming exterior. The carvings shifted, converging at the lid center in a pattern unknown to me, pulsing under my touch. A melody, soft and haunting, emanated from within the box, a lullaby from a distant memory. My eyelids grew heavy, the lamp's light pulsing in rhythm with the hypnotic hum. When I awoke, hours later, the fog had lifted, unveiling a star-strewn sky. The box had vanished, leaving only a shadow imprinted on the desk, as if it had been there for an eternity. As I prepared for bed, a strange marking caught my eye, a carving on the back of my hand, glowing faintly in the dimness. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to visit my dreams, its purpose evolving, its message elusive. Each morning, the carving on my hand subtly shifts, as though crafting a message that time alone will decipher. I ponder if others have encountered this mysterious box in their dreams, if they, too, bear unseen marks of a puzzle unraveling in the world of dreams. The line between reality and dreams blurs, the box serving as a conduit between realms closer than we presume. The scent of beeswax lingers, a harbinger of the night's mysteries waiting to be unfurled in the realm of dreams. Story 34. The snow whispered as it descended on that winter night, draping the windowsill in a soft white embrace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea brought solace, a stark contrast to the chill seeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room, casting a spell of tranquility, akin to a lullaby. Amid the serene stillness, a peculiar sight captured my attention in the window's reflection. Within the swirling snowflakes, a figure materialized faintly. Though indistinct, it exuded an otherworldly aura, as if sketched by my breath's mist on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, bore a haunting clarity, Profound and dark, they gazed at me with an eerie familiarity. Rising from my seat, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I approached the window. The elusive figure in the reflection seemed to dissolve, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. A delicate jasmine scent now intermingled with the tea's aroma, evoking vague memories of a summer evening long past. Despite returning to my seat, my gaze persisted in scouring the reflection for the enigmatic face. The pendulum's hypnotic swing continued, its ticking now murmuring incomprehensible whispers. Retrieving my weathered journal from the adjacent shelf, I absent-mindedly flipped through its pages, revealing a faded photograph nestled within. With trembling hands, I retrieved it. The image, aged and yellowed, depicted a group of smiling individuals captured during a summer picnic, a photo seemingly unfamiliar yet oddly intimate. One face in particular drew my focus, a young woman in the background, slightly blurred, possessing the same profound, dark eyes from the window's reflection. My heart fluttered as I scrutinized the photo. Clad in a white floral dress and clutching a bouquet of jasmine, her gentle smile held a tinge of wistfulness. Turning the photo over, I sought a date or inscription. In elegant script, the back bore the words, "Don't forget me." A sudden gust of wind billowed the curtains, despite all windows being closed. The jasmine fragrance intensified, enveloping me like a tender caress. Closing my eyes briefly, fragmented memories surfaced, a melodious laughter, a distant piano melody, the rustle of a white dress amid garden foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its silent descent. The window's reflection reverted to normal, revealing only my weary visage. Yet as I nestled the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that visage would accompany me in dreams. It wasn't a menacing presence, but rather a soothing melancholy, akin to a forgotten tune resurfacing. Drifting onto the couch, cocooned in a cozy blanket, I succumbed to the pendulum's hypnotic sway. The jasmine fragrance lingered, dwindling like a receding memory as sleep beckoned. Before slipping into slumber, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories concealed within my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, some faces are meant to linger, a gentle haunting, guardians of veiled yet enduring recollections. As consciousness ebbed, a crystalline laughter echoed in the wind, dancing with the snowflakes in the nocturnal serenade. Story 35. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed gracefully along the walls of my bedroom, setting a serene stage for yet another tranquil evening spent in solitude. Raindrops tapped delicately against the window panes, a lullaby of nature that synchronized effortlessly with the rhythm of my breath. In the embrace of my cozy sanctuary, surrounded by the sturdy presence of vintage wooden furniture and the comforting aroma of weathered leather-bound books, I found solace. On this particular night, however, a subtle shift in the air hinted at an unseen presence. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a faint, mysterious scratching originating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the commonplace settling noises of an aged house, I soon discerned a peculiar pattern within the gentle disturbance, almost as if a deliberate hand was tracing secrets into the very fabric of the wall. As I leaned closer, the scratching evolved into a melodic cadence, each pause pregnant with intention before flowing seamlessly into the next sequence. Intrigued, I pressed my fingertips against the aged wallpaper, tracing the source of the enigmatic sound. A subtle warmth beneath my touch led me to a revelation. Hidden beneath the layers of time and neglect were intricate markings, meticulously etched into the plaster. Rather than random chaos, these marks formed a deliberate sequence of symbols, a cryptic code begging for interpretation. Some resembled ancient runes, while others bore resemblance to intricate mathematical equations. Bathed in the soft glow of the candle flame, I retrieved my notebook and diligently transcribed the mysterious symbols, each stroke revealing a pattern, 12 symbols entwined in intricate harmony, like a celestial dance waiting to be deciphered. Lost in a trance, time ebbed away as I delved deeper into the cryptic script, the rain outside whispering its own secrets against the window panes. The symbols seemed to shift and morph with each passing moment, their meanings fluid and elusive, like elusive whispers from a half-remembered dream. The house murmured softly around me, the candle flame swaying in response to unseen forces, as I unveiled more hidden sections of the wall adorned with cryptic symbols. Each new discovery expanded the enigma, the symbols pulsating with a latent energy that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the rain-soaked night. As midnight loomed, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air, the scratching replaced by a gentle hum that reverberated from the wall, harmonizing with the rain's melodic symphony. It was as if the house itself was alive, singing a forgotten tune that tugged at memories just beyond my reach. For hours on end, I meticulously transcribed the symbols, their intricate dance filling page after page of my notebook. Yet, as soon as I thought I had captured them all, new ones emerged, as if the wall was slowly unraveling its own mystery. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows, animating the symbols into a spectral ballet that danced across the ancient plaster. Weary yet entranced, I finally yielded to sleep, the rain's soft serenade lulling me into dreams haunted by whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. Ancient secrets whispered with the intimacy of long-lost confidants. With the dawn's gentle caress, a new light bathed the room, illuminating the symbols with a subdued radiance. Running my fingers over the enigmatic glyphs one last time, I acknowledged that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, but rather cherished in their enigmatic allure. To this day, on quiet nights drenched in rain, the familiar scratching sound occasionally returns, a gentle reminder of the hidden messages that linger just beyond comprehension. While the cryptic symbols remain concealed behind a painting, they serve as a silent testament to the notion that within the mundane walls of our existence, extraordinary mysteries await their moment to be unveiled. Story 36. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my rustic farmhouse, crafting a mesmerizing melody that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the aged hardwood floor beneath my steps. It was an autumn evening where the line between reality and dreams appeared blurred, a night when the leaves outside pirouetted in the dark, casting ever-shifting shadows upon the cream-colored walls of the hallway through the misty glass panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of now cool chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp painted a golden circle on the wooden planks. A peculiar atmosphere lingered that evening, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air, or the profound silence of the house that felt almost palpable. With a languid movement, I rose, drawn by a flicker in the periphery of my vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, as if stretching beyond its usual confines. The shadows lurking in the corners seemed denser, darker, imbued with a life of their own. Standing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the deepening darkness that veiled the end of the hallway. A gradual chill crept through the air as I ventured forth, the wooden floor emitting unfamiliar echoes beneath my feet. The ancestral portraits adorning the walls bore a new intensity in their gaze, as if the familiar visages had undergone a subtle alteration. Midway down the hallway, I halted. A peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, an ancient fragrance of weathered books and damp wood foreign to my abode. I turned to the window beside me, observing the intricate patterns etched by the rain on the glass, patterns that seemed to follow a cryptic yet deliberate design. And there it was, a shadow, darker than the rest, gliding with an unnatural grace along the opposing wall. Devoid of any visible source, the shadow possessed a corporeal essence, akin to solidified mist. It moved leisurely, almost shyly, as if cognizant of my presence. My breath deepened as I observed the spectral display, devoid of fear but enveloped in a sense of eerie familiarity, as if the presence had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. The shadow paused by the threshold of the guest room, assuming a faintly human form. Taking a step closer, I sensed a subtle reaction from the shadow, a wavering acknowledgement of my proximity. The rain's whispers morphed into a constant murmur, as if striving to convey a message. Straining my ears, I discerned fleeting words in an unknown yet oddly comprehensible tongue. The air around me cooled, a refreshing sensation akin to silk on a balmy summer night. The shadow resumed its movement, gliding towards me with a fluidity that mirrored a slow-motion ballet. I stood transfixed, watching as it drew near. When just a few steps separated us, it halted. Amidst the silence, my heartbeat resonated, steady and calm. The shadow inclined slightly, a gesture that resembled a greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I extended a hand. Mirroring my action, the shadow reciprocated, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed a hand materialize from its ethereal form. Though no physical contact was made, a warmth permeated the space where our hands nearly touched. Then, with the same grace it had arrived, the shadow began to dissipate, dispersing into the air like smoke carried by an unseen breeze. In its wake lingered a faint hint of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I stood in the hallway for what felt like an eternity, the sound of rain gradually fading into the night. Upon returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had momentarily halted during our encounter in the corridor. Since that evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness, watching for glimpses of that familiar form dancing at the edge of my vision. The identity of the shadow remains a mystery, yet its presence left not a trace of unease, but rather a realization that some enigmas require no solution. The hallway now harbors this secret, and on quiet nights when the rain taps against the windows, I anticipate, with a blend of curiosity and peace, a new rendezvous with the shadow that waltzes beyond the hallway. Story 37. The stillness carried a unique weight on that autumn night. Meandering down the gravel path toward the ancestral home, my footsteps rustled loudly in the shroud of darkness. Dry leaves twirled lazily around my feet, guided by a gentle breeze that whispered secrets through the ancient tree branches. The house had stood empty since Aunt Mary's departure, and I had been tasked with ensuring all was well. With a metallic echo, the antique key turned in the lock, breaking the silence of the deserted porch. A distinct aroma lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and an indefinable essence that evoked memories of childhood days spent within those walls. Upon entering, the dim light filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence inside was profound, punctuated only by the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet the silence held a peculiar quality, hinting at an unseen presence. Each step I took down the main corridor echoed familiarly on the hardwood floor. The family portraits that adorned the walls, old friends from my youth, now seemed to gaze upon me with altered expressions. Halting before my grandmother's portrait, a new detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly different, more mysterious. It was then that I heard it, a faint sound that at first seemed a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby drifting from a far-off room. The melody, though familiar, eluded my attempts to fully grasp it. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, tracing it to the upper floor. Ascending the staircase, each creaking step whispered a tale of its own. The melody grew clearer, yet remained just out of reach, like a fading dream upon waking. Reaching the landing, I pinpointed the source of the music. The old playroom, where my cousins and I had whiled away rainy afternoons in our youth. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter into the room. Pushing it open gently, I found the space unchanged. The rocking horse in the corner, the bookshelf brimming with children's tales, the weathered toy chest. But a new addition caught my eye, a music box perched on the windowsill, unfamiliar to me. Approaching with caution, I beheld the tarnished brass music box adorned with intricate floral engravings. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the haunting melody lingered in the air, as if the very walls hummed it. Peering at the reflection in the window, I observed the dancer atop the music box appearing to move, a surreal sight. A blink dispelled the illusion, leaving me puzzled. Recollection dawned, the lullaby my grandmother sang to us before bedtime. But she had long departed before this room transformed into a playroom. How could her voice resonate so vividly here? Taking the music box in hand, its warmth surprised me. Etched on the bottom, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. As the melody slowly faded, melding with the house's silence, I settled atop the old toy chest, cradling the music box. The moon's gentle glow painted dancing shadows on the floor, casting a spell of tranquility. Since that night, I carry the music box whenever I visit the house. Though it never plays, on hushed evenings a distant echo of the lullaby seems to stir, as if the house retains the memories of all melodies sung within its walls. Perhaps I pondered while closing the door behind me. Certain places harbor the echoes of love and care they have sheltered, resonating softly across time. An endless echo reminding us that nothing truly fades away. Story 38. In the attic, the soft rustle of paper filled the air as I sifted through old family documents under the gentle glow of the setting sun. Rays of golden light filtered through a dusty window, painting a mesmerizing dance in the tranquil atmosphere. Among the papers, I stumbled upon a weathered envelope, its seal marked with faded red wax, and my name elegantly inscribed on the front in unfamiliar handwriting. Taking a seat on a creaking wooden chair, I immersed myself in the scent of ancient books and aged wood, accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves outside the window, swaying in harmony with the light breeze. The envelope felt weighty in my hands, hinting at secrets beyond its delicate exterior. With care, I broke the seal, the sound of cracking wax echoing in the serene room. Inside, delicate pages awaited me, adorned with the same elegant script. The date atop the pages traced back 50 years, long before my time. The opening words instantly captured my attention, my dear future grandchild. As I delved deeper into the letter, the room gradually dimmed, yet the words seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow of their own. The letter unveiled the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger to me in life, yet connected through blood. She revealed a unique family gift, one that surfaced rarely and only under specific celestial conditions. There were nights described when certain members of our lineage could glimpse through the veil of time, albeit faintly and in abstract forms, akin to rippling reflections on water. Intriguingly, my grandmother foresaw my existence, envisioning me in that very attic reading her letter. A chill swept through me as I continued absorbing her words, each sentence drawing me deeper into her world. She shared her attempts to wield this gift for the family's protection, offering guidance through turbulent times, albeit at a personal cost. Each glimpse into the future exacted a toll on her vitality. Within the attic's silence, time seemed suspended, shadows playing with memories etched in the aged pages. The letter unfurled prophecies of my life, some already realized, others awaiting their turn. The script subtly shifted, growing more laborious, as if each word demanded increased effort. As I approached the final page, the room darkened, the full moon casting its silvery glow through the clouds. A gust of wind stirred the air, carrying the scent of imminent rain. My eyes returned to the letter, where my grandmother's fading words beckoned me to a pivotal choice awaiting me, a moment when the family gift would stir within my soul. Pausing to gaze out the window at the moonlit sky, I felt a sense of profound connection to the unseen forces at play. The letter's conclusion shimmered with finality. When you hear the call, you will know what to do. The gift is not a curse, but a solemn duty. As I have done for you, you must craft a letter, a missive never to be sent but destined to reach its recipient at the appointed hour. With reverence, I folded the pages and nestled them back into the envelope, the wind now howling, causing the floorboards to groan in protest. Rising from the chair, I approached the window, my reflection mingling with the moon's radiance, a fleeting illusion that gave me pause. In that fleeting moment, I thought I glimpsed the image of an elderly woman, her smile gentle and knowing. Blinking, she vanished, leaving behind a blank sheet of paper and a pen on the desk where nothing had been before. Seated once more, the moon bathing the room in its silvery embrace, I took up the pen and began to write, "My dear future grandchild." Story 39. The night draped the house in a cloak of profound quiet, broken only by the soft drumming of rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, in tune with the flickering firelight. The warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, as the scent of burning wood intertwined with the fragrance of vanilla tea cradled in my palms. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, glimpsed through the slightly open door. An antique porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish radiance. I couldn't recall it ever glowing like that before. Slowly I stood from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step on the floor elicited a gentle creak that harmonized with the rain's rhythm, weaving an almost hypnotic melody. Drawing near the door, the glow intensified yet retained a softness, akin to moonlight dancing on serene waters. The toy room was a haven of reminiscences and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush creatures with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, usually frozen in her eternal posture, swayed ever so slightly, as though brushed by an unseen breeze. I inched closer, noting the room's chill, distinct from the rest of the house. My breath materialized in small vapor clouds, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost swear I discerned a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from another era. Reaching out to the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly toward me, but in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was Grandma's soothing lullaby, a tune I had believed long forgotten. The music box commenced turning on its own, at a languid pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like a true dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of bygone eras. The room's atmosphere thickened with memories, as if time had condensed around that small, enchanting object. I stood transfixed, ensnared by the spectacle. The music from the box intermingled with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that spoke of yearning and veiled mysteries. The shadows in the room appeared to sway to the music's beat, and for an instant I felt I was not alone in beholding this private exhibition. Slowly the melody began to ebb, like a dream slipping away upon awakening. The blue glow of the music box faded to a faint shimmer, and the ballerina ceased her dance altogether. Silence reclaimed the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, thoughts of Grandma and her affinity for objects steeped in tales crossed my mind. I pondered if she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a unique gift meant for specific moments and viewers. Since that night, whenever I passed by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. At times, I swear I catch a fleeting blue glow or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, like that porcelain ballerina on that rainy eve. Story 40. Autumn nights hold a mysterious allure in our neighborhood. The air is crisp with the fragrance of fallen leaves, and the dampened echo of footsteps on the rain-kissed pavement creates a soothing soundtrack. Lately, on my walks home from work, a peculiar phenomenon has captured my attention. At the corner where Maple Street meets Rose Avenue stands a streetlight unlike any other. While its counterparts steadfastly illuminate the path with their golden glow, this particular light behaves in a most enigmatic manner. As I draw near, the light from this street lamp begins to dim gradually, almost as if it harbors a secret it wishes to conceal from prying eyes. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere technical glitch, assuming the aged streetlight required some maintenance. However, repeated observations revealed a peculiar pattern. The light dimmed solely in my presence, remaining steady for all others who passed beneath it. Intrigued, I decided to investigate further. One evening, I halted about 60 feet away, leaning against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building on the corner. The streetlight cast a strong, unwavering beam, casting elongated shadows and causing dewdrops to shimmer like diamonds on the grass in a nearby garden. I cautiously inched closer. Initially, no change was discernible. But with each step, the light flickered slightly, its radiance diminishing as I approached. At a mere 15 feet away, the once bright light now emitted a feeble glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. Standing directly under the streetlight, enveloped in its dim halo, the night seemed to grow quieter, almost as if the very essence of the city's sounds retreated along with the light. Peering up at the streetlight's glass, I discerned strange markings etched upon its surface, forming an indiscernible pattern in the dim illumination. Retrieving my phone to shed more light on the engravings, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, and I sensed a subtle movement within the glass enclosure. In the ensuing days, I adjusted my route to pass beneath that mysterious streetlight every evening. The ritual unfolded predictably each time, the light dimming in my presence, the air thickening with an unspoken message, the sensation of unseen eyes watching from above. Gradually, I began to notice intricate details. The light's hue subtly shifted, conveying silent messages through imperceptible changes in shade. One moonlit night, within the circle of twilight under the streetlight, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a faint metallic hum infused with a melodic rhythm, seemingly emanating from within the pole itself. Placing my palm against the cold metal, I felt the vibrations coursing through me, as if the streetlight sought to communicate in its cryptic language. I meticulously documented each encounter, noting that the dimming intensity correlated with lunar phases. During the new moon, the light nearly extinguished upon my approach, while on full moon nights, it retained a steady glow. Furthermore, I observed a precise pattern in the light's return to full brightness post my passage. Always exactly 23 seconds, no more, no less. Curiously, the streetlight's behavior began to influence my nightly routine. I found myself slowing down as I neared, participating in a silent communion with the enigmatic light. At times, I lingered beneath it, motionless in the diminished glow, listening to the faint hum that seemed to narrate tales from ages past. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation for this phenomenon, for perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved. In that fleeting moment of darkness, when the light dims and the world holds its breath, I sense a connection to something greater, a mystery unfolding through the intricate interplay of shadows and light. Each evening, as I journey homeward, I anticipate the silent rendezvous with the waiting streetlight, our shared twilight sanctuary. Night after night, the strange dance with the dimming light continues, enveloping me in the embrace of a secret language spoken in whispers of light and shadow. Story 41. The gentle patter of rain on the roof of the ancestral home wove a soothing melody as I sifted through the remnants of my grandmother's legacy, tucked away in the final boxes. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles basking in the fading sunlight that filtered through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of days gone by, painting vivid memories in my mind. It was in the depths of the last box that I stumbled upon a weathered photo album, its dark leather cover exuding a timeless softness that only years can bestow. Running my fingers over the worn surface, I placed it delicately on the antique oak table in the living room. The musty scent of old paper and faint traces of mildew wafted from the album's pages. Black and white photographs unfolded before me, capturing snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, carefree summers. A smile tugged at my lips as I recognized the familiar faces of my ancestors in their youth, tracing resemblances through the generations. The rustle of pages mingled with the rhythmic drumming of raindrops against the window panes. My gaze lingered on a particular photograph, a snapshot from a summer luncheon in the garden of the house. There, amidst the jovial gathering, stood a mysterious figure apart from the rest, cloaked in a light dress and a shadowed-brimmed hat. Intrigued, I extracted the photograph from its place, studying it intently. A chill breeze swept through the room, causing the curtains to dance in a silent waltz. The setting sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a hazy twilight over the scene. Illuminated by the soft glow of an old table lamp, the image revealed an unsettling anomaly. The enigmatic woman's shadow defied the natural light, casting doubt upon its origin. A distant recollection surfaced of a hushed conversation between my mother and aunt, recalling a mysterious woman who had briefly crossed paths with the family before vanishing into obscurity. The rain's cadence grew stronger, lulling me deeper into contemplation. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen, her presence growing more pronounced amidst the blurred surroundings. A faint whisper of words caught my attention, barely visible in the corner of the image. "She always sees," the delicate script hinted, barely perceptible under the lamp's warm glow. Intrigued yet unsettled, I returned the photograph to its place in the album, unable to close it shut. An inexplicable urge pulled me back to the image, beckoning me to unravel its hidden truths. Lost in a reverie, I pondered the untold stories veiled within the walls of the old homestead, pondering the secrets captured by the lens of a camera and preserved in the hush of time. The rain persisted in its gentle descent as the night enveloped the house in a tranquil embrace. Seated in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I delved into a realm of questions. Who was the enigmatic woman, and what had she witnessed? Did her gaze still linger in the shadows of the aged photograph, silently observing the passage of time? With a sense of unresolved curiosity, I left the album open on the table, the mysterious image beckoning from the pages. As I retired for the night, stealing a final glance from the doorway, a fleeting illusion crossed my mind. Had the figure shifted, as if turning to meet my gaze? Yet in the flickering lamplight, uncertainty cloaked the truth, leaving the mystery to linger, safeguarded within the sepia-toned confines of a treasured family album. Story 42. Time appeared to halt on that autumn evening, the rain whispering a gentle melody on the roof of the ancient family homestead. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the gentle glow emanating from the floor lamp bestowed upon me by my grandfather in his parting will. This lamp held a certain aura, its colorful glass lampshade crafting whimsical patterns of light that danced upon the walls. Yet, on this particular evening, a peculiar sight within the shadows cast by the lamp seized my attention in a manner unfamiliar to me. The shapes flickering on the walls seemed to waltz with a breath of their own, weaving intricate designs I had never before perceived. Initially attributing it to a trick of light influenced by the wariness of the day, I soon discerned that these shadows defied the constraints of physical laws. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows did not mimic its movement, but instead followed a clandestine rhythm of their own. With a gradual rise from my seat, I approached the lamp, intrigued. The tinted glass exuded a peculiar warmth, pulsating softly as though harboring a hidden enigma within its geometric patterns. Running my fingertips delicately over the lampshade's surface, I detected minute imperfections in the handcrafted glass. It was then that my gaze fell upon a detail previously unnoticed. Etched into the metal base of the lamp was a symbol, faint as a sigh, softly aglow in the luminance. The shadows continued their silent ballet, and I began to discern more distinct forms. Figures gliding gracefully, trees swaying in an unseen breeze, and amorphous entities materializing and dissipating like fleeting reveries. It felt as though the lamp was not merely projecting shadows but memories, narrating tales of days long past through the silent discourse of light and darkness. Seating myself upon the floor, I found myself spellbound by the surreal exhibition. The shadows appeared responsive to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. Occasionally, a distant melody akin to a musical whisper seemed to accompany this mysterious dance. A sensation enveloped me gently, evoking not fear but a profound sense of contemplative awe. As the night enveloped us, the projected figures grew more intricate, scenes of mundane existence intertwined with flights of fancy. A child at play in a garden transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress metamorphosed into a dancing butterfly. The lamp endeavored to communicate through the language of light and shadow, recounting stories that straddled the realm between reality and dreams. Then, an even more remarkable revelation unfurled before me. Certain shadows depicted scenes from my childhood, memories presumed forgotten but vividly resurrected by the lamp upon the room's walls. I beheld myself as a child, frolicking in the backyard of this very abode, my grandfather unveiling the lamp's magic for the first time, and other recollections surfacing from the recesses of my mind. Outside, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, composing a harmonious symphony for this intimate and enigmatic performance. The patter of droplets against the window pane seemed synchronized with the shadow's movements, as if all were participants in this silent spectacle. Time lost significance, and I found myself adrift in a state of tranquil contemplation. Gradually the figures began to slow, akin to dancers weary after a grand recital. The shadows softened, their forms less distinct yet no less captivating. It felt as though the lamp whispered the final lines of a lullaby, bidding adieu to its role as an extraordinary conduit. Upon rising from the floor, I realized the rain had ceased. The room enveloped me in a serene hush, the shadows reverting to mere projections of the lamp. Yet, something had shifted. Gazing upon the ancient family heirloom, I understood that my perception of it had forever altered. I pondered how many untold stories lay within that lamp, how many memories and dreams awaited projection upon the walls of my home during tranquil nights like this one. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the gentle glow of the lamp, allowing it to serenade me into slumber. In my waning wakefulness, I fancied witnessing one final shadow pirouetting on the wall, the visage of my grandfather, his smile tender and wise, as if to convey that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be cherished. Story 43. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a soothing symphony that always brought me tranquility. Returning there after many years to sort through her belongings in the wake of her passing, I was enveloped by the scent of aged wood and weathered books lingering in the air. The twilight seeped through the partially closed shutters, casting playful shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. Nestled in a corner, beneath a thin veil of dust, I discovered Grandma's antique brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. An artifact from a bygone era, its ornate mechanical arm adorned with delicate floral patterns and the turntable immaculately preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly housed in weathered cardboard sleeves. As I perused the records, my fingers paused on a particular one. Its cover was pure white, devoid of any title or author, save for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Though unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an irresistible curiosity, I decided to play it. The record player stirred to life with a gentle, familiar hum. I delicately positioned the record on the turntable and lowered the arm. Initially, only the quintessential crackle of vinyl filled the room. Then the music began. A melody unknown to my ears unfolded. A waltz executed on the piano, yet there was an uncanny quality to the way the notes intertwined. The music seemed to subtly shift with each rotation of the record, as if the notes were rearranging themselves into new harmonies. Surrendering to the enigmatic composition, I closed my eyes. A hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, wafted through the air, though it was midwinter, rendering its presence impossible. When I opened my eyes, the shadows in the room danced not to the natural light, but to the cadence of that mysterious tune. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow pirouetted, a figure distinct yet ethereal, despite my solitude. The waltz persisted, and amidst the piano's notes, I discerned a familiar, soft laughter. It was Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear as crystal, as I had always remembered it. A tremor traversed my spine, not of fear, but of a poignant blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I gravitated towards the window. The glass reflected the room behind me, yet for an instant I envisioned Grandma Rose, youthful and resplendent in her cherished dance attire, twirling in the heart of the attic. Upon my swift pivot, the room remained vacant. The record played on until its final note dissolved into silence, leaving the room altered. It exuded warmth, vitality, as if that fleeting harmonious interlude had roused dormant memories within the very walls of the house. As dusk descended, I returned the enigmatic record to its white sleeve, noticing a detail previously overlooked. In Grandma Rose's graceful script along the inner edge, a date was inscribed, her wedding day. Beneath it, in nearly imperceptible letters, a phrase materialized: "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Henceforth, whenever I revisit the attic, I seek out that elusive record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while other times it eludes me amidst the other vinyls. Each time I listen, the melody subtly alters, as if harboring infinite variations of a singular memory. Whether it was a cherished gift for Grandma Rose or a veiled enigma remains elusive. Yet one certainty prevails. On rainy evenings, when the record player spins that enigmatic melody, the attic brims with a subtle enchantment, blurring the divide between past and present, reality and memory. In those fleeting moments, perhaps Grandma Rose dances still, eternally youthful, eternally joyous, in an eternal waltz. Story 44. The hotel corridor glowed in a soft amber light, filtering through glass lampshades that cast a honey-colored hue. It was the late hour, a time when the stillness of night was only interrupted by the gentle hum of air conditioning units. With a weariness from a day filled with business meetings, I made my way towards the elevator, dragging my suitcase along the silent burgundy carpet. As I reached out to press the elevator button, my gaze met a blurred reflection in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator glowed in a soothing green light, slowly counting down. 6, 5, 4. The light danced on the walls, painting a serene atmosphere. With a soft chime, the doors slid open, inviting me into the small space adorned with mirrors and dark wood panels. I selected the 7th floor, the highest one, and leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes briefly. The elevator began its ascent, moving with a seamless, gentle rhythm. The mechanism's sound was barely audible, akin to a tranquil, steady breath. Upon opening my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection. It seemed as though my reflection lagged behind my movements, mimicking my gestures with a subtle delay. Shaking off the odd sensation as a trick of fatigue, I focused on the journey ahead. The elevator halted smoothly, and the doors slid open to reveal the 7th floor. Stepping into the hallway, a wave of unease washed over me. The carpet had transformed to a deep green, a stark contrast to the burgundy below. The wall lamps exuded an antique charm, boasting an Art Deco design that I had failed to notice before. Although the display confirmed my arrival on the 7th floor, the ambiance felt entirely different. The hallway appeared elongated, narrower, and an unusual scent lingered in the air, a blend of old books and ancient wood. The room doors bore unfamiliar labels, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard numbering system I had anticipated. Turning to retrace my steps to the elevator, I found the doors sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above it ominously darkened, erasing any trace of the elevator's existence. The silence thickened, enveloping me in a palpable cloak of mystery. Slowly, I navigated the hallway, each flickering light pulsating like a breath, each door exuding a distinct aura, hinting at untold stories veiled behind the dark wood facades. At the hallway's end, a figure sat in an antique armchair, an elderly doorman adorned in a vintage uniform, his white hair impeccably styled. As our eyes met, he set aside his book, offering a kind smile. "Lost, are you?" he inquired in a familiar, soothing tone, as though expecting my arrival. "I believe so," I confessed. "I was headed to the 7th floor, but this place—" but this is the 7th floor," he interjected with a mysterious grin. "Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiar trait. It guides weary travelers to where they truly belong, not necessarily where they intend to go." Surveying my surroundings anew, I noticed intricate details. Gilded frames displayed monochrome photographs of joyous individuals in vintage attire, while a clock on the wall defied logic, its hands tracing an unconventional counterclockwise path. "Fret not," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "The elevator shall return when the moment is right. For now, why not rest? Time is of no essence here." Taking a seat beside him, the wariness that clung to me began to dissipate. The once unsettling silence now cradled me in a comforting embrace, akin to a warm sanctuary. As the doorman resumed his reading, I found myself entranced by the shadows dancing upon the walls, weaving hypnotic patterns that lulled my senses. Time became a fluid concept, elusive and indistinct. The backward ticking of the clock birthed a melodic rhythm, a soothing lullaby that caressed my consciousness. At some undisclosed juncture, the familiar chime of the elevator beckoned my attention. "It is time," the doorman remarked, never lifting his gaze from the book. "I believe your path awaits." Rising from the armchair, a strange sense of rejuvenation infused my being. With measured steps, I made my way back to the elevator, intending to express gratitude to the enigmatic doorman. Yet, the armchair sat vacant, the book left behind, its weathered leather cover gleaming faintly in the ambient glow. The elevator doors parted soundlessly, and as I entered, the journey felt fleeting. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar hallway, adorned with burgundy carpeting and contemporary wall fixtures. Unlocking my room, I stole a final glance towards the elevator. The digital display flickered momentarily, revealing an enigmatic symbol before returning to its standard numeral 7. Since that ethereal night, every elevator ride in a hotel evokes a sense of wonder. Will it lead me to my destination, or guide me to where my soul seeks solace? And on the stillest of nights, a faint rustle of pages echoes in the corridors, a reminder of an otherworldly realm that exists betwixt floors, where time dances in reverse and mysteries abound. Story 45. The night was a canvas of tranquility, painted with the subtle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. Seated on my couch at 2 a.m., I basked in the rare serenity that enveloped the world at this hour, as if time itself slowed down just for me. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast delicate shadows, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea twirled lazily in the air. In the midst of this peaceful interlude, a peculiar detail caught my eye about the neighboring apartment, a detail that had escaped my notice for months. It dawned on me that in all this time, not a soul had entered or exited that mysterious door. No sounds had ever emanated from within. No lights had ever pierced the darkness. Yet on this particular night, a faint light seeped through the crack beneath the door, akin to the gentle flicker of a candle. Compelled by this enigma, I rose from the couch, leaving behind my cup on the coffee table. I approached the dividing wall, curiosity tugging at my senses. Pressing my ear against the cool surface, I strained to capture any hint of activity. The silence was profound, but an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. Returning to my seat, I found myself inexplicably drawn to unravel this mystery. Days turned into nights, and my attention gravitated more towards the enigmatic apartment next door. I observed minute details that had eluded me before. The absence of accumulating mail, the immaculate doorknob amidst the dusty hallway, and on quiet nights, a faint rustling that hinted at a presence within. Like a creeping vine, curiosity coiled around my thoughts, urging me to delve deeper. Research into the building's history revealed a peculiar truth. The apartment had been rented for 2 decades, yet the identity of its occupants remained shrouded in obscurity. The kindly janitor disclosed receiving rent in anonymous envelopes left in his mailbox each month. One fateful night, the ethereal notes of a piano wafted through the wall, evoking a sense of wistful nostalgia. Startled from my slumber, I strained to listen, only to be met with an abrupt silence that echoed in the chambers of my heart. A chance encounter with the resident of the upstairs apartment unraveled another layer of mystery. She divulged that her father, the architect, had designed the building, confirming the impossibility of a piano residing in that confined space. Instead of dissuading my curiosity, her revelation ignited a fervor within me. I began to discern more anomalies. The absence of warmth on frigid nights and the perpetually dry doormat in front of the enigmatic door. One fateful evening, as I returned home under the cloak of darkness, the apartment's door stood ajar, beckoning me into the unknown. A soft glow emanated from within, mirroring the elusive light that had captivated me months earlier. Torn between trepidation and curiosity, I stood paralyzed, grappling with the urge to unravel the secrets concealed behind that threshold. Yet a whisper of intuition urged caution, hinting that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Retreating to the safety of my own abode, I pondered the enigma that dwelled next door. Each night, as I lingered before that silent door, a faint melody seemed to permeate the air, accompanied by the flickering glow that danced on the edges of my perception. I refrained from delving deeper, finding solace in the enigmatic presence that lay beyond the wall. In a world fixated on explanations and classifications, perhaps there is a peculiar comfort in acknowledging the enigmas that defy our understanding. Story 46. The soft patter of autumn rain kissed my office window as I toiled away in my study. It was one of those nights when the world hushed to a whisper, enveloped in a cloak of raindrops that wove a serene, almost mesmerizing tune. The gentle glow from my desk lamp bathed the yellowed pages of ancient manuscripts I diligently organized for the city's historical repository. And then she appeared. A lone figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a striking burst of color amidst the autumnal palette of grays and browns. There was a peculiar grace to her stride, a rhythmic cadence in her steps that harmonized seamlessly with the falling rain. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella crossed the square. Her presence became a part of my nightly ritual, a moment tinged with burgeoning intrigue. Her face remained veiled, obscured by the umbrella's shadow and the misty rain that faithfully trailed her every evening. But one night, as she made her customary journey, something changed. The woman paused at the square's center and, for the briefest of moments, turned towards my window. My heart skipped a beat as I caught a glimpse of what seemed like a fleeting smile on her pale visage, illuminated by the dim street lamp's glow. Yet, in an instant, she resumed her path and vanished into the misty night. In the ensuing days, subtle disturbances began to unsettle me. Water droplets appeared on the documents I handled, as if rain-dampened fingers had brushed against them. The delicate, lingering fragrance of antique roses permeated the study during twilight, despite all windows being tightly shut. Then one evening, I discovered an unfamiliar black and white photograph resting on my desk. It depicted the square as it stood 50 years prior, with a figure carrying a red umbrella distinctly visible amidst the crowd, the sole splash of color in the faded image. Inscribed on the back was an elegant script marking a date, October 15th, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who had once occupied the same building half a century ago. Renowned for her red umbrella and love for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square on a rainy night, much like the others. As I immersed myself in her story, the scent of roses grew more potent. The rain's patter seemed to meld into a tender melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby, softly hummed. The pages of the documents I perused stirred faintly, as though brushed by an unseen breeze. Raising my gaze to the window, I beheld her, nearer than ever before. This time, the red umbrella was furled, revealing her countenance clearly. Her eyes brimmed with kindness, her smile exuding tranquility. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of wistfulness and comprehension. Following that encounter, the woman with the red umbrella never graced the square again. Yet, on rainy nights when stillness enshrouds the archive and shadows pirouette on the walls, I catch whispers of her footsteps and the faint aroma of antique roses. Occasionally, as I sift through aged documents, I spy tiny, fresh water droplets on the pages, as if someone had just grazed the paper with rain-dampened fingers. I often ponder if Sarah watches over her cherished books, if her spirit continues to wander in the rain with her red umbrella. This tale remains untold to all, a cherished secret shared solely between myself and the library's shadows. And when the rain taps gently on the windows, a smile graces my lips, knowing that somewhere, amidst the folds of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarks on her eternal journey. Story 47. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, crafting a calming melody that intertwined with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly gazed at the latest edition hanging on the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its warm hues and enigmatic aura had drawn me in. The aged golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections across the walls. That particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye within the painting. The painted leaves seemed to sway ever so gently, as though touched by an unseen breeze. Initially dismissing it as a trick of the shadows from the fire, I soon realized there was more to it. The colors appeared richer, more profound than before. The path in the painting, once concealed among the trees, now appeared elongated and meandering, extending beyond the canvas's confines. Rising from my seat, I approached the painting. A coolness enveloped the air around it, starkly contrasting the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a peculiar smoothness, almost silky to the touch. A faint scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike that it stirred doubt in my senses. As I pondered these anomalies, movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my attention. Amidst the tree branches, there was a shift, not a mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate movement, as if someone or something lurked among the painted foliage. My heart quickened, not from fear, but from an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. It was then that I noticed the brushstrokes in the painting altering direction autonomously, crafting new paths and forms in the landscape. The trees swayed slightly, as though swayed by an imperceptible breeze. In the distance, where fog once obscured, the faint outline of a small structure began to emerge. The rain sound outside morphed into a soft whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Settling back into the armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before me. The room seemed to expand, the painting's boundaries merging with reality. As the night progressed, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, unveiling shades unseen before. The distant structure grew clearer, a stone house with a smoking chimney and warmly lit windows. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted abode, and if they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, observing them through that enchanted window disguised as a painting. Strangely, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, it brought a sense of tranquility, as though I had stumbled upon a hidden passage where reality and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. Hours slipped by, and the painting continued to unveil its mysteries patiently. Figures appeared to traverse the path at times, while in others they dissolved into mere shadows among the trees. Each time I attempted to focus on these apparitions, they dissipated gently, akin to fleeting dream memories upon waking. With the dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves ceased their motion, the colors stabilized, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the fragrance of damp leaves lingered in the room, a sole remnant of the nocturnal revelations. Since then, every evening finds me in my armchair, watching the painting, waiting in anticipation. At times it divulges its secrets. At others, it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that behind that canvas lies an entire realm, one that stirs to life only when the world slumbers, for those patient enough to observe. Story 48. The mysterious diary sat upon my nightstand one chilly winter morning, its deep red cover glowing under the soft light seeping through the curtains. I had not placed it there, yet as I ran my fingers over its weathered spine and creamy pages, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The air carried a crisp hint of frost, while a distant wind chime whispered a soothing tune. Tracing the intricate patterns on the cover, I felt a connection to the soft, worn leather that held tales untold. Upon opening the diary, a delicate scent of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring memories just beyond reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and beckoning. But as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, my own words dancing in the morning light. Dates yet to unfold adorned each entry, a mysterious dance with time. With each passing day, I found myself drawn to the diary, reading of events not yet lived but somehow already written. Simple encounters unfolded with precision, a reunion with an old friend, a lost ring found, the distant toll of midnight church bells. These glimpses into the future grew more intricate, detailing conversations before they took place, capturing sunsets in words that painted the sky, and predicting the touch of rain on my skin. Yet the diary held no terrors, only enigmatic wonders that wrapped each day in a soft, dreamlike embrace. A mention of freshly baked bread led to a surprise basket of warm rolls at my doorstep. A melody unheard before echoed through the garden without a visible source. Time itself seemed to bend around the diary, turning each morning into a quiet anticipation and each evening into a gentle reflection. Pressed flowers appeared between the pages, their vibrant hues a reminder of moments not yet lived. Their delicate petals whispered of futures untold, mingling with the comforting scent of lavender that clung to the diary's pages. As days passed, entries faded into the creamy expanse, making room for new mysteries to unfold, always balancing on the edge of understanding. The origin of the diary remained a riddle, its purpose a gentle guide through the unknown. Some questions, it seemed, were meant to linger in the shadows, their allure a part of their magic. Embracing the unseen, I found solace in the gradual unveiling of time, in the dance of shadows and the whispers of silence that filled my nights. On quiet evenings, bathed in silver moonlight, I caught glimpses of words forming on the pages, letters materializing like drops of ink in water. I resisted the urge to decipher them, allowing the future to reveal itself in its own time. The diary became a companion, a link between past and future, a vessel for the quiet enchantment that lingers in the everyday. In its subtle revelations, I discovered the beauty of finding wonder in the ordinary, of cherishing the delicate threads that weave reality and dreams together. Tomorrow's words hovered at the edge of my thoughts, waiting to grace the untouched pages of the diary, a promise of gentle mysteries yet to unfold. Beside me, the diary lay warm to the touch, a silent guardian of secrets yet unveiled. Outside, the wind chime sang its familiar tune, a melody foretold in the diary's script, a reminder of the magic that thrives in the spaces between moments, where dreams and reality converge. Story 49. In the hushed sanctuary of my study, the grandfather clock stood as a stalwart guardian of time, its rhythmic ticking a soothing lullaby that wrapped around me like a warm embrace. But on a particular morning, a subtle shift in the familiar cadence whispered a tale of mystery. As I sat amidst scattered papers, a whisper of unease tiptoed through the room, tugging at the edges of my awareness. The seconds stretched, languid and elusive, defying the natural order of things. Sunlight filtered through heavy drapes, painting the wooden floors with a golden hue, yet an ethereal stillness hung in the air. My hand reached for my pocket watch, only to find it suspended in an invisible current, time itself swirling in a delicate dance. The second hand quivered, trapped between moments, a silent witness to the anomaly unfolding before me. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, each step echoing softly in the silence that enveloped me. Dust motes hung motionless in sunbeams, frozen mid-flight, while the world outside stood suspended in a mesmerizing tableau. A bird hovered mid-flight, leaves paused in mid-descent, and even the neighbor's cat perched in eternal grace upon the garden wall. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder gripped me, drawing me deeper into this timeless realm. I wandered through my home, observing the frozen symphony of everyday life. Water droplets glistened like jewels, clocks stood still, and newspapers remained untouched by time's relentless march. Returning to my study, I encountered a mirror that seemed to hold secrets beyond its reflective surface. My own image gazed back, mirroring my movements with eerie precision, yet there lingered a subtle distortion, a hint of another reality just beyond reach. Lost in this moment out of time, I contemplated the essence of existence itself. How fragile the illusion of time, how insignificant our daily routines in the face of eternity's embrace. As imperceptibly as a dream fading at dawn, the world around me stirred from its frozen slumber. Dust motes twirled, tea steam dissipated, and the clock's pendulum swung anew, marking the resumption of time's eternal flow. Life resumed its course, yet within me a whisper of that timeless interlude lingered, a reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. To this day, the grandfather clock chimes faithfully, but in quiet moments, when the world holds its breath, I catch a glimpse of that other self in the mirror's depths. A ghostly echo of a moment suspended in eternity, a reminder of the beauty found in the stillness between each heartbeat. And I wonder if, in some parallel reality, that version of me still wanders through a world frozen in tranquil silence, forever seeking solace in the quiet dance of suspended time. Story 50. The gentle patter of rain provided a soothing backdrop to the stillness of the night, as it danced upon the rooftop in a hypnotic cadence. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now-cooled chamomile tea, I found myself entranced by the tranquil symphony outside. Amidst this peaceful ambience, a subtle shift in the soundscape stirred my senses. A faint, almost imperceptible sound intertwined with the rain's rhythm. Soft footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement below. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling, for old dwellings possess a language of their own, speaking through gentle creaks and murmurs, particularly on damp, rainy nights when the wooden frame swells in response to the moisture. However, there was a peculiar quality to these sounds, a precision in their pattern that mimicked human steps too closely to ignore. With deliberate movements, I rose from my seat, setting down the cup on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet radiated residual warmth, a lingering memory of the day's sunlit embrace. As I neared the basement entrance, a chill crept into the air as though an icy breath ascended from the stairwell. The brass handle yielded to my touch, its coldness sending a shiver down my spine, and as I turned it, a solitary click reverberated through the hush of the house. Descending into the darkness, each step carried me deeper into the unknown, my own footfalls blending with the enigmatic ones that had beckoned me below. The familiar scent of the basement, earthy and aged, grew more potent with each descent. In the subterranean chamber, shadows waltzed upon the walls, cast by the intermittent flashes of distant lightning through the skylight. The shelves, laden with forgotten relics, cast eerie silhouettes that seemed to stir in time with the rain's melody. Amidst this spectral dance, a curious anomaly caught my eye. Faint, moist footprints etched upon the dusty floor, resembling ephemeral imprints left by damp souls pacing in a circular motion at the room's heart. Intrigued, I drew closer to examine these cryptic traces, pondering their origin. A movement, barely perceptible, flickered in the shadowed corner of the basement, beyond the reach of light. A blend of curiosity and a peculiar sense of recognition spurred me to investigate, though my pulse quickened not with fear, but with an inexplicable fascination. Approaching the dim recess, the chill in the air deepened, and the echoes of footsteps that had guided me below resurfaced, now enveloping the space in a spectral chorus. It dawned on me then, as I traced the spiral path of footprints towards the room's center, that these marks bore a deliberate design, converging in a hypnotic coil. The freshest prints, nearest the core, glistened with moisture, as if freshly made. Time seemed to halt as I stood transfixed, watching as these imprints slowly faded, dissolving into the frigid atmosphere. The footsteps dwindled, merging seamlessly with the rain's symphony, until all that remained was the ambient patter of the storm outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound sense of peace enveloped me, as if I had borne witness to an ancient, enigmatic ritual ingrained in the house's very foundations. That night, as I retired to bed, the rain's melody had transformed, syncing with the phantom footsteps that had echoed below. Drifting into slumber, I pondered whether these elusive footfalls would return, and if I would find the courage to unveil the mystery shrouded in the basement's shadows. Story 51. The rain whispered against the windows of the cozy establishment, weaving a soothing melody that harmonized with the gentle clinks of cups and the hushed conversations of the remaining patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the play of dim lights pirouetting on the polished surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the bartender, moved with a deliberate pace, his movements mesmerizing in their precision as he wiped down glasses. An enigmatic aura cloaked his demeanor that evening, a nuance that had eluded me on countless prior visits. His deep, contemplative gaze hinted at a hidden depth while he prepared my customary lavender tea. Though his hands moved with practiced skill, a subtle tremor betrayed an underlying tension when he set the steaming cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee and the earthy scent of aged wood that perfumed the tavern. Jack's eyes flickered towards a secluded table nestled in the far corner of the bar, where a solitary figure sat unmoving, blending into the shadows like a specter. With measured steps, Jack approached to refill my cup, his demeanor calm yet tinged with an unspoken unease that quivered beneath his facade. His inquiry about my desires carried a weighted undertone that stirred a dormant curiosity within me. At that moment, a disquieting realization dawned upon me. A faint reddish stain marred the pristine cuff of his white shirt, a blemish barely discernible in the dim ambience of the tavern. As the hours languidly slipped by, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, casting a hypnotic spell over the night. One by one, the other patrons bid their adieus, leaving behind vacant seats and abandoned mugs. Solemnly perched in the corner, the enigmatic figure remained motionless, a silent sentinel awaiting an unknown arrival. Jack busied himself with an almost fervent zeal, meticulously organizing the bar with a meticulous attention to detail, his movements betraying a mounting disquiet. The pendulum clock's metronomic ticking underscored the passage of time with unwavering precision. Amidst this nocturnal tableau, a hidden anomaly caught my eye. Nestled among the bottles beneath the counter lay a weathered notebook with faded pages. While Jack tended to the final patron, my gaze drifted to the time-worn journal. Neat, minuscule script adorned its yellowed pages, chronicling a tapestry of names, dates, and locales in meticulous order. Yet, it was the cryptic entries on the final pages that seized my interest, jumbled numbers devoid of apparent meaning, accompanied by meticulously drawn symbols. A soft shuffle of footsteps drew my attention. The mysterious figure had at last stirred from their solitary vigil and was nearing the exit. An unspoken exchange passed between them and Jack, laden with a palpable tension that lingered in the air like a haunting melody. With a subtle nod, the enigmatic visitor vanished into the rainy night, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Returning to his tasks, Jack's demeanor bore a subtle shift, his hands now trembling imperceptibly as he stowed away the glassware. A distant reverie clouded his gaze, as if grappling with unseen burdens or wrestling with forgotten memories. Just as I prepared to take my leave, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture. "In this place," he murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "there are truths that only a bartender can discern. Secrets that echo within these walls. Yet some burdens grow too heavy for solitude to bear." His words hung in the air, pregnant with unspoken confessions, as the flickering lamplight cast dancing shadows across his weary countenance. The notebook, a silent witness to untold mysteries, remained nestled among the bottles, a repository of enigmatic truths awaiting discovery. Jack offered a wan smile, its authenticity eclipsed by the shadows haunting his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he intoned softly. "Perhaps a tale will be shared, or perhaps not." Stepping out into the nocturnal embrace of the rain-soaked night, I watched as Jack resumed his meticulous chores, his movements a choreographed dance of routine and introspection. Yet beneath the veneer of daily rituals, a labyrinth of enigmas lay concealed, a tapestry of secrets unfathomable to the casual observer. The dimming lights of the tavern receded as I departed, surrendering to the shroud of darkness that veiled the enigmatic narratives woven within those hallowed walls. In the hush of the night, surrounded by the gentle patter of rain, I pondered the multitude of untold stories nestled beneath bar counters, each tended by their own silent guardian. Mute sentinels of secrets too weighty to unfurl. The mysteries that lingered in the air remained elusive, obscured by the veil of nightfall and the rhythmic cadence of the falling rain, whispering lullabies of forgotten tales. Story 52. The ancient house had always spoken to me in hushed tones, but that winter evening felt different. Snow drifted down outside, the moon's soft glow illuminating each delicate flake before it settled on the ground. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, wrapped in a well-loved woolen blanket, I listened to the gentle crackling of the fireplace. The usual sounds of the house settling and the floorboards creaking had long been a source of comfort, but on this night they carried a new quality, a whispered mystery that beckoned me to listen closer. At first, the whispers were faint, barely a murmur blending with the wind that danced through the aged walls. Setting my book aside, I held my breath, straining to catch the elusive words. The sounds swirled around me like distant conversations muffled by thick velvet drapes. Though the words remained indistinct, the rhythm of speech was unmistakably human. Placing my hand against the wall, I felt the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper, a subtle vibration humming beneath my touch, akin to a cat's contented purr. The wall seemed strangely warm, a stark contrast to the winter chill that lingered elsewhere in the house. Leaning in, I closed my eyes, focusing on the enigmatic sounds that seemed to ebb and flow through the walls like hidden streams. The voices, though still unclear, carried a sense of familiarity, like a gathering of kin sharing secrets in the dead of night. Intrigued, I began to wander, bare feet making no sound on the threadbare carpets as I followed the whispers from room to room. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they resonated beneath faded landscapes that evoked memories of distant places. Each time I thought I was on the verge of deciphering the words, they shifted and melded, like elusive fragments of a dream slipping through my grasp. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its deep tones mingling with the ethereal murmurs. Standing in the darkness, shadows dancing across the walls in the soft glow of a distant street lamp, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper. As I approached, the voices swelled, and the wallpaper rippled as if concealing a hidden breath. With trembling fingers, I reached out, the warmth and pulsing beneath the surface sending shivers down my spine. In that moment, a tender voice seemed to whisper my name with loving familiarity. The bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, yet the warmth lingered. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these mysterious bulges, each one a fleeting glimpse into a world of whispers and warmth. Laughter and lullabies, sung in a language unknown to me, drifted through the house, their soothing melodies weaving a tapestry of mystery and comfort. The voices, never menacing or harsh, held me in a tranquil embrace as I roamed from room to room. With the approaching dawn, the whispers faded like morning mist, the walls returning to their silent slumber as sunlight filtered through the windows. The source of the voices remained a mystery, a secret shared only on quiet winter nights when the snow fell softly outside. Perhaps the house harbored memories of those who had dwelled within its walls, their conversations and laughter etched into the very essence of the building. Or maybe on certain nights, the veils between our world and the unseen thin, allowing us to glimpse the hidden realms that exist beyond our perception. One thing is certain, the voices have become a strange solace, a lullaby from a forgotten past that lingers in the air. They remind me that in the solitude of night, we are never truly alone. The walls of my home cradle these whispered secrets, offering them up only on winter nights when the boundary between reality and imagination blurs, revealing a world where the past and present intertwine in a symphony of whispers and warmth. Story 53. The gentle symphony of raindrops tapping on the roof enveloped me in a soothing embrace as I prepared for another night of solitude in my quaint country abode. Each droplet traced a meandering path down the window, painting intricate patterns that swayed in the soft glow of candlelight I had kindled to stave off encroaching darkness. Outside, the wind whispered through the branches of the garden trees, creating a natural lullaby with the rustling of leaves. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I absent-mindedly watched wisps of vapor curling delicately into the air. The familiar sounds of the house surrounded me, the gentle creak of aging wood, the rhythmic ticking of the hallway clock, the faint whistle of the draft seeping through unseen crevices. Everything appeared as it should, yet an indefinable unease crept into the tranquility of the evening. It was in the midst of sipping my tea that I first discerned a peculiar occurrence. A soft glow emanated from the upstairs bedroom window, visible through the mirror's reflection in the hallway, as though a candle flickered within. However, I knew with certainty that no light source illumined that room. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly and made my way towards the staircase. Each wooden step groaned beneath my weight, a sound etched into my memory from years of dwelling in this old house. Yet that night, every creak seemed to carry a different message, as if the house itself sought to communicate with me. The air grew cooler as I ascended, a faint moisture clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated briefly before pushing it open. The brass handle felt unusually cold, nearly icy to the touch. With a slight squeak, the door revealed the room shrouded in shadows. The window, the very one I had glimpsed in the mirror, remained closed. However, my gaze fixated on the lock, shifting of its own accord, as though guided by unseen hands. To my astonishment, the window began to inch open gradually, devoid of any visible force propelling it. The breeze that wafted inside lacked the strength to justify such movement, carrying with it a sweet, ancient fragrance akin to dried flowers and aged wood. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops pirouetting into the room, forming intricate patterns on the wooden sill. To my amazement, these droplets defied gravity, swirling in midair before alighting gently on the floor. Amid this inexplicable display, movement on the window glass drew my eye. Invisible fingers appeared to inscribe words on the misty surface, letters materializing slowly yet too blurred to decipher clearly. The curtains stirred softly, though no draft stirred the air, their motion resembling the tranquil breaths of one in slumber. Moonlight filtered through rain-laden clouds, casting ethereal shadows that wove silent tales on the walls. Extending a hand towards the glass, I felt the cool breath of the outside world caress my fingers. Just as my fingertips brushed the surface, the window closed with a gentle finality, mirroring its earlier unhurried motion. The latch clicked softly, dispersing the lingering aroma that had permeated the room. I stood transfixed, absorbing the patter of rain persisting outside. The room had reverted to its mundane appearance, yet an ineffable change lingered. It was as though the house sought to reveal a glimpse of another realm, one parallel to our own, visible only in those fleeting moments when reality melds with enigma as delicately as a veil of silk. Since that fateful night, whenever rain graces the earth, I find myself ensconced in my armchair, peering at the hallway mirror's reflection of the bedroom window. Sometimes it remains still, while on other occasions it opens gradually, a silent ritual that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The enigma of this phenomenon remains unsolved, yet I have come to embrace it as a facet of the mystery that binds me to this abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind murmurs through the trees and rain cascades gently, I almost sense a familiar presence, a silent guardian watching over me, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 54. Every morning I awaken with a familiar weight pressing down on me, like a leaden cloak settling over my shoulders. The room is enveloped in a gentle, opalescent glow, emanating from no discernible source. The walls exude an ever-shifting hue, playing tricks on my eyes each time I glance away. The ceiling soars high above, stretching far beyond the confines of an ordinary bedroom, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a moonless night sky. The bed beneath me is luxuriously soft, almost unnaturally so. Silken sheets whisper against my skin, creating a hypnotic symphony with every subtle movement I make. A sweet, elusive fragrance lingers in the air, evoking a sense of nostalgia that eludes my grasp. Perhaps it is the scent of lavender, or then again, vanilla, though its essence seems to morph each time I attempt to decipher its identity. In this peculiar room, time drifts by in a manner both peculiar and enchanting. Shadows waltz across the walls, elongating and retracting in a mesmerizing rhythm, as if imbued with a life force of their own. The silence, though never absolute, is accompanied by a faint backdrop of sound, akin to a distant slumbering breath or the echo of my own heartbeat resonating within the empty expanse. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet that cradles me like wisps of cloud. The room's furnishings are sparse: a weathered mahogany desk, a plush armchair clad in burgundy velvet, and an oval mirror adorned with a gilded frame. The mirror always appears misted over as though recently steamed, yet there is no sign of a bathroom in sight. Approaching the desk, I find an ever-changing array of objects resting upon it. Today, a weathered leather-bound journal, a fountain pen filled with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea await me. The tea emits a gentle vapor, hinting at its warmth, though I have no recollection of brewing it. The journal's pages remain blank, yet beneath my fingertips I sense phantom words etched into the parchment, as if inscribed in invisible ink. The inviting armchair beckons me, and I oblige, sinking into its warmth as if someone had vacated it just moments before. From this vantage point, an anomaly catches my eye, a subtle pulsating within the wall opposite me, resembling the rhythmic rise and fall of a slumbering chest. Intrigued, I rise to inspect this phenomenon, only to find the wall solid and unyielding upon closer examination. My quest for an exit inevitably leads me to search for a concealed door, a task that proves fruitless as my hands trace the walls, seeking any hint of an escape route. At times, the faint outline of a handle teases my touch, only to dissipate like mist at dawn upon contact. The mist-covered mirror captivates my attention. Through its obscured surface, my reflection appears, yet there is a disconcerting delay in its mimicry of my movements, as if hesitating before mirroring my actions. Occasionally, when the mist momentarily clears, I catch glimpses of another figure peering back at me through the glass. Time meanders unpredictably in this enigmatic space. The ambient light fluctuates in intensity, adhering to a cadence divorced from the rhythms of day and night. Seated in the armchair, I leaf through the journal for what feels like mere moments, only to realize that the shadows have shifted, as though hours have slipped away unnoticed. Returning to the bed, I gaze up at the seemingly endless expanse of the ceiling, cocooned in sheets that seem to possess a life force of their own, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. The fragrance in the air intensifies, now evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the scent of rain on a summer's day. I surrender to the embrace of sleep, knowing that upon awakening, the cycle will reset once more. The room ensnares me in a liminal realm between wakefulness and dreaming, where time warps upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty lingers as to whether I am dreaming the room or if the room dreams me. Drifting into slumber, a fragment of my consciousness ponders whether escape is truly possible, or if perhaps, deep down, I harbor no desire to depart. The room has intertwined itself with my essence, blurring the boundaries between reality and reverie, weaving a tapestry where hues of imagination meld seamlessly like wet paint on a canvas, waiting to dry into permanence. Story 55. The autumn breeze whispered secrets down the deserted avenues as I journeyed back home from the day's toil. The street lamps painted golden pools on the slick pavement, their light dancing on the rain-soaked ground like scattered treasures. The night carried a peculiar hush, where every step lingered in the air, and the rustle of fallen leaves wove a melody that seemed to echo endlessly. It was a Tuesday when I first glimpsed him, although the day itself held no special significance. He stood unmoving at the bend of Main Street by the old bookstore, draped in layers of weathered garments. What drew my eye was not his stillness or his threadbare appearance. It was the way passers-by veered around him, forming a perfect ring of emptiness as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path homeward led me straight past his corner, and as I neared, I found myself swept into that same orbit, my steps tracing a wider arc without conscious will. It was then that he turned to meet my gaze, and I beheld his eyes, not hazel or azure as expected, but pools of utter blackness, like gleaming onyx catching the lamplight. They seemed to swallow the golden glow rather than reflect it. Each evening thereafter, he lingered there, always in that same spot, always perfectly motionless. Sometimes I would stray from my route, wandering blocks out of my way to avoid that corner. Yet I felt those eyes trailing me, even when I was far from sight. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance. He never proffered a cup or reached out a hand. He simply observed, those obsidian eyes following each passerby with a gaze both gentle and disquieting. On quiet nights, when the wind stilled and the traffic ebbed, I fancied I could hear him softly humming. The tune was unlike any melody I had known, a lullaby that seemed to resonate with something primal in my soul. It conjured visions of distant constellations and age-old songs, of melodies that might have graced the world before humanity's first steps. One rainy dusk, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing myself for another encounter, I noticed he had subtly changed position. His hand was raised, not in plea or salutation, but pointing skyward through the veiled clouds. Without thought, I halted and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt weightier on my skin, each one bearing a significance beyond mere water. When my gaze returned to earth, his eyes bore into mine, and for the first time, I saw his lips move. His words were faint, barely audible over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears and resonated in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, not quite a statement nor a question. His voice echoed the unearthly quality of his hum, ancient, ethereal, and oddly soothing. That night I dreamt of black eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing vigil on countless corners throughout time. I dreamt of harmonies shaping existence and of rain carrying whispers from realms beyond the stars. Upon waking, my window bore intricate frost patterns, despite the autumn air being too mild for frost. The following evening, he was absent from his post, nor did he appear the next day or the day after. The void he left remained empty, yet somehow more profound than the surrounding sidewalk. Occasionally, on tranquil nights when the street lamps flickered just so, I caught glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles pooling at that intersection. The black eyes still observed, but now they seemed to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to skirt that particular spot, forming that perfect circle of vacancy, though I doubted they comprehended why. And on rare occasions, when the wind bore that familiar melody, I found myself pausing to gaze skyward, pondering the messages carried by the rain. I never encountered another mendicant with black eyes, yet I now grasped that he was not truly a beggar. He was something else, something that selected that corner to watch, to wait, and perhaps to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to elude our grasp. Still, I traverse that corner each evening on my homeward journey. Sometimes I pause to listen for that ageless lullaby, and at times when the light strikes the puddles just so, I glimpse those black eyes gazing back at me from every reflection. Strangely, it soothes me, knowing that whatever he embodied, whatever he symbolized, persists in overseeing our silent streets as the world slowly drifts into night. Story 56. The soft glow of the candle flickered gently, painting playful shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the old cellar. Each step I took echoed through the wooden stairs, a sound that had become a comforting companion during my routine visits to retrieve Grandma's preserves. The air enveloped me in its cool, damp embrace, carrying with it the familiar sense of earth and aged wood that whispered of childhood memories. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, weaving a thread of mystery into the atmosphere. The candle flame danced, undisturbed by any breeze, casting elongated shadows that reached out towards the darkness below. Pausing midway down the staircase, a peculiar sensation gripped me, urging me to pause and listen. The wooden shelves, typically ending within a few yards, now appeared to stretch endlessly into the abyss. The flickering light struggled to illuminate their depths, as if the corridor itself was unfurling before my eyes. A hushed silence enveloped me, broken only by the steady rhythm of my heartbeat and the distant melody of water trickling through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that overpowered my apprehension, I pressed forward. The jars of preserves glimmered faintly in the wavering light, but a sense of unease crept over me as I noticed the labels bearing dates far older than expected. 1980, 1960, 1940, some so faded they had become illegible. With each passing moment, the air grew colder, carrying a musty scent mingled with the fragrance of aged parchment. The shelves continued to extend, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks and mysterious symbols etched with a precision defying the era of the house's construction. Pausing before a peculiar shelf, my gaze fixed upon a jar unlike the rest. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow the light, its label bore a date that defied logic, 1820. Trembling, I lifted the jar, and in the cellar's profound silence, a faint whisper brushed against my ears. A sound not of words, but of time itself flowing, like the rustling of ancient scrolls in a forgotten library. Slowly turning, I caught a fleeting glimpse of shadowy figures moving in the darkness, ephemeral memories yearning to take form. Sensing it was time to retreat, I pivoted towards the stairs, but a disquieting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed had inexplicably multiplied, the light above now a distant beacon in the abyss. With measured steps, I ascended, willing calmness into my racing heart, counting each familiar creak as I had done in childhood. As I climbed, the shelves and walls transformed once more, gradually shifting back to their familiar state. The jars displayed more recent dates, and the once enigmatic symbols faded into obscurity. The jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal journey I had undertaken. Reaching the top of the stairs, the warm glow of the kitchen welcomed me back, wrapping me in a comforting embrace. Placing the jar on the first step, I glanced back into the darkness, a sense of longing tugging at my soul. For a fleeting moment, a shimmer of movement flickered in the depths, as if time itself was in flux, bending and contorting before my eyes. That night, cradling a cup of steaming tea in the kitchen, I pondered the events that had transpired. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet as I unscrewed the lid, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth. It was the essence of time itself, a blend of sweetness and antiquity akin to a cherished memory from youth. Since that peculiar evening, every descent into the cellar carries a whisper of anticipation. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves, yet in moments of dim light and profound silence, I sense the cellar's latent mysteries stirring, beckoning me to delve deeper. Perhaps one day, bolstered by courage untapped, I will embark on a journey through that infinite corridor, seeking the enigmatic truths that await at the nexus where time loses its grasp. Until then, the cellar lingers in quiet anticipation, a repository of temporal secrets yearning to be unveiled. Story 57. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock echoed through the house, barely noticeable, akin to the flutter of a moth's wings against a window pane. Nestled on the couch, wrapped in a cozy blanket, I was engrossed in a book while the rain outside created a soothing symphony as it tapped against the window. Rising from the couch with a sense of calm, I assumed it was the wind causing a stir outside. Opening the door, there stood no one. Only a square brown package sat on the doorstep, carefully positioned. It bore no labels, no addresses, just my name inscribed in elegant, ancient calligraphy, as though penned with black ink of old. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, dry despite the rain's persistent presence. Curious, I lifted the package, surprised by its lightness, and carried it inside. The silence enveloped the room, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock and the soft patter of rain outside. Settling back on the couch, I examined the package from every angle. It bore no signs of tape or evident openings. Its edges were flawless, as if folded by skilled hands practiced in the art of origami. A faint aroma wafted from the box, a blend of ancient books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood, familiar yet elusive. Cradling it in my lap, I sensed a subtle movement within, as though something intangible stirred delicately. Not solid, nor liquid, it felt as if the very air inside the box was alive, creating unseen currents. The daylight waned, casting elongated shadows in the room. Opting for the natural twilight, I left the lamps unlit, embracing the softening hues that enveloped everything. The package seemed to absorb the fading light uniquely, its surface playing with reflections as if crafted from a material of its own. After moments of contemplation, I sought a way to open it. My fingers traced the edges, detecting warmth in certain spots, following an unfathomable pattern. A distant memory surfaced, a vague recollection of a similar package from my childhood, bearing only a handwritten name, much like this one. The rain intensified slightly, its rhythmic cadence blending with the warmth I felt on the package's surface. Was there a connection, or merely my mind seeking patterns in randomness? Lost in thought, the room's temperature subtly shifted to a perfect equilibrium, neither warm nor cold. The scent from the package mingled with the rain's fragrance, permeating the room with a sense of tranquility. A remarkable sight caught my eye. Luminous impressions appeared where my fingers touched the cardboard, fading like fleeting stars in the sky. Time seemed to slip away as I observed this phenomenon until night had descended, bathing the room in a serene blue hue. The package emitted a faint, elusive glow, almost imperceptible in the dim light. Deciding to leave it unopened for the night, I placed it on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a lamp. The package appeared ordinary once more, a simple brown cube with my name inscribed. In the days that followed, it remained on the table, a silent presence. At times, a faint glow would catch my eye in the twilight, or a subtle movement within, like a quiet dance. The scent lingered, shifting subtly with each passing hour, familiar yet elusive. The mystery of its origin and contents remained unsolved. Perhaps the true magic lay not in what it held, but in the mystery it embodied, a puzzle not meant to be deciphered but to be embraced. Even now, as rain taps against windows on autumn evenings, thoughts drift back to that enigmatic package and its silent allure. I ponder if, somewhere out there, another soul contemplates a similar parcel, bearing their name in that elegant script, debating whether to unravel the mystery or let it dance undisturbed. Story 58. The ticking of a pendulum filled the air, a rhythmic sound in the embrace of darkness. Each tick marked the passage of time in this mysterious place, like a mechanical heartbeat echoing through the silence. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open to reveal a room cloaked in the soft glow of twilight, a world unknown to me. I found myself reclined on a plush burgundy velvet couch, its comforting softness worn with the touch of time. A scent lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and dried flowers, mingled with a mysterious undertone that eluded my recognition. Light seeped through heavy brocade curtains, casting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper that adorned the walls. Gradually, as my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I began to discern the intricate details of the room. Antique dark wood furniture stood stoically in the corners, silent witnesses to the passage of time. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its leather-bound volumes untouched for what seemed like an eternity. On a nearby table, a delicate porcelain teacup exuded wisps of steam, as if waiting for someone to partake. Rising slowly from the couch, every muscle protesting as though awakened from a deep slumber, I ventured towards the window. Drawing back the heavy curtains, I gazed out into a mist-laden garden where ghostly shapes of trees and bushes swayed in the evening breeze. A startling revelation awaited me in the reflection on the glass. I was adorned in garments not my own. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, tailored to perfection in a style of a bygone era. Fingers trembling, I traced the intricate fabric, feeling the quality beneath my touch. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision diverted my attention. I turned, but the room remained still, frozen in time, save for the relentless swinging of the pendulum, a timeless metronome in this enigmatic realm. Determined to unravel the mysteries that surrounded me, I ventured beyond the confines of the room. The door yielded with a faint creak, unveiling a long, dimly lit hallway adorned with portraits of unfamiliar faces, their gaze seemingly following my every step. Each footfall echoed on the creaking wooden floor, resonating in the pervasive silence. Ascending a chilling staircase to the upper floor, I encountered a series of closed doors, each bearing brass nameplates inscribed with cryptic messages, obscured by the dim light. A haunting melody drifted through the air, delicate piano notes barely perceptible, leading me towards the final door at the end of the hallway. As I drew closer, the music ebbed, almost ethereal in its fleeting presence. With trepidation, I pushed open the door to reveal an empty room, save for a grand piano draped in a white sheet. The echo of the mysterious melody lingered in the air, a ghostly remnant of music long past. Unveiling the piano, I discovered an aged, yellowed photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the waning light of day, I examined the image, my breath catching in my throat. It depicted the very room I stood in, but from a distant era. Seated at the piano was a figure that sent shivers down my spine. It was me, adorned in the same archaic attire I wore now, though the photograph hinted at a time long forgotten. Descending the staircase once more, an eerie calm settled over me, enveloping me in a surreal tranquility. The pendulum's rhythmic beat now seemed to echo the rhythm of my own heart. Settling back onto the velvet couch, I found the teacup still warm to the touch, a silent invitation to linger. Gazing into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened. Maybe I had slipped into a dream woven by another soul in a time long past. The pendulum's ceaseless ticking marked a time that may have never existed, within a house that seemed to hold secrets of my very being. Savoring a sip of the tea, its taste familiar yet tinged with an otherworldly essence, I acknowledged my acceptance of this surreal reality. Beyond the fog-shrouded windows, the garden vanished into a realm where boundaries blurred between dream and waking. And in that moment, I knew I belonged here, in this enigmatic house that had beckoned me with open arms, a place that had been waiting for my return all along. Story 59. The gentle moonlight spilled into my room, painting the wooden floor with soft shadows. I've always been attuned to the quiet of the night, waking when the world holds its breath. On this particular evening, the autumn wind danced through the trees, a soothing melody against the window panes. During one of my nightly explorations through the old house, I noticed a curious alteration in the hallway wallpaper. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of light, a fleeting illusion in the dimness. But as my fingers grazed the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, transforming into smooth, polished wood rather than the familiar wallpaper. This revelation became a nightly ritual. With the setting sun, a subtle change in the air signaled the door's impending appearance. A drop in temperature, the scent of cedar mingled with aged leather and forgotten stories. The door materialized gradually, its outline faint against the wallpaper before unfolding into an ornate wooden portal, its carvings elusive and ever-changing. The brass doorknob emitted a welcoming glow from within, beckoning yet unopened by my hesitant touch. Each night, I sat in anticipation, savoring the enigmatic scents that accompanied the door's arrival, sometimes accompanied by a cup of chamomile tea. The house underwent subtle shifts during these nocturnal vigils. Shadows deepened, sounds harmonized into a comforting lullaby, and the air brimmed with untold tales. Behind the door, elusive sounds teased my senses. Pages turning, a phantom clock's ticking, a distant hum of an unfamiliar melody. Research into the house's past yielded no answers about the door, only whispers of peaceful slumber and mysterious dreams from former inhabitants. Weeks turned into months, and the door became a nocturnal companion, a source of tranquility amidst sleepless nights. It exuded a sense of protection, guarding secrets rather than concealing malevolence. One night, the carvings on the door seemed to come alive, weaving intricate tales of adventure and mystery that shifted whenever I tried to follow their course. The door emerged as a storyteller, sharing endless narratives to those who waited patiently in the night. Years have drifted by, yet I've never grasped the doorknob, perhaps why it continues to grace me with its presence, a testament to honoring its enigma and preserving its allure. The door remains a reminder that some mysteries are more enchanting when left unsolved, some questions more profound when unanswered. On restless nights, I find myself drawn to the hallway, tea in hand, and there, like clockwork, the door appears, offering its familiar solace and warmth. In its gentle radiance, I've come to understand that the door's true gift lies not in what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it brings to those who embrace its presence in the nocturnal stillness. With the morning light, doubts may creep in, questioning the door's existence, but as night descends once more, the subtle shift in the air reassures me of its reality. Some wonders in this world are reserved for those who linger in the shadows, waiting for magic to unfurl. Story 60. The soft radiance of my desk lamp bathed the worn surface of my grandfather's vintage writing desk in a gentle glow. Raindrops tapped a soothing melody against the window, filling the tranquil evening with a lulling rhythm. Amidst the collection of aged letters and postcards I was sifting through, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled among the yellowed envelopes and faded notes, a pristine white envelope stood out, its paper immaculate and untouched by time. The texture of the paper felt oddly familiar, yet subtly different, like rediscovering a long-lost memory with a new twist. There was no stamp on the envelope, only my name delicately inscribed in deep blue ink that seemed to shimmer under the lamplight. What truly arrested my breath wasn't the absence of postal markings or the quality of the paper. It was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025. Precisely 1 year from today. My fingers quivered slightly as I turned the envelope around. The seal remained unbroken, imprinted with dark red wax, bearing an intricate design that eluded my understanding. The pattern appeared to shift subtly as I gazed at it, akin to observing the tranquil settling of ripples on a pond. A blend of scents, old books, leather from the desk, a hint of lavender, and a metallic tinge like the air preceding a storm, wafted around me. Placing the letter on the desk, I watched as shadows from the rain-splattered window pirouetted across its surface. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, each reverberating toll hanging in the air longer than usual. Amidst the chimes, a faint rustling, like paper sliding against paper, teased my senses, though the envelope remained motionless before me. The wax seal seemed to warm under my touch as I gingerly broke it. Within the envelope rested a single sheet of paper, meticulously folded. The same deep blue ink adorned this page, but the handwriting, my handwriting, appeared hurried, almost urgent compared to the elegant script on the envelope. The paper exuded the curious scent of lavender and ozone, now more pronounced, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as they grazed the page. The letter commenced simply, "By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice." The words seemed to pulse gently on the page, as if imbued with a life force of their own. Each subsequent line delved into decisions yet unmade, paths unexplored, and consequences awaiting reckoning. It painted a picture of moments unrealized, conversations unspoken, and choices looming on the horizon. As my eyes traversed the page, the lamp's light flickered in sync with my reading, a trick of exhaustion playing with my perception. The rain's cadence against the windows morphed, harmonizing subtly with the words unfurling before me. Every paragraph unveiled more of a future that felt both predestined and fantastical, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine yet imbued with experiences I had yet to live. The final paragraph ended abruptly, as if the writer, my future self, had been interrupted or intentionally left a thread dangling. Beneath the unfinished sentence, a postscript materialized in a different, darker ink, slightly smudged. "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once." Glancing up from the letter, I checked the time on the grandfather clock. 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound stillness punctuated only by the soft tick-tock of passing seconds. Clutching the letter, I sensed the paper growing lighter, almost ethereal, as though it might dissolve at any moment. Rising slowly, I approached the window, letter in hand. The night sky had cleared, casting a silvery sheen across the room from the luminous moon. As I observed, the ink on the page began to fade, words vanishing one by one like stars at daybreak. By the stroke of midnight, the paper had turned blank, leaving behind only a faint trace of lavender and the lingering warmth of endless possibilities. The envelope never resurfaced, despite my numerous searches of the desk. On quiet, rainy evenings, I catch a whiff of lavender and ozone, my fingers tingling with the memory of that ephemeral paper. I often ponder the choice alluded to in the letter, whether it's already been made or still awaits me. Perhaps both realities coexist, suspended like the letter itself between what once was and what might come to pass. The grandfather clock maintains its steady countdown of seconds, each tick a reminder that time flows unidirectionally, or so we believe. Yet on nights like this, with the rain's return and shadows playing on my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating midnight, and contemplating if, somewhere in a future instant, I'm scripting a letter to my past self, endeavoring to bridge the gap between actuality and the realm of possibilities. Story 61. The night was draped in a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic melody of the train wheels dancing on the tracks. Nestled in the final car, I found myself enveloped in a soft, dim light that gently illuminated the surroundings. The air held a comforting warmth, and the ceaseless motion of the train wove a spell of near-hypnotic tranquility. Beyond the window, the fog pirouetted lazily in the darkness, conjuring transient shapes that dissolved into the night. In that moment, I believed myself to be the sole passenger in that car, cocooned in solitude, or so I thought. My reflection in the window melded seamlessly with the outside obscurity, conjuring an illusion of an enigmatic presence observing me from the shadows. The symphony of the rails whispered a soothing, mechanical lullaby, beckoning me towards slumber. It was then, while gazing at my reflection in the glass, that I detected an anomaly. A shadow lingered behind me, a figure seated several rows away. I had no recollection of anyone boarding the train, yet there they sat, a silent sentinel in the darkness. The train pressed forward, its wheels spinning tales of bygone eras in a hushed cadence. I turned cautiously, reluctant to disturb the delicate equilibrium. The amber glow bathed the car, casting elongated shadows over vacant seats. The enigmatic figure I had glimpsed in the window remained motionless, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. their countenance veiled by the brim of a wide hat, obscured from my scrutiny. Time unfurled languidly as I beheld that silent observer. The air grew heavy with memories not my own, suffusing the carriage with a spectral weight. The mysterious passenger sat immobile, a silent specter blending seamlessly with the essence of the train itself. Steeling myself, I rose under the pretense of journeying towards the restroom at the rear of the car. Approaching the figure, I discerned that their coat appeared to absorb light, emanating an eerie chill. The air surrounding them carried a faint fragrance of lavender, intertwined with the aroma of aged volumes. Passing by their seat, I felt a suspension of time, the distant hum of the train fading into a distant realm. A disquieting realization gripped me. Beneath the obscure garment, no breath stirred, no semblance of life palpable. Reaching the end of the car, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next carriage or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched infinitely ahead, the hypnotic patterns cast by dim lights mesmerizing. Glancing back, the seat where the mysterious figure had sat lay vacant. In its stead, an aged train ticket rested, its parchment yellowed with the passage of time. Trembling, I lifted the ticket, noting the date imprinted upon it, 50 years past on that very day. The ticket exuded a residual warmth, as though freshly held by unseen hands. Returning to my seat, I clutched the artifact, a tangible relic of that surreal encounter. The train pressed on through the night, the rhythmic symphony of wheels once more a soothing serenade. Beyond the misted window, elusive figures seemed to walk in parallel to the train, companions on its nocturnal odyssey. As weariness crept upon me, I pondered how many others had traversed paths similar to mine on the final train of the night. The ticket in my grasp represented the sole proof of that uncanny rendezvous, its substance waning like a fleeting dream upon waking. The train bore forth its enigmatic secrets and unseen passengers, cloaked in the shroud of night. Drifting towards slumber, a whisper of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the faint echo of receding footsteps down the corridor of the car. Story 62. In the hush of the night, the echo of my footsteps whispered through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step I took made the floorboards croon softly beneath me, harmonizing with the gentle rain tapping against the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and the musty scent of old paper. Standing before the door at the far end of the hallway, the one that had remained locked and untouched for months, I felt a peculiar pull. The lock on the door shimmered faintly in the dim light of the wall sconces, almost beckoning me closer. I vividly remembered securing it tightly the last time, turning the key thrice and testing the handle. It was a ritual of security I never deviated from. But this night, an unfamiliar aura enveloped the door. The air surrounding it felt chilled, and a fine dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. Intrigued, I drew nearer, studying the dust's concentric circles as if they held a hidden message. The wood of the door emitted a subtle warmth, a sensation only noticeable upon pressing my palm against its surface. It puzzled me, for the room had been sealed shut, devoid of any source of heat. Placing my ear against the door, I strained to catch any sound. Amidst the profound silence, a faint rhythm, akin to the slow breaths of a slumbering soul, teased my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, I noticed an unusual warmth emanating from its metal surface. With deliberate care, I inserted the key into the lock, attempting to turn it without a sound. The key glided in smoothly, yet as I tried to twist it, a resistance met my touch. A surge of both curiosity and anticipation, rather than fear, quickened my pulse. It felt akin to the precipice of a significant discovery. Switching the key's direction, it yielded effortlessly this time, emitting a delicate click. Stepping over the threshold, a warm, fragrant draft embraced me, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a silvery luminescence upon the room. Everything appeared as I had left it, yet an inexplicable transformation had taken place. The arrangement of books on the shelves seemed to form intricate patterns. The velvet armchair had shifted slightly towards the window, and an empty porcelain cup sat upon the side table, a detail I couldn't recall leaving behind. Approaching the mahogany desk, I ran my fingertips over its polished surface, noting the uneven distribution of dust, as if invisible words had been traced and then vanished. Beside the inkwell, a yellowed sheet of paper bore a single sentence penned in a script resembling my own, though unfamiliar. It read, "Time flows differently here." As I absorbed those words, I realized my breath had synchronized with the gentle sway of the curtains, despite the absence of any breeze. The room's silence felt dynamic, pulsating with myriad whispers too delicate to discern. Sinking into the plush velvet of the armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window. Fleetingly, a blurred figure seemed to move in the shadows behind me, but upon turning, only the moon's reflection danced in the glass. Closing my eyes briefly, I surrendered to the stillness surrounding me. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift had occurred, as if each object had subtly rearranged itself. The cup on the table now exuded warmth, tendrils of steam rising lazily. Standing up slowly, I bore witness to the enigma that cloaked the room. As I made my way towards the door, my footsteps fell noiselessly on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance over my shoulder. The room exhaled tranquilly, akin to a slumbering being. Gently closing the door, I turned the key in the lock. The soft click echoed like a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers in the air whenever I pass by the closed door, accompanied by the faint rustle of pages turned by unseen hands. I have not reopened that door, for I sense the room continues to harbor its secrets, content to enshroud them in the embrace of silence. Story 63. The rain whispered softly that evening, draping a shimmering cloak over the pavement, mirroring the glow of the streetlights. After a weary day at work, I strolled homeward, savoring the earthy fragrance carried on the damp air and the soothing pitter-patter of raindrops on rooftops. Amidst this nocturnal symphony, a glint caught my eye, a diminutive book, its dark cover abandoned on the sidewalk. The rain had not marred it, almost as if it had been placed there just a heartbeat ago. Kneeling down, I retrieved the book, noting its velvety touch and the supple leather binding. Devoid of any markings or titles, it only held a black satin ribbon peeking from its yellowed pages. The weight of the tome felt substantial, hinting at secrets beyond its humble appearance. Shielding it from the rain beneath a nearby balcony, I delicately turned to the first page. In elegant, ink-drenched script, the date read the present day, yet the year marked 1887. The opening lines seized my attention. I have unearthed an existence that defies logic. Shadows morph into entities, and time meanders erratically. I must chronicle this anomaly before it unravels. A shiver, not of fear but of intrigue, slithered down my spine. Leafing through, the narrative unfurled, weaving tales of enigmatic occurrences. The author chronicled instances of time looping, objects transposing in the night, and mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I immersed myself in the story, the rain's cadence transformed into a melodic lullaby. Each droplet seemed to fall in harmonious succession, as if choreographed by unseen hands. Glancing around, I noticed the deserted street drenched in ethereal light. The lampposts cast intricate patterns on the glistening cobblestones, forming geometries previously unseen. The diary mirrored these revelations, hidden symmetries within the mundane, unveiled only to keen observers during fleeting moments of clarity. The author's epiphany stemmed from an enigmatic object, a weathered brass key etched with cryptic symbols. Just as I read of this key, a metallic weight tugged at my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld an identical key, its ancient surface matching the description in the diary. My pulse steadied, as I examined the key under the lamplight. The subsequent pages unveiled a tale of a door, not a tangible portal, but a threshold between realms, visible when light danced upon reflective surfaces. The key, it seemed, held a power beyond mere unlocking. It bent reality itself around its bearer. Lifting my gaze from the diary, I discerned the lamplight's shadows contorting into arcane forms, resembling ancient glyphs. The rain's serenade grew more hypnotic, a melody whispered by distant voices. The final page bore a cryptic warning. If these words meet your eyes, the diary has chosen you deliberately. Coincidences are but illusions at this juncture. The key will reveal truths, but beware. Some doors, once opened, remain ajar. Closing the diary gently, I felt the key's weight in my pocket. Each raindrop now carried a fragment of a grander melody, painting the building walls with shadowy dancers. Clutching the diary to my chest, the key's subtle pulsations resonated against my palm. The world teetered on the edge of dreams and reality as I resumed my journey homeward. En route, the shadows on my building's facade coalesced into the semblance of a door, a phantom entrance that had eluded notice until this moment. Or had it always lurked there, concealed from mundane sight? The key, a silent witness, grew heavier, as if recognizing its purpose. Standing transfixed before the shadowy door, the rain's nocturnal aria continued its enchanting refrain. The diary had found a custodian in me, ushering in a new chapter of mysteries. A tale destined for another night, another juncture suspended between the realms of slumber and wakefulness. Story 64. The gentle breeze whispered through the evening, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I watched idly as shadows waltzed across the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering glow of a solitary candle. Beside me, my cherished old Polaroid camera, a relic passed down from my grandmother, rested on the small table. Its familiar weight in my hands brought a sense of solace as I studied it in the dim light. My fingers instinctively found their way to the shutter button, a motion ingrained through countless snapshots taken in the past. Without overthinking, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and clicked. The flash pierced the darkness, casting a brief illumination that was swiftly followed by the mechanical hum of the photograph materializing. Patiently, I awaited the image to unveil itself, watching as colors slowly materialized on the blank canvas. And then a peculiar sight caught my eye. In the corner of the captured frame, a vague figure materialized. Indistinct yet present, it seemed to hover in the air, resembling a wispy veil of smoke assuming a human-like form. My initial reflex was to glance towards that corner of the room, only to find emptiness. Intrigued, I decided to take another snapshot in the same direction. This time, the figure that emerged was more defined, appearing to have moved closer to the lens. A faint outline of a face began to emerge, though the features remained blurred and elusive. A subtle tremor tingled down my spine, not born of fear, but rather a curious reverence. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I continued to capture image after image, as if under a spell woven by the unfolding mystery. With each new photograph, the enigmatic figure drew nearer, gradually sharpening into focus. It was almost as if it utilized the medium of the photographs to materialize itself, each shot granting it further substance in our reality. The hazy contours began to solidify, unveiling what seemed to be attire from a bygone era, perhaps the 1940s. A profound silence settled in the room, almost tangible in its weight. The atmosphere thickened, charged with a presence unseen yet keenly felt. A subtle chill crept into the air, causing the candle flame to dance without a breath of wind. Methodically, I continued to capture the unfolding spectacle, each click a step deeper into this strange, wordless communion. In the final photograph of that evening, the figure loomed so near that it almost filled the entire frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's face, her eyes seeming to lock with mine through the glossy surface of the Polaroid. There was an inexplicable familiarity in that visage, stirring dormant memories from my childhood. It was only when I rose to retrieve an aged photo album that I noticed a slight tremor in my hands. Leafing through the weathered pages, I found what I sought, a photograph of my grandmother as a young woman, captured with the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored, identical to the one frozen in the last snapshot. Gently arranging the photographs from that evening in chronological order on the table, they wove a silent tale of a bridge spanning two realms, bridged by the lens of an antique camera. I never attempted to replicate that surreal encounter, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Even now, on tranquil evenings suffused with the golden hues of twilight, I settle in my armchair and gaze upon those photographs. At times, it seems as though the smile captured in the images subtly shifts, as if my grandmother were endeavoring to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between recollection and reality thins to the delicate membrane of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 65. The fatigue of a lengthy day's work lingered with me as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp cast gentle shadows on the walls adorned with bookshelves. A familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like a warm hug as I sank into my worn leather armchair. There, on the polished wooden surface, lay my cherished old diary, exactly where I had left it that morning. A treasured inheritance from my grandmother, its brown leather cover and yellowed pages held my innermost thoughts. As my fingertips grazed the cover, I noticed a peculiar sight. The last page I had penned was no longer blank. In a handwriting distinct from mine, the page was now filled with words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as though just set upon the page. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, my breaths deepening and slowing. The elegant script described an autumn evening, detailing the very room in which I found myself in that precise moment. The soft patter of rain tapped against the window panes, weaving a hypnotic melody that blended with the faint rustle of pages moved by an unseen breeze. The lamp's light flickered, casting dancing shadows around the room. Spellbound, I continued reading the mysterious prose that seemed to anticipate my every action. Curiosity led him to turn the page, the text proclaimed. And as I read those words, my hand instinctively flipped the sheet. A jolt coursed through me as new words materialized before my eyes, as if an invisible hand scripted them in real time. The ink flowed effortlessly, capturing the sensations I was experiencing in that very moment. The warmth of the lamp on my skin, my deepening breaths, even the subtle shiver down my spine, each detail depicted with uncanny accuracy. I rose from my chair, unable to tear my gaze from the pages that continued to fill with words. The sentences now detailed the books on the shelves, citing titles I did not recall owning, yet, upon inspection, found present. The writing unfolded with a rhythmic cadence, akin to a clock's pendulum marking time in a silent room. Resettling on the corner couch, the diary remained open on the desk, its pages gently turning. The rain's intensity grew, cocooning me in a sound barrier that seemed to isolate me from the world beyond. The room exuded a newfound warmth, a welcoming aura, as if the enigma unfolding had carved its own realm, distinct from reality. I closed my eyes briefly, letting the rain's symphony lull me. Upon reopening them, the diary remained, but a shift had occurred. The words now bore a more personal, intimate hue, recounting memories I believed long forgotten, moments never shared with another soul. With measured steps, I approached the desk once more. The words persisted, now resembling a dialogue rather than a mere narrative. It felt as though the book sought to communicate with me through my own memories. The evening waned, and a sense burgeoned that this silent discourse unveiled deeper truths. No fear gripped me, only curiosity mingled with tranquility. Each word on the page seemed a step towards understanding something elusive. As the midnight hour chimed from the pendulum clock, I realized I had remained still for hours, ensnared in this peculiar communion with the diary. The final words materialized simply yet cryptically. Some mysteries do not need solving to be understood. Gently closing the diary, I felt the familiar texture of its leather cover beneath my fingertips. Outside, the rain persisted, now a melodic companion rather than mere background noise. I pondered whether come morning the words would linger on the pages or vanish like a fleeting dream. As I readied for bed, a final glance at the study revealed the diary resting serenely on the desk, unchanged. Yet within me, a shift had occurred. Not in the external world, but deep within. It felt as though those self-scripting pages had unlocked a door to a profound comprehension, still beyond my grasp. Night draped the study in its hushed embrace, the lamp's amber light a silent witness to a mystery that may forever elude complete explanation. Closing the door, a notion lingered. Perhaps some enigmas are most precious when shrouded in mystery. Story 66. The fall breeze whispered through the tree branches, playing a soothing tune that harmonized with the hushed hum of the crowd encompassing me. Seated on my cherished bench in the tranquil park, I observed the steady stream of individuals strolling along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrance of moist earth and damp wood. Though I held a book in my grasp, my focus was captured by a subtle, almost ethereal sensation that had lingered with me for days on end. It all commenced ever so discreetly. One morning, while en route to work, a tingling sensation crept upon my neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I pivoted around, yet only witnessed the standard flow of commuters hastening toward their destinations. In the subsequent days, that feeling grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, amidst grocery errands, even while seated at my beloved cafe, people meandered past my bench, some solitary, others accompanied. A lady in a scarlet coat paused momentarily to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with his polished wooden cane. Yet, amid those familiar figures, I sensed an indefinable variance. I closed my book, rising to my feet, opting to embark on a stroll. The sky transitioned into amber tints, with the initial streetlights flickering to life one by one. I treaded along the main thoroughfare, the sound of my footsteps blending with the gravel's gentle murmur. The sensation persisted, akin to an unseen shadow trailing me at a fixed distance. I halted before a storefront, feigning interest in the displayed wares. In the mirrored reflection, I scrutinized the passers-by behind me with precision. It was then that I discerned something peculiar, a countenance within the throng that seemed ever present. Its features eluded clear definition. It seemed to weave through the crowd, materializing and vanishing with seamless grace. I resumed my walk, now more observant, veering down a side alley, then another. The crowd thinned, yet the presence endured. Seating myself on a bench in a serene square, encircled by aged edifices adorned with illuminated windows. The air grew cooler, the evening sky unveiling its initial stars. It was then that I comprehended something disquieting. It wasn't merely a singular gaze tracking me, but multiple. It appeared as though diverse individuals took turns, seamlessly passing the unseen baton in a silent and impeccably choreographed ballet. Some countenances recurred more frequently. A young woman donning a blue scarf, a spectacled middle-aged man, a boy with a backpack. Rising unhurriedly, I made my way home, feeling the weight of those gazes upon my back. The streets were nearly desolate now, yet the sensation only heightened in the nocturnal stillness. Upon reaching my abode, I perched by the window, surveying the street below. People continued to traverse, some pausing briefly, others continuing their journey. I pondered how many were genuinely en route somewhere, and how many were part of that enigmatic ballet where I unwittingly played the lead. The most perturbing aspect was that they appeared entirely ordinary, blending seamlessly within the crowd. As the city lights flickered to life one by one, I contemplated the essence of this silent surveillance. Who were these individuals? What were they seeking? And above all, why me? Inquiries dangled in the air as night gradually enveloped the city in its somber cloak. Since then, I've grown accustomed to this heightened awareness. At times I endeavor to discern my observers, while in others I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, akin to shadows skirting the periphery of my daily existence. And in the silence of night, whilst gazing from my window at the vacanting streets, I ponder if they too contemplate me, concealed within their abodes, preparing for another day of this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 67. The grandfather clock in my study whispered the arrival of midnight with its deep, familiar resonance. Each chime spread through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a still pond. Nestled in my worn leather armchair, a book lay upon my lap, its pages holding untold stories. Outside, the rain tapped softly against the window panes, a soothing lullaby to the night. The old house sighed quietly, its time-worn wooden frame settling into the embrace of darkness. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, its silhouette outlined by the soft glow of the reading lamp. Tonight, a subtle shift hung in the air, casting a veil of mystery over the familiar scene. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle caught the light, or the way the wood's grain seemed to dance in the shadows. Despite dwelling in this house for 15 years, the door now appeared as a stranger in my midst. Standing up, I marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon and ventured towards the door. The floor beneath my feet offered a cool embrace, even through the warmth of my slippers. With each step, the air grew colder, as if winter had woven itself into the very fabric of this corner of my home. My hand brushed against the handle, and to my surprise, it radiated warmth, a stark contrast to the chilly surroundings. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the unchanging hallway beyond. The faded wallpaper, the threadbare carpet, the familiar frames holding frozen memories, all remained as they always had. Closing the door with a shake of my head, I chuckled at my own imagination. Perhaps the mysteries of the night had seeped into my dreams. That night, my slumber was filled with visions of doors. They materialized in impossible places, blooming in the heart of gardens, suspended in the heavens, standing solitary on deserted shores. Each door bore the same brass handle, a whisper of warmth in the midst of the unknown. Morning arrived, and the day unfolded in its usual rhythm. The hallway door barely garnered a passing glance as I traversed its threshold. But as evening descended, a subtle change caught my eye. The door appeared lighter in hue, as if time had etched its signature overnight. The brass handle now bore a weathered patina, a silent testament to unseen forces at play. Approaching the door once more, I scrutinized its altered form with a photographer's eye. The wood had transformed, its grain weaving a new tale. The iron-black hinges had surrendered to a burnished copper glow. Yet, upon opening the door, the hallway remained steadfast in its sameness. Night after night, the door embarked on its quiet metamorphosis. Each dawn unveiled a different iteration, older, newer, a subtle shift in essence. The handle might tilt, the frame might embellish, but the hallway beyond remained an unwavering constant. I began to keep a journal, recording each transformation with meticulous sketches and detailed observations. The door never changed under watchful eyes. It waited for the deepest hush of night, when the world slumbered and secrets whispered on the breeze. One evening, a resolve took hold of me. I decided to keep vigil, to witness the door's transformation firsthand. With my armchair facing the enigmatic portal, I brewed a pot of strong tea and settled in for the night. The grandfather clock marked time with its steady rhythm, my focus unwavering. At 3:17 a.m., a flicker danced across the study lights, casting shadows in its wake. In that fleeting darkness, a shift in the room's atmosphere heralded a change. The door stood transformed. Warm oak, now rich mahogany, silver inlays dancing with ethereal grace. Drawn to these newfound intricacies, I reached for the handle, now crystal, not brass. Yet a pause hung heavy in the air, a whisper of hesitation. A subtle hum vibrated from the door, a melody of the unseen. And there, amidst the beauty, a realization struck. The door bore no keyhole, never had. The absence of the keyhole gnawed at me, a puzzle unsolved. Had I overlooked a detail so fundamental, or was a greater mystery afoot? The question lingered, a specter haunting my thoughts. Now, as evening descends upon my study, I ponder the enigma of the door and its nightly transformations. Sometimes a glimpse of foreign hallways teases me from beneath the door's gap. Hallways adorned in unfamiliar carpets, wallpapers, memories. Yet upon opening, my hallway beckons, unchanging. I toy with the idea of rearranging the photographs, a test of reality against illusion. But an unseen force restrains me, a warning whispered by intuition. The door shifts still, each night a new revelation in the quiet dance of metamorphosis. I wonder, is it the door changing or my perception of it? Perhaps both truths intertwine, or perhaps neither holds sway. Yet as the grandfather clock tolls midnight and rain plays its gentle melody, I find solace in the mystery. I anticipate the unveiling of each new form, each hidden truth that may linger within the quiet hours before dawn. Story 68. The first thing that caught my attention in my new abode was the curious alignment of doors along the hallway. Each one opened as expected, the bathroom revealing its vintage tiles, the bedroom with its faded wallpaper, and the kitchen with its worn linoleum floor. Yet, the ultimate door, painted a shade darker than its companions, unveiled something out of the ordinary. Behind it, a semblance of a basement awaited, despite the absence of any visible stairs leading down to it. It was in my inaugural week at the residence that I stumbled upon this peculiarity, as the winter winds whispered through the cracks in the aged windows. Standing at the threshold, I gazed down at the concrete floor approximately 8 feet below, bathed in the glow of a solitary hanging bulb that seemed to have a life of its own, for I never recalled switching it on. The space was immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with sleek walls and corners that merged into shadows despite the illumination. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing remained silent on the matter. When I contacted her about it, she appeared perplexed, insisting that she had shown me every nook and cranny of the house. Describing the mysterious door and the view below, her confusion only deepened. She vowed to investigate the original blueprints and revert to me. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, opening it at various times of the day. The light within remained unwavering, casting a steady glow over the concrete floor regardless of the hour. At times, I would fetch a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely planted on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. The air wafting up carried a delicate fragrance, not the expected musty dampness, but something fresher, akin to clean linen or the morning frost. One evening, while savoring a cup of chamomile tea in my customary spot, I noticed a change. A small object rested in the center of the basement floor, a wooden toy block, the type children play with, adorned with a faded letter A. I was certain it had not been there during my prior visits. The presence of the block posed a glaring question. How had it appeared without a staircase for access? I began documenting the basement's subtle transformations. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its prior position, while other times it had been turned to display different sides. Not once did I hear a sound emanating from below, not even the usual creaks and groans typical of old houses. The light remained unwavering, a silent sentinel in the basement. After 3 weeks of scrutiny, a call from my real estate agent interrupted my routine. Her voice bore an undertone of disquiet as she disclosed that she had indeed unearthed the original blueprints. According to the plans, there was no basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. While conversing with her on the phone, I walked up to the door and found it exactly where it had always been, its dark hue stark against the surrounding walls. That night, the block infiltrated my dreams. In the dream, it multiplied, forming inscriptions on the concrete floor below, words that teetered on the brink of comprehension but remained just out of reach. Upon awakening and hastening to the door, the basement accommodated only the original block, albeit in a new position. It now sat directly beneath the hanging bulb, casting a perfect square shadow on the concrete surface. Winter enshrouded my abode, yet the basement retained its unchanging state, neither warm nor cold, neither luminous nor dim. Occasionally, on exceptionally quiet nights, a faint humming akin to a distant melody seemed to emanate from below. Yet each time I endeavored to focus on the sound, it dissipated, leaving me to question its existence. The block persistently inched its way across the floor, its movements deliberate and cryptic. I harbored a suspicion that it was forming a pattern, though its purpose eluded me. Charting its positions on graph paper, I connected the dots, creating a shape that felt oddly familiar, yet elusive. As the months unfurled, I acclimated to the enigma of my inexplicable basement. While an unspoken warning deterred me from attempting to descend, I maintained my vigil of observation. The mystery evolved into a source of solace rather than consternation, akin to a tale unfolding at its own leisurely pace, impervious to the reader's curiosity. Spring arrived, heralding longer days and milder temperatures, yet the basement lingered in its eternal twilight. One morning, upon opening the door, the block had vanished without a trace. The basement floor lay bare, as pristine as the day I first laid eyes on it. I remained ensconced in my chair for hours, anticipating a transformation that never materialized. That night, my dreams were haunted by visions of stairs, a staircase descending gracefully into the basement, fashioned from dark wood that absorbed light like a voracious shadow. In the dream, I took a single step downward, and the air resonated with the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes. Upon rousing from slumber, I found the basement door ajar, though I distinctly recalled securing it before retiring for the night. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision near the door catches my attention. Perhaps a shadow, perhaps something more. The block never reappeared, but on tranquil nights, a symphony of wooden toys clicking against concrete echoes from the depths below. I have learned not to investigate when these sounds beckon. Some enigmas, it seems, prefer to remain shrouded in mystery, content to exist in the liminal space between reality and dreams. Story 69, The Enigmatic Attic. The wooden floor softly murmured beneath my feet as I wandered down the hallway, bathed in the fading glow of the setting sun. Grandma's ancient abode possessed a unique way of speaking, each plank whispering a different tale. A delicate fragrance of lavender and aged timber enveloped the air, a comforting aroma that had lingered with me through all the summers of my youth. However, on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura lingered. Pausing before the weathered attic door, a detail caught my eye, a detail previously unseen. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore peculiar markings upon its surface. Drawing nearer, I discerned that these were no random scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed purposeful, almost deliberate, as if an unseen hand had sought to inscribe a cryptic message from within. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber rays through the hallway windows, casting elongated shadows upon the walls. The only sounds disrupting the stillness were the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs and the rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze beyond the glass panes. Tentatively, I reached out, tracing my fingertips over the markings, the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The etchings were precise, forming a pattern that hinted at a hidden order. Some marks were deep, others faint, suggesting they had been made at different moments in time. How many instances had I passed by this door without noticing these enigmatic symbols? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences from the attic, yet I now recalled her avoidance of those stairs. A chill brushed against my neck, causing me to shiver. The hallway appeared elongated, the shadows denser. Retrieving the antique brass key from its hook on the wall, I felt its weight and chill against my skin, its once intricate floral designs now worn by the passage of years. With hesitant resolve, I inserted the key into the lock, feeling the mechanism resist before turning. A faint sound reached my ears, akin to a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, seemingly emanating from behind the door. My heart quickened its pace within my chest as the sound ceased abruptly, leaving me in the company of the house's silence. Hands trembling, I activated the flashlight on my phone. The beam revealed previously concealed details on the door's surface. The scratches coalesced into a circular motif, a spiral winding in upon itself. Within the heart of this design, a revelation awaited, a series of numbers delicately etched, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Struggling to decipher them, a distant memory surfaced. Grandma had once alluded to a hidden diary within the house, a repository of family secrets she had guarded zealously. The wind outside intensified, causing the aged windows to protest, their panes rattling. The shadows within the hallway seemed to sway to an unseen melody. A connection formed in my mind between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary. Yet an unspoken force held me back from breaching that threshold. Perhaps it was intuition, or the ancestral wisdom passed down through generations of women in my lineage. Slowly, I retreated, a faint scratching sound echoing from the attic, not menacing but purposeful, as if a clandestine message was being inscribed with care. Casting one final glance at the door, the fading daylight imbued the scratches with a faint, ethereal luminescence. That night, nestled in bed, I pondered the numbers etched in my mind. Recording them in my journal, I vowed to return the following day to unravel their mystery. Yet when morning light filtered through the windows, the attic door bore no trace of the enigmatic markings. Only the brass key, hanging on its hook, seemed to retain a subtle gleam, hinting at a secret yet unrevealed. Since that time, each visit to Grandma's house draws me back to that door. Sometimes I swear I glimpse the markings resurfacing in the dimness, or catch a whisper of that slow breath from beyond. However, I have never dared to reopen it. Certain enigmas, it seems, are best left undisturbed, veiled within the silence of an ancient abode, and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 70. The night draped the house in a hush, as the wind whispered softly through the ancient tree's leaves in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I observed shadows waltz on the walls, illuminated by the flickering lamplight. It was that mystical hour when slumber beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance to Morpheus's embrace had taken hold of me. Night after night, for what felt like an eternity, a dream of uncanny precision had been weaving its threads through my subconscious. The room's warmth and the metronome-like ticking of the old pendulum clock lulled me into a trance. My gaze drifted to the open diary on the desk, a repository of every minute detail of this recurring dream. Each page bore my meticulous handwriting, chronicling a consistent sequence of events. A spiraling gray stone staircase descending into the unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets echoing, and a colossal wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. As I perused the diary, a previously unnoticed detail caught my eye. In every iteration of the dream, the temperature plummeted progressively as I descended the stairs. My fingertips brushed against the chilled stone, exhaling wisps of vapor into the air. Yet, the dream's allure lay in the profound sense of déjà vu that accompanied me, as though the staircase led me to a realm known intimately, despite never treading its physical counterpart. The door at the staircase's nadir remained sealed shut, tantalizingly close, yet elusive. Night after night, I inch closer to deciphering the shifting symbols etched upon its surface. Fluid shapes seem to dance and morph under my touch, imbued with an otherworldly vitality. Tracing the contours of these enigmatic markings, a subtle pulse reverberated through the wood, as if the door itself pulsed with life. That evening, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Nestled beside the lamp on the nightstand rested an ancient bronze key, its ornate designs bearing an uncanny resemblance to the door's cryptic symbols in my dreams. Picking up the key, I marveled at its weight and the icy chill it exuded. Its sudden appearance puzzled me, yet it felt oddly familiar, as though it had always belonged in my possession. Drifting into slumber, a sense of anticipation tingled in the air. Tonight held a promise of departure from the usual. The dream unfurled predictably. The spiral staircase, the melodic drip of water, the chilling air with each step. Yet a subtle shift lingered in the atmosphere. Upon reaching the door, the key in my grasp thrummed in harmony with the carved symbols. With bated breath, I approached the door, unveiling a hidden lock nestled among the engravings. Heart pounding, I inserted the key. A gentle, melodic click echoed as the mechanism yielded, unveiling not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirrored image, the steps ascended instead of descending. Awakening in the gentle light of dawn, the key remained in my palm, now pulsating with a warmth that felt almost sentient. On the open diary lay a fresh page, inscribed not in my handwriting. The characters bore a resemblance to the door's symbols, shifting and undulating like ink-soaked waves. Since that transformative night, the dream has eluded me. The key rests upon the nightstand, occasionally emitting a faint vibration on silent nights. Contemplating the mysteries that lie beyond the mirrored staircase, I ponder if courage will one day lead me to ascend its enigmatic steps. For now, I find solace in observing the dancing symbols within the diary's pages, narrating a tale perhaps beyond my current comprehension.